Just 3 rounds to go in the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25, and we've come to the most difficult of our events. Suzuka 6 hours here this afternoon, earmarked by many as the most difficult as far as lap traffic negotiation goes, and indeed just getting to the end of this race is going to be a big challenge for more than 50 teams across GTP, LMP2 and GT3 in the 5th round of 7 in our IVRA Endurance Series season for 24-25. I'm Ian O'Leary alongside Lorenzo Bonda for the first couple of hours. Romero Augustin Cisneros is going to be doing the mammoth camera stint here this afternoon as we bring you every moment here on RaceSpotTV once again. Good to be alongside you, Lorenzo, for the start of this race. It's, I would say, the most difficult race of the season coming up this afternoon.
You stole the words right out of my mouth, Ewan. I'm glad we are connected, you know, as we go into, like you said, the most difficult track for overtaking, overlapping, especially, like you said, traffic. Then we have Algarve and Spa, like you're seeing on screen, which are much better tracks for traffic management, I'll tell you. But when we thought Silverstone had enough emotions, I think Suzuka might actually top that out.
Yeah, Algarve is going to be tricky as well, to be fair, in 4 weeks' time, but I don't think anything's quite going to be like this. Let's remind you, of course, of what we have in the IVRA Endurance Series as far as the cars on offer. You will have just seen the GT3s making their way out. Big selection of those, of course, these days, because we can have more manufacturers in a race, in an iRacing session than ever before. Now you can see at the bottom of your screen, 4 GTPs available. The Ferrari added after the season started, so we haven't got that this season, but Acura, Cadillac, BMW and Porsche all pretty well represented in this series. Got the spec LMP2 in the middle of them as well. They'll be out second for qualifying in a few moments' time. Let's tell you indeed about that qualifying format that we've got. It is just underway right now. The GT3s will be heading out there first. They just have started. We'll bring you up to speed with their opening lap times in a few moments' time. Just afterwards, the LMP2s will make their way out for 15 minutes, and then the GTPs will make their way out as well. We'll have a bit of a warm-up period in the middle, just while we get ourselves ready for the green flag, which should come in about an hour's time. In the GTP standings, Movano are leading the way, but they're not the reigning champions. Number 1 car's down in 11th, having a bit of a disaster of a season, but their teammates, number 33, are leading the way by 63 points at the moment ahead of the Orion race team, who dropped points to them last time out, as did Fiercely Forward, who are only a point further behind them. Williams Sim Racing Academy and Apex Racing Team, 2 of the favourites for the season, are rounding out the top 5 with Orbit, Drop Bear, Sickpedder, WSR Esports, P1Docs.com, Maniti Racing and BS Competition. Another couple of teams you would have expected to contend a little bit more. In the LMP2s, it's a 2-horse race really between Telestras Automotive by Majors Garage and Fiercely Forward. We did have others involved in the past, but now there's a whopping 134-point gap between second and third. That's the entire value of a race win. Hydro Geodesic Racing, Nix Esports and Morin SM Squad round out the top 5 with some very small gaps right the way down to the bottom end of the top 10 at the bottom of your screen as well. In the biggest of our classes in GT3, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral took nearly all 134 points last time out. They took 130. That was a lot more than the 84 that Grid and Go took, so they've now got a 38-point championship lead. Simify got quite a lot closer. They're now comfortably third, ahead of Dory Sports, Drago Racing and BS Competition, despite taking the maximum 34 points at the halfway mark, only finished 6th in the race are only 6th in the standings. They didn't finish, I should say, at Silverstone, and that's why they're so far down. Don't forget, on one particular afternoon, you can only pick up 134 points in the standings. That means that everybody with 3 rounds to go is pretty much still involved in the championship fight mathematically, but we certainly know who we are looking at realistically, if you like, for our championships this season. Let's go into GT3 qualifying then. The first of our 3 sessions here in the IVRA Endurance Series. And it's Grid and Go and Gino Lombardi who have got the current best time, 157.5. And PGZ in second place, followed by Sim RC. I think you can see a couple of those on your screen there, actually. Oh no, I've already got them mixed up. That's Fiercely Forward. It doesn't take me very long.
But PGZ is not far behind, though.
Yeah, exactly. So 1/10 behind, but Daniel Lafuente is nearly half a second behind, but he's run for fiercely forward. He'll come in and he'll get some new tyres, I'd imagine, around this circuit to get himself back into the game. A big race, I would say, Lorenzo, last time out at Silverstone for Aztec and Schwarz Viscera. 130 points collected. They've yet to finish outside the top four, by the way, at the end of a race. Having said that, Grid and Go haven't finished outside the top 5 yet. It's a very consistent season from those two teams, and that's why they're at the top of the standing quite comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, and that's why also the gap is not wholly large between the drivers, right? Of course, Silverstone was a little bit of a separator between them because how well the Visceral team did, and Grid and Go just decided to not have the best race. Of course, the Acura downplays a little bit in comparison to the AMG, in rain. And I think we had a little bit of everything in Silverstone. Your traditional British weather, I think you know a little bit more than I do, Ewan. But in that sense, I think this round is going to be interesting because it might play to the advantage of the NSX this time around instead of the AMG. The AMG is going to suffer with the front-end grip, being a front-end engine car. So it's going to have to rely more on trail braking and maybe on a short burst of whenever we get to green. So sprint mindset to try to get to the first pit stop in the lead.
It's actually quite nice and sunny in the UK, if you can believe that, at the moment. Unfortunately, it wasn't 4 weeks ago at the 1,000 miles of Silverstone, which, as you say, actually turned into a timed race in the end. We were well short of the 1,000 miles. I'm not even sure we made 800 miles, actually, but we had a long red flag fairly close to the end of the race, and that meant that it was very difficult for the drivers to actually get up to 1,000 miles by the end of the day. Just one more race based on laps now. This is actually the first of the races that is starting with a timed constraint. Motegi, we had 300 laps. We had 200 laps at Sebring and Kota. We had 1,000 miles at Sebring. We'll have Portimao, or the Algarve, with 1,000 kilometres race. But this is 6 hours. Spa is 8 hours at the end of the season. So we will have that clock up when we get this race underway, and we'll keep it up for the whole of the race, unlike what we've had in previous. Not any penalties in GT3 just for the moment. One warning through practice, and it's actually for the fiercely forward pink car we were watching at the very start of the session. Daniel Lafuente is qualifying that car, but in practice, when Daniel Antunes was at the wheel, unsportsmanlike messages were sent from that car to the 205, apparently. 205 being XPD Racing GT3, and so they got a warning for that, and a reminder to all teams actually to refrain from sending messages, which you're not allowed to do in the IVRA Endurance Series or Club Sport Series between different teams in these races.
Yeah, but you know what shocks me a little bit more is the fact that the XPD Emerald is Spanish and Daniel Lafuente is also Spanish. So that would be your first non-English warning for unsportsmanlike conduct of sorts?
Yes, I don't know how they will have read the message in that case. Maybe they can speak Spanish, unlike me.
No, the XPD Emerald team, most of them are Spanish, so they are going to be able to read the message. I might be able to, but I really don't want to read it, though.
No. No, you can have a go. Better go than me, that's for sure. I dropped out of Spanish a long time ago. That's for sure. Meanwhile, Volta Sim Racing, Dominic Push, still yet to get a lap time on the board. It's actually one of 3 GT3 teams yet to have a lap on the board so far. One is that, or it was actually that XPD car. That has now set a time. German Sim Racing and Scuderia Volpe, I think we had a brief look at earlier, are yet to set times as well, though. As we get on with this session, they haven't actually got that long to go now. Just under 5 minutes or so for themselves to get a lap time in. So they're going to need to do this. It's going to be one of those races where qualifying is relatively important. Give you the example of the BS competition car currently down in 16th, for example. Clearly they've got good speed. They were leading at halfway at Silverstone. They took maximum 134 points from Motegi. Clearly a quick team, but it's going to be difficult to achieve anything at this circuit from 16th place.
No, it's not. It's going to be extremely hard. especially given the fact that despite being somewhat in the mountains, not as close to Fuji in terms of Mount Fuji, you know, but still somewhat in the mountains in the Mie prefecture of Japan. It would benefit me, kind of like say, oh, the turbo engines might have a little bit of an upper edge, but I don't know how the BMW M4 would compare to the other cars. Normally I would say, oh, Acura is strong, maybe the Lamborghini might be a little bit strong over here, the AMG as well, so but then again, it's the new build. We're still trying to understand which car is the best GT3 car around, so I think strategies might actually make the day or break the day of BS competition on the long run, because then again, we've talked about this traffic management. It's so key over here that I'll be very honest, we might see 1 or 2 yellow flags that might throw a wrench in the mix for a lot of the teams, and they might be in the right end of it.
I think we are going to see some yellows, that's for sure, over the course of the day. At Silverstone, we got quite a lot, actually, although that was a weather-affected race. I think for the first time this season we had weather affecting, actually, at Silverstone. All the other races remaining dry, as far as I'm aware. Vitorino is currently in second place, so at the moment it's the Grid and Go Acura, followed by the PGZ Mustang. Williams Sim Racing Academy in third place. They're driving an AMG this season. And then you've got Sim RC. I think they're in another one of the Mustangs. They are indeed. So that's the first repeat manufacturer, but 3 different in the top 3 for the moment. And we'll see if Vitorino can get any closer to a best time on the day so far. His second sector especially was in the 31s, and that is where you need to be if you're looking at a pole time here around this circuit. Has Vitorino done enough? No, he clearly thinks not. He pulls into the pit lane, as do Grid and Go. So that might well be our front row settled unless somebody can come from behind, like the Williams Sim Racing Academy car of Sotomuto. But that might have been actually too wide. That might be an off-track indeed for him. He looks like he's setting up another lap time to me as he works his way out the final corner. It's going to be last chance kind of time for most of these teams now in GT3 qualifying.
Hey, you can see already opening up right the run instead of being like very close to the wall that normally drivers would do their timed lap of sorts around Suzuka. So so far very interesting qualifying in my perspective. I don't know if you kind of agree with me. Seeing PGZ up in the top of the Mustang, I know that Mustang is a very fast car. We would say kind of like a boat going around the corners of sorts, but looks very nimble. I know Pablo and his tower control, if he's doing a tower control stream, he's probably gonna say stop the count already and try to get into P2 and maybe bump for the lead. But looking forward to see how this race is gonna go for these GT3 cars. Looks very balanced so far.
It is actually, I would say. Maybe with the exception of the BMW that you were talking about earlier on, BS competition down in 16th, although they are in the only BMW, so it's hard to know. I'd say one of 2, but the other one belongs to them as well. I wonder whether we can read too much into that. Who's setting the best sector times at the moment then? I think it's Sim RC, probably Adam Isaacson, who has currently gone very quick in the first sector, decent in the second as well. He's currently 4th, and he's in the final sector somewhere as well in that Mustang, so we'll see where he is. Meanwhile, we're checking in with the series leaders because they are not where you'd expect to see them. Only 9th at the moment in the Mercedes, that is at maximum 3rd place in this session right now. That is a very good start indeed for them as they make their way now in towards the final chicane. Can this car be brought any higher up the field by David Sobrero here through the final chicane? Not sure this is going to be on the front row or anything, but it could be an improvement here for the visceral Mercedes over the line, and it's 6 tenths behind pole. That's not going to be any quicker for Sobrero. He stays 9th, but actually gets pushed down to 10th as fiercely forward. Now jump inside the top 10.
Yeah, surprisingly with that McLaren 720S GT3 as Daniel Lafuente goes into 7th, like you said. You know, one other thing that we're seeing around here in Suzuka, which is sounds odd on paper, but actually works, is the fact that we are seeing train of cars following each other, right? There's a lot of downforce to be generated by cars over here. And despite being a mid-high downforce track of sorts, it does generate draft. And that draft makes kind of like a difference of sorts, especially on the short straights that you have around Suzuka. So that's why it's kind of like impressive, yet unimpressive that we're seeing this qualifying being so close between drivers and teams.
It is very good indeed. This is Ross Booth, by the way, up into 13th place, composite performance. I think this is their first race of the season, if I'm not... excuse me, it's their second. They were at Silverstone in the previous round. I think it's because... I'm not sure actually who's missing, but I'll check on that. Through the spoon curve go some more of those contenders up towards the front. It looks like that's pretty much going to be it. And it looks like Dino Lombardi has taken pole position by just over a tenth of a second. Mathieu Vitorino in that second position just alongside. We'll go through the whole thing in a moment, but looks like Lombardi's done enough here to set the best time. You see him just at the back of this train of four, by the way, headed by the series leader, David Sobrero, who is still in 10th place after these times. They will all follow one another into the pit lane at the end of the session, as will the rest of them. So that's the end of GT3 qualifying. And it's a great pole position for the second place team in the championship. Grid and go just as when they needed it. Dino Lombardi producing the lap time that gets him on the pole ahead of, and indeed alongside of Mathieu Vitorino. Satomuto alongside Adam Isaacson on the next row ahead of Gavin Montoro and Alexander Davidson, 4th and 5th. Then Daniel Lafuente, who's also within 0.3 of a second. Marlon Dutzek, Chris Van Der Ness and David Sobrero rounding out the top 10. Tobias Grunkotter is in 11th for Impuls ahead of Andrew Caron. Ross Booth for composite performance gets them with a late lap time up to 13th ahead of Luca Bunch for Door Esports. Ricardo Lamugli is in 15th ahead of Ruben Bonga, with Dominic Push in 17th. Niels May, Roberto Friese and Alex Gal round out the top 20. That's Apex quite a long way down. Luca Dodeo and Adam Vukovic are in the next couple of positions ahead of Ilya Ratiani. Then it's Chris Shorter, Andrew Pissinger, Alexander Pissinger, and Johan Shirazi rounding out the field 1.6 seconds down. I would say those last couple of teams probably don't quite have representative times based on what we've seen them do in the past. There are the conditions, meanwhile. Just about 20 minutes into this session, 20 past 10 in the morning. Temperatures are rising. It is 29 degrees Celsius now on the circuit, but not too bad. You'd worry about that increasing a little bit more, though, throughout the race, if it does. We'll see, of course, when we get into that session a little bit later.
It will. It's right in the beginning of spring in Japan. We know for those, since I'm a little bit of an otaku, right? I'm one of those guys that like to read anime, see animes, read mangas, and like the Japanese culture. For those who are kind of like in Japan fans, know that spring is hot. And whenever the track picks up heat, I think we're going to be seeing up to mid-40s, I would estimate, if also the ambient temperature picks up as well. So it's going to be interesting how the mid-race, like I would say between hour 2 and 4 will go on for everybody.
Must be the only person in the world who doesn't have very much interest in Japan. I don't know, but yeah, I do know it gets very warm in the springtime, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on sunset tonight as well, if we're going to get any darkness driving. We didn't necessarily at Silverstone, actually. Not a lot in the way of it getting too much darker, and indeed throughout this season as well. Then Motegi had a very long period of darkness towards the end of the race as well. So the LMP2s are out there onto the circuit, and the Delator Automotive car is going to be first over the line. Here you can see the whole train of them. This is them all in a row. It's Hyperion, about 5th in the queue. Oh, and Ryan Long's got it wrong through turn 1, and he's nearly backed it into the wall. Classic mistake at turn 1. Ryan Long spinning into the gravel. He'll have to go again in a lap against time.
If I remember correctly, this is the first time also they're running on the new build. So that basically changed the whole dynamic of the tires for the GTPs and LMP2s, so it made them a little bit slower. The core temperature, especially on the early laps, so say out lap and maybe the first few laps, is gonna be a nuisance for them, so it's gonna take longer for it to reach optimal temperature. So it might take up to 2 to 3 laps for them to actually do a proper qualifying run, you know. But looking forward to see how this one is gonna go for everybody, or everybody just taking a very long first lap and then doing a launch lap for qualifying and then come back in. Because this new dynamic is we're gonna see, I think, that more whenever the race start actually ensues, right? On how this affects the cars as a whole.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very interesting to watch that over the course of the day, especially in the prototype categories. You can see there's a difference in opinion though, because Carter Cunningham and Jason Gerard look like they're going for it on the opening lap. They're pretty much level actually after 2 sectors, as you can see from this lap time comparison here at the bottom of your screen. Cunningham's going to go over line and set the benchmark. A very experienced LMP2 driver, by the way, does a lot of driving in this category, and he is going to set a 51.4 just in behind Remy Legrand. I think Gerard's just going to get in between the two actually and get maybe to second place. Well, not anymore. Frank Schmitz goes to the top, but I think he's going to slot himself into that sort of region here as he comes over the line. We'll see in number 174. No, it's a bit slower than Cunningham, actually. Yeah, 1.6 seconds behind, so he's going to be 4th. But look at the gaps there. It's exactly what you were talking about. Oh, Brockway still can't quite get it right out the final corner. It is a very, very big margin between first and last, but that is going to tighten up throughout the session.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we're going to see those gaps coming down. You know, I think this is maybe to go on a high 49s, I think, on a really good lap for everybody. But that's still undecided among everybody. This I think, is going to be the class for us to look, especially when we go into racing. Of course, we're going to say GTP is the one to watch, of course, having a long list, but because LMP2's also made slower, I think it's going to be a nerve-wracking moment, especially when they go around Spoon and such with the other cars around in the racetrack on the GT3s. We might see some incidents, and that might be the one that might guess the most. It might be the most convoluted class, despite being the lowest one in numbers.
Yeah, it is the smallest category of the 3. Although, when you compare it to the one we previously just seen, it's the previous one's absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Remy Legrand goes fastest, meanwhile, 150.4, so not much of an improvement there. There'll be a first lap time here from Ryan Long. Big improvement from Cunningham and Soltero as well. Goodness me, the times are going to switch around very quickly indeed. What can Ryan Long do first time around? I can imagine his tyres are quite nicely heated after his spin earlier, and he's going to jump into 7th. Yeah, just in front of Remy Legrand, who was fastest not that long ago. A bit further behind, Brockway will come through the final couple of corners now as well, and surely he's going to put himself into that region along with everybody else. And Mohamed Yanko going to do the same, I would imagine, in number 115. Over line for Brockway, and that's going to be up there. Top 5, is it? Yes, 5th place, just about, for Adam Brockway in the Morinus M Squad car. That's much more like what you expect to see when you've got the tyres warmed up. Everybody is very close, but everybody at the moment trailing Carter Cunningham.
Yeah, absolutely. Carter basically being the spearhead of this LMP2 class. Of course, not the spearhead of the championship. That is actually Delatras, and looking forward to see how Remy Legrand is going to improve that lap time. Look, what the gap is not wholly big. Only the true outlier might be Mohamed Yanko in the Fiercely for Purple. But other than that, obviously less than a second by everybody. But the leader being second to last, for now, it's a head scratcher for them, and it's a celebration for other teams because the gaps between them is not big, especially between the Fiercely 4 car and Delatras.
This is the top 2 on your screen at the moment, Cunningham and Soltero. And how weird is it that they're only 3 seconds apart on the circuit as well here? Doesn't look like this is quite as quick from Kundinger, and it isn't. I think Sotero is going to be coming in as well. But you're right, Remy Legrand really needs to improve from there. Oh, Sotero does carry on. It's a bit odd. He doesn't improve a position. I think he improved his lap time, though. And he'll get a bit closer in second place. Alex Caruso is going to go to the top. That's the Hyperion Racing car. Nürburgring Esports will go second with Marius Hockey-Tilks in second. But it's Alex Caruso who has got the best time currently. And again, a pit stop halfway through, which I'm a little bit surprised to see. I can expect it in GT3, to be fair, because their tyre warm-up phase doesn't seem quite so bad. But in LMP2, when it's taking you so long to get the tyres up to temperature and you haven't got a very long session, on a long lap time, I mean, you can think of many reasons why you'd be a little bit surprised to see them pitting in quite the numbers they're doing so at the moment.
Yeah, it surprises me a little bit as well, given the fact that I think in real life on WEC, I think they do quite a stinty length. You know, they don't get a lot of time for them to heat up the tires and go into the track and try to get their lap in. They usually get one fast lap, 2 fast laps up at the very top whenever they're going to Le Mans. I think IMSA kind of like follows suit. The same idea whenever they have the events that kind of like involve the LMP2s. They don't get a lot of fast laps to do on the racetrack, so they're gonna make them count. But it's not a procedure for you to come into the pit lane, charge up your tires, and go back out on the track like nothing has happened. You usually have one set of tires, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. This meanwhile is the 5th and 6th place cars. Mohamed Yanko and Adam Brockway. Yanko coming in number 115. So will not leave himself that long, actually, to get back out onto the circuit and go again. Adam Brockway is just getting a lap time ready, warming himself up, warming his tyres up, rather, in the 6th place for the moment. More in the Zeb squad. The two leading the championship, by the way, Delta's Automotive and Fiercely Forward. How weird is this? 10th and 11th of the two at the moment. First place in the championship, dead last. Second place in the championship, second last. Doesn't make a lot of sense, this qualifying order at the moment, but those two teams are going to desperately need some improvements.
Absolutely, but you got to say they're bound. There is a bind that ties them, if you want to call it that. Whether you're P1 and P2 in qualifying, whether you're or P second to last or P last in the qualifying, or P1 and P2 in the race. It binds them of sorts, if you want to call it that. But of course, I say this jokingly, but it's still some time left in qualifying for things to unfold. And like you said, for both these teams that are second to last and they're leading the championship, they need to hustle.
They've absolutely got to improve from there. Both of them have finished on the podium every time so far in every race, and it would be a big drive through the field in not the longest race in the world to repeat that. I think this is just the end of an outlap for Morgan Agerson, so could well take another lap or two to get up to speed again here. Same for Remy Legrand in the Telestras Automotive car. Now you can see in towards turn 1, Agerson not going at full speed at all this time around. Don't think Oscar Soltero will be quite yet either, although maybe. He came in with Kundinger earlier. They went one shorter than Hyperion and Nürburgring Esports, you may remember, from the previous moments in this session. Sorry, go ahead.
No, car got twitchy on the exit of Spoon for Soltero right there, but managed to keep it under control.
Yeah, he's not on a lap time for the moment. He's just trying to get himself up to speed in the next esports number 100. So next time round is going to be the time, I think, for him, because this is his second outlap, but you need at least 2 in these cars nowadays to get these tyres up to temperature. Outlaw the final corner, and Telestras Automotive do actually go a little bit quicker into 10th, but that's still quite a way away from where they need to be. So Terra are going to start a lap time as well. Now the final times are really going to start to come in. Who can get these final lap times down as the track's rubbering in the best and these tyres are warming up into operating temperatures now as well.
Looking forward to it. And one thing I think for other teams, we're not talking about the lead team, as Caruso has a massive run off track. And surprising of sorts, maybe not up to optimal temperature, but also brakes as well might not also be into optimal temperature. But you know what surprises me looking at the standings so far is the gap between Fiercely Forward and the Hydra-Race Geodesic car, which look for the 162 is 8th place. Is basically a perfect race that separates P2 and P3 in the championship, 134 points.
Yeah, it's not mathematically over, but it's a very long way back, especially when you consider actually how many cars actually enter an LMP2 race per round. At maximum, we've had 12 this season. Actually, only got 11 here, but at maximum 12. Even first to 12 is 71 points. So when you consider it like that, if everybody finishes, then it's quite difficult to gain those points back unless they have 2 bad rounds, the Delatraz and Fiercely Forward cars, which is pretty unlikely, really. So as Caruso and Mario Solka Tykes are not particularly on lap times here, I don't think. Carter Cunningham is. And did he go quicker that time round? Yes, he's up to 2nd place. So Cunningham now only 5 seconds away from 5 tenths, away from pole. Remy Legrand moves up to 4th place in the Delatraz Automotive car. That is a big improvement for them. Now it's up to Alex Caruso and Mario Solkatex to actually improve it. They're going to need another lap time to do that as Frank Schmitz goes to the top.
Yeah, what a comeback from the Hydra-Race Geodesic. Meanwhile, Marius doesn't improve on his lap. This might be at the actual fast lap for him, and not a whole lot of time left for you to get that perfect lap. So I think you might have one chance left for you to do that. And meanwhile, Carden Kuninger's gap to Alex Caruso, 5,000ths of a second.
It was previously 5 thousandths off pole, of course, when Caruso held that pole position, but that has now gone away. Brockway moves up to 2nd place as well here, within a 10th of pole right now for Moranis M Squad, and that's the end of his session. So Adam Brockway's done all he can. He's 62 thousandths away from Schmitz, and that'll be the end of his day. Now, who's going quickly on this lap time? Carter Cunningham is going decently well, but he's behind Frank Schmitz and Alex Caruso on this lap for now. Those look like the most likely candidates to take this one. Caruso especially is going quickly here in number 104. He is well behind Cunningham, though, who will be next over the line. So we'll keep an eye on him here from 4th place, just a 10th and 1/4 away from pole of the Hydra-Race Geodesic Racing team for the moment. Bit wide through that last part of the chicane, and Cunningham's going to pull in pit lane. He knows he can't improve, and so that's the end of that for him. Here comes Remy Legrand from 7th place over the line as well, by the way, in 1:88. What's his time going to be? I haven't got any sector time from him at the moment, so we'll see where he moves up to. It's 5th place. That's a decent movement from him, especially when you consider where his championship rivals are and where he was for most of the session. Meanwhile, Caruso, quick again. Alex Caruso is surely on a pole lap here. He goes over the line, and for the Hyperion Racing team, he's going to go into pole. It's a 1:49.3. Alex Caruso has surely taken pole for this race.
Wow, what a lap time from Caruso, and I don't think Jason Gerard is going to be able to improve that as he goes outside of the Casio Triangle. Yeah, he's not. He's going to come into the pit lane. I think that is basically our qualifying done and dusted for the LMP2s, Ewan. Crunch time, what a lap for Hyperion.
And when it mattered, Alex Caruso got the lap in. Adam Brockway seems to be slowing down towards turn 1, so I don't think this is going to be an improvement, but he is yet to cross the line. There you go. He will come into pit lane now, as along with the rest of them. And so that is the end of that. And it's a great lap time when it mattered from Alex Caruso in the 2nd of the 2 Hyperion Racing cars, by the way. Next up is Geodesic. Frank Schmitz was on pole late on, but had that taken away from him pretty late. And Brockway moved up to 3rd late on ahead of Carter Cunningham, who was leading at one stage throughout that session. Remy Legrand very much rescuing things for the series leaders. They are 5th off the line, with Marius Holly Tykes trying to move up from 6th place, was on the front row at one stage fairly late on. Jason Gerard in 7th place at Oscar Soltero, who was on the front row at one stage as well as Ryan Long, who had that spin early on, and Mohamed Yanko as well, rounding out the top 10 from Fiercely Forward. And then the championship 2nd place team, all the way down in last for Morgan Agerson. Surprising qualifying in so many ways, but as we all know, 6-hour race is where it is won and lost, and not in the qualifying session. And so that won't worry Fiercely Forward too much, but it isn't the ideal start to the day.
absolutely good qualifying. Now we're hitting up for GTPs. GTPs are, from my perspective, will follow the same idea even in terms of hitting up the tires, getting maybe 1-2 fast laps in here. So we know this is gonna shift like a roller coaster of this, like this track is.
There's Daniel Alves Lorenzo in the BS competition BMW. A few more BMWs in GTP than what we see in the GT3 class. There's one of the Acuras. That's number 1 in the middle of the pack. Their championship leaders, number 33, just led them out onto the circuit. And there you go. Orion to be second in line. Then Miniti in the first of the Porsches. Haven't caught a glimpse of a Cadillac just yet, but we've got a few of those as well. WSI Sports, Puttgiger, Hydro Genetic Racing, and Solpec Precision Racing, all using the Cadillac. Oh, look at this. It's like the start of the race, Lorenzo. They're all racing for position here in the S's.
Everybody wants track positions. Interesting. I don't know if there's something called aero push into GTPs, but then again, this is going to be quite interesting. What everybody wants will have some, they will want some separation between the cars. That's 100%. They're not going to desire to be one close to the other, but the insanity of everybody trying to battle for track position and try to have some clean air is a little bit funny but chaotic at the same time.
It's a bizarre sight in a qualifying session, but it is important, as you say, with track position. That's one of the Cadillacs. Solpec Precision Racing. They've only scored 18 points, by the way, in the last 2 rounds combined, which is a bit of a disaster for them. They're not championship contenders, although mathematically everybody is still a contender, because nobody's got over 400 points in the GTP class. It's the only class where that is true. After 4 rounds, it's Jed Munoz in the Williams Sim Racing Academy. We've had a flick through everybody. I wonder whether that actually, at the race at the front, does tell us anything about the tyre warm-up phase for these different manufacturers. It's notable there that the Porsche, I think, took off a little bit better than the rest. Now, we can certainly have the argument about whether everybody was pushing 100% there out of the pit lane, and I would suggest that probably everybody wasn't. But interesting to note just how fast the Porsche was coming out of the pit lane and onto the circuit on cold tyres for the first time, leading the field away now.
It came in like a rocket into the racetrack as we're going to get our first laps led by Marcus Hamilton. And looking forward to, and again, I've been saying this time and time again, I'm looking forward to see how GTPs are going to be come around here, because I have no delta of how fast they are or how slow they are in comparison to seasons prior. You know, being this I think the first time we're going to run on the near build of tires for them. So we saw maybe some cars around Sebring, for example, being 5 seconds slower. I kind of expect the same margin around here for some of these cars.
Again, Hamilton struggling with the time warp a little bit in the Acura, by the way. The Orion race team, the ones just in behind. Ruben Paulino's going quicker in the BMW, you can see in the comparison. So it's not a great tyre warm up at the moment from Marcus Hamilton, and we'll see how they get on in the race because of that. I wonder what we can take from the Sebring 12 hours as well. We've already had the Sebring here in the IVRA Endurance Series, of course, last year at the end of November, I think it was. But the Cadillac, I think it was the most favoured machine. Got a lot because of its sort of stability, if you like, over the bumps, and its stability at high speed as well. But
you mean in this official or when we ran in November?
I mean in the official. Sorry, I mean last
the
week.
official. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's noticeable because from what I had, it's kind of like you said, takes well over the bumps. We have great speed. If I remember correctly as well. The Ferrari was not a bad choice either, but we don't have Ferraris around here, the 499P. So. Yeah. I think from what I read and I got feedback from drivers, the Acura was one of the most difficult for you to drive in the BMW, despite having some grip. It takes a while and can get some snap oversteer. But then again, it's that thing. They're top teams. They know how to configure the cars to their liking and try to make up for the deficit. So anything can happen around here, as Maniti is a Porsche that goes up in the top of the standing so far.
Yeah, sorry, the reason, might think, what am I talking about that for? It's an entirely different series and it was only last week. Because I noticed there's a lot of high-speed corners around here as well. Just wondering whether that the Cadillac is going to be benefiting from that. We'll answer that question later. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, I'm going to agree. I think there's a potential of them doing really well over here today.
Yeah, there's only 3 of them, so difficult to say whether it is definitely the manufacturer even at the end of today. But yeah, we will keep an eye on that. Somebody asking, by the way, how long it's going to take the GTBs to catch the GT3s. The answer to that question, much delayed after it was asked, is I'd say 6 to 8 laps probably. Every 6 to 8 laps. Now a lap is about 1:45 round here, so it normally equals between 10 and 15 minutes around whatever circuit you're at. From GTP to GT3, normally closer to 15 minutes these days. In the old LMP1 days, it was 10 minutes without fail, maybe less. But in these days, probably closer to 15 minutes, really. And over the course of a 6-hour race, that means they're going to go many, many laps down. With only a reprieve, of course, with the cautions. Over the line for the first time, then. Who's going to set the early mark? A 1:45.9 from Maniti will be first, but P1 Docks will go to the top just after that. 45.7 from them. Apex are just slotting behind Maniti. They go into 3rd place. BS Competition still yet to go up to speed, but the same cannot be said for Solpec. They're up to speed now. Half a second away. They're 6th place. Still yet to see good lap time here from Fiercely Forward. Number 1, Movano. Williams Sim Racing as well. Plenty of teams still yet to get one to the bottom, though. There is... oh no, everybody has crossed the line, excuse me, so still 4 teams with no representative time, really. This competition indeed slower than quite a lot of the LMP2 field right now. That's just how long it takes for these tyres to get up to temperature now.
Yeah, it takes up to 3, maybe 4 really good, really like stretched out laps for you to get up to optimal temperature. But we know these gaps eventually going to come down. We're not going to see BS competition being 3 seconds slower than the P1 dogs. No way. There's no chance. Not in here. Not in Mars. Not in the Moon. They're going to be 3.9 seconds slower. That eventually is going to come down. I wonder how close it's going to be, because so far we have a BMW in the front, 2 Porsches, one Cadillac, and 1 Acura inside the top 5. But I think that is going to change in about a few seconds.
We're about to see a whole raft of times again here. So 45.4 initially from Maniti. That'll be beaten by the series leaders Movano. Then Orion Racing will go ahead of them. Then Fiercely Forward will go ahead of them. Goodness me, almost as quickly as you can say it. Dylan Scrivens has gone to the top ahead of Yao Baz. Then Marcus Hamilton, who's just been overtaken by Ruben Paulino in the P1 Docks car for 3rd place. Then Dana Moore gets ahead of Marcus Hamilton as well, who's pushed down to 5th place, the series leader. Orion Race Team being in 2nd place, though, is a bit of a game for them, as well as Fiercely Forward. So Orion are 2nd in the championship, 2nd in this qualifying session. Fiercely Forward 3rd. They're 1st in the session. They need to really start thinking about getting some points on Movano, because they're 63 and 64 points behind them respectively. And a good qualifying here would certainly be a good start in the way of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. But unsurprisingly, I think for me of sorts, 3 PMWs now in the top 3, then the Porsche from Apex, and then Movano being the Acura, trying to get into the clutches, but qualifying between everybody still so close, despite Maniti, P14, which is I think orbit drop air, and Jaden Munoz, number 77 car, still being the odd numbers out in the time being.
Now, are we going to see pit stops from GTPs as well, like we did in LMP2, or are they going to stay out for the whole session like I thought the LMP2s were going to do, but they decided not to? We're about to find out, I suppose. Maxime Naz into the final few corners. Did go fast initially, because I guess partly because he's first, and he does come into the pit lane. So still about 9 minutes or so to go, and these drivers still electing to come into pit lane, and I've got to say that is a bit of a surprise to me.
It's the same. I wonder they probably would get like 3 good laps, despite being... we know that Japan tracks have the infamy of being hot tracks that have a lot of tire wear, right? Especially Suzuka being a twisty a medium to high speed track of sorts. So, and you have a lot of change of direction, so it takes a little bit of a stress in the tires. But I would think that would have some margin for improvement on a 3-4 lap basis, fast lap basis for them.
Yes, I don't know. It's surprising to me anyway. Jaden Munoz, meanwhile, sets the fastest time. Goes ahead of Daniel Alves Lorenzo, and then Dylan Scrivens, who's now third. Alves is now fourth. There is Scrivens though. And look at that, BMW 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, isn't it actually? Maybe 5. It's me.
It is. Top 5 is BMW.
Wow. Well, doesn't that say a lot? Maybe. I always, you know, I know drivers get very upset with us if we say that their success is only down to the car. So I don't want to quite go that far. But you know, it's very telling which manufacturer covering the top 5 right now, and the next manufacturer, the closest of anyone right now, Porsche with the Apex car, that's 4.5 tenths away.
And you know, I'm gonna try to make this a drawback to the beginning of the season. Remember what were the top cars in Motegi when we had qualifying? Acuras and Porsches, right? And BMWs had basically the majority of them into P last, nearly into the bottom positions. How time flies, right? It's nearly 6 months later, and we have a top 5 composed of BMWs.
Yeah, it can change over the course of a season very quickly. And look at the difference as well in how you have to conduct the session as well. BMWs, I haven't seen a BMW pit yet, as far as I'm aware. I might have missed one, but I haven't seen them come in. Mifano are in, meanwhile, in the Acura. We've already seen Porsches coming in. We saw Beniti pit in. Looks like Adam State is taking it rather gingerly in towards turn number 1 for whatever reason in the Cadillac here. And now number 77 comes in. To my knowledge, that's the first BMW to have to come in. So maybe that's the difference in manufacture as well, the way you have to conduct the session.
Yeah, in an interesting fashion of sorts, but kind of like, yeah, unsurprising for me on how these cars handle. But then again, I think if we're talking about, I think this might be the first timed session that we're seeing for GTP cars or prototype cars, right, Ewan? Because Sebring is lap base, and you don't have a lot of time for you to get a proper fast lap in. But then again, this is the first, I think, event that we might be able to cover a true progression on the tires for these cars, and it's a natural evolution on how the tires build up heat and get the optimal laps around the racetrack.
Spartan Hosting going slowly on this lap. He's just let someone through in the Delta Sport Sim Shop car, so number 2 will be not quite as quick this time round as last time. Adam State is clearly not going as quick as he needs to at the moment either. I think the fastest times are coming in from fiercely forward in terms of sector times right now. A mid-38 in the first sector is pretty good. The second sector right around the money as well from Dylan Scrivens. So where is number 11? I think it's just in and around these guys right now in that final sector, and maybe working its way towards the line very shortly. Indeed, it has just come over the line now, and it's just a tenth away from its previous best, so 45.1 from Dylan Scrivens. That's not quite quick enough, though, to improve. Here's some of the weaving around again on the straight. Ruben Paulino getting himself ready for another lap. Orbit drop there just in front of them in 13th, by the way, so maybe that is going to be pointed towards by those other BMW teams who have made this car work pretty well. Only a few minutes to go, though. Paulino's got to get this lap time right here, and so is Jalvaz as he goes in towards turn 1.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to look how the qualifying is going, and also with some memes. I can see some memes already going on Discord already with the BMW Shack already approved. And then we're gonna be going into the talk of BOP, and we know how BOP talk goes. It's always a very polite talk with some very 18+ words being spilled out here and there, but then again, I think there's so much time in this qualifying. I would say 2 fast lap for everybody that this can improve like in the flash of an eye. I don't think we're going to be seeing top 5 being wholly composed of BMWs.
We will We'll see what the order is at the end of this session. Only a couple of minutes to go in this one. Jed Munoz looks like he's done for the day. He's back on pit lane now. He believes that 44.8 is enough. Dylan Scrivens gets a bit closer again. He's just half a tenth away now. So he is clearly going very well. Going pretty well right now as well is Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who you can just see coming into the final few corners right now. These two on your screen here are going all right, but I don't think this is pole times by any means. Paulino especially is going quick, and Vaz gets it wrong. Oh, he slides through the final chicane and very nearly hits the pit wall there, actually. So João Vaz is going to be coming to an end for this session. Paulino might well carry on. He's been going quite well, and he's the first of the drivers actually still out there in 6th place over the line, and it is 2 tenths away, so he's going to improve from there up to 4th. P1docs.com into 4th position. Ruben Paulino pulls it out when he needs to. It's a top 5 full of BMWs.
Absolutely, but there's still a few cars around the racetrack. I don't think after this constant triangle blunder from Blake Reynolds is going to improve. And interesting to see that even in qualifying, we got basically a mimic of what Lewis Hamilton used to do in Hockenheim going into the pit lane. John Vazquez replicated that, I think.
It looks very close to the pit wall. Looks like that's going to be the end of it, though. Antonio Seguro is going to remain 14th in the Absolute Motorsport Asoliv car. So big gaps from first to last here in GTP, 1.2 seconds. And over 1 lap at least, the BMWs have the advantage, 1 to 5, all taken by BMW. Then it is Acura, Porsche, the next 4. Then we've got a trio of Cadillacs, a BMW, another Acura, and then another Porsche. So it is mixed up through the field, but it's the top 5 that everyone's going to be drawn to.
It's a good mixture between everybody, so it's nice to see. Of course, despite the top 5 of BMWs, we had to see how this race pace is going to translate. If the BMWs really are going to match the qualifying pace they had out on top. But then again, we often see, BMW is doing well over here. We normally see this being translated into race pace, but I think it's 6 hours, man. It's still a lot can unfold in the virtual Japanese track, and I think it will. So I still not taking this for granted at all in the qualifying for the end of the race.
It's a long, long race ahead. 6 hours of Suzuka coming up pretty soon. That is the end of qualifying here in GTP. Let's have a look at the results from that one as BMW dominates here in qualifying. Jed Munoz has the best time. 1:44.8 is enough to take pole ahead of Dylan Scrivens, who put in quite a late lap actually to get on the front row with him. Daniel Alves Lorenzo and Ruben Paulino will be next ahead of João Vaz. It's P1 Docs, the standout performance there of those. They have not finished on the podium yet this season, unlike all of the other BMWs in the field. Tanguy Billen, the reigning champions car, is in 6th place at Dannemort, and then Marcus Hamilton, the series leaders, in 8th. Maxime Naz and Bart Horston round out the top 10. Adam State is 11th, ahead of Blake Reynolds, the last driver within a second of pole. Harrison Lillas, Antonio Seguro and Max Riedmuller will probably like a do-over in that qualifying session. I think they were a little bit far away from where they would like to be, the only 3 drivers outside of a second off of pole. Just a couple of updates on the race control, by the way, in terms of what they're looking at in the qualifying session. After that qualifying session, as we go up into warm-up here, by the way, we'll let you know of any results of investigations going on. But number 162 and 187 are under investigation. That's Hydrace Geodetic Racing Gold and Nürburgring Esports Schwabenschwanz, both under investigation for something during qualifying. I can only imagine that's impeding, but across the board, Lorenzo, it actually looked pretty clean as far as getting out the way of other people. I think it helps that most of the drivers, while they were actually out there wasn't much waiting around and finding space. It was more actually about let's drive as fast as possible to get heat in the tyres, and when you're doing that, you're less likely to impede other people.
Yeah, I would have thought that basically the issue could have been in the GTPs because we saw the frenzy coming out of the pit lane, right? And we saw, oh, okay, we might see an incident happen in there, but it didn't happen, which is a really good thing for everyone. So only 3 incidents so far, and basically the only one being issued to the 95 car, which, just like you said, basically had a ongoing issue from Hockenheim, from Silverstone. It is something to take note of, which is really cool.
Absolutely. So the qualifying session is just going to tick away, and the 6 hours will be put on the clock in a few moments' time. We're about 10 minutes away, by the way, from the race gridding up, and the formation lap starting in about 10 minutes' time. So stay with us here on RaceSpotTV. You're watching the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25. 3 championships still very, very close, and 3 great races are set to happen here this afternoon. That is for sure. It's going to be the first of our timed races this season. Although Silverstone ended up being a timed 9-hour race, we're starting indeed with a 6 hours on the clock this time around as warm-up begins. The 6 hours of Suzuka will be coming up very shortly. You're watching RaceSpotTV in the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25. We'll have the pole lap, the starting grid, and all the build-up for the 6 hours of Suzuka coming up next. Welcome back to Suzuka and the 6 hours, round 5 of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. We've just seen qualifying and BMW domination here in the IVRA Endurance Series, the 6 hours of Suzuka. A pole lap, but not only that, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position as well. A great outing for the manufacturer. And this is the best of those lap times. Jaden Munoz, it was for the Williams Sim Racing team. A 144.8 from him. Let's have a look at this on board. First of all, in towards turn 1, a little bit wide on the apex at turns 1 and 2. Put Lorenzo a good chance to have a look here at what it's like to drive one of these GTPs around this circuit. A super high downforce machine at one of motorsport's greatest downforce circuits.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some very tricky sections, especially under qualifying, whenever the light of the car is the load of the car is very light. So, and we're going to see high commitment going through some bumps, like over here in Degner, nearly taking an off track on the outside portion of the curve right there for Jaden. So it shows how committed you have to be on the racetrack for you to get a top time. And one of the key corners over here for you to not miss out on time is this hairpin. And I think he does it perfectly as he translates over.
Not getting distracted by any of the lap traffic you can see here in the lap. Through Spoon Curve next, double left-hander, which you've really got to double apex left-hander, I should say. Really got to take it into one corner, really. Late apex, and then a good run onto this straight. This will be flat out at the end here at 130R, so expect good chances in towards the Cassia Triangle. Turn 16, 17 and 18 in terms of overtaking, and that's where one of the action points of the day is going to be as well. 7th gear, left-handed, super high load on the tyres as well. And then steeply on the brakes there for Munoz through the right and the left, out of the turn and onto the front straight again. Jaden Munoz completes the session with a 144.8. That has got him into the pole position. However, Lorenzo, the 6 hours of Suzuka is not won over one lap. The BMWs have not got this race won by any means, and they've still got a lot of work to do, a real load of work to do this season. And it's worth noting that all 4 manufacturers have taken a victory so far this season. Acura at round 1, Cadillac at round 2, BMW at round 3 and Porsche at round 4. That is going to change today. Somebody's finally going to double up, and you'd say the odds are stacked in the BMW's favour, but it's a very, very different business being involved for 6 hours.
Yeah, if we're going into qualifying, looking at qualifying only, you could argue that you have a 1 in 5 chance for a BMW to win, being the guys in the top 5. But then again, it's a 6-hour race. We've talked about traffic management. We can also talk about how difficult is this track for overtaking. There's not a lot of spots for overtaking within the same class. So whenever you commit, you're gonna have to commit right on, and you have to watch the car side by side from you. So a lot of this race can unfold in just a sequence of corners like Dagner, for example. If you try to be brave enough to commit side by side or going around it. So it's going to be interesting how this race is going to develop for everybody, especially when we get into proper multi-class traffic. Not saying GTPs on GT3s, but all 3 classes involved. This is where the danger lies for this racetrack. It's no wonder this track never received a WEC race. It only receives Super Type Q, which only involves GT3s if we're talking about the 3 categories in lower tiers, and we don't see WEC or IMSA in real life going around a racetrack like this, because I think for these cars there's really no space to go around them, and it's not wide enough like Fuji is to receive cars like this.
Yeah, Fuji is the chosen son, as it were, for Japanese WC circuits, as we've seen in the past, and indeed in the present. I think we're going there again later this year to Fuji in the autumn time. Let's talk a little bit about LMP2 actually as well here. You can see one of them on your screen there, the series lead, Telestraz Automotive. Not a good qualifying for the series leaders, and that's the only class really where it's well, I'll say complete disaster. They are only halfway down the field, and I guess you can say the same for the Movano team in GTP, but it wasn't a good qualifying for them. It was a terrible qualifying for Fiercely Forward, who are starting dead last here. Wonder how that's going to affect them going forward into this race, because it is such a long race, but one in which it could be difficult to overtake on, and if you start too far behind, you could be quite a long way behind quite quickly.
You could, especially given the fact that we have the new tires and everything. You might find yourself in a place that it might take longer for you to build up the heat of the tires, and by that you might find yourself into more early trouble to lose pace in everybody else. But then again, I think they've been so well trained doing officials and things like that, and understanding it, and how to build up the tires work a little bit more on these cars. They got a few weeks already, and also Sebring 12 is a proper experience for everybody. That I think it might translate to this race being a fast-flowing race. We know the first hour is going to be a mad dash to try to get into track positions, but the question is how committed they will want to be in a racetrack, like I said before, has not a lot of place for overtaking.
And how on earth is the lap traffic going to be a factor in this one as well? That's going to be one of the big worries for everyone. I mean, have a look at this, for example. This is a sea of GT3s. One of the GTPs, and saw it drop there, who are trying to have to work their way through in their BMW. It's just so difficult. The twists and turns are endless, but as you say, in terms of wideness of the circuit, it really isn't there, and so passing could be quite tricky. The one thing that is in this circuit's favour actually is two things actually. One is the speed difference between GTP and GT3 at a lot of places at this circuit. Even when you compare it to places like Sebring, this circuit has GTPs way quicker than GT3s in a lot of places because of the high-speed nature of a lot of it, but also because of the high-speed turns as well. Second thing is that there are quite a lot of flat-out sections. Not a lot of straights around here, but a lot of flat-out sections, and that surely is going to help the prototypes, especially the GTPs, get past GTs in the circuit, because they are a lot quicker in a straight line.
Yeah, you bring a very good point. Looking at the lap times, if we're taking this into proper race pace of sorts, right? like the Orion, which is leading car, the best lap is a 46.6, and the best lap for Delatras is a 50.1, and the GT3 is a 58-second lap, in less than 2 minutes. So the gap is not big between is not hugely big between the cars, but is substantial enough, like you said before, to get yourself in a lot of confusion. So I'm wondering how this is going to progress moving forward here on the warm-up and then eventually into the race.
Race coming up very shortly. Let's have a look at the starting grid here for the 6 hours of Suzuka. Starting with GTP and Jaden Munoz, who's taken the pole position, just half a tenth away from Dylan Scribbins, who was trying so hard to take that away from him right at the very end. Couldn't quite do it. PS Competition and P1 Docs will share row 2, ahead of the Orion race team, looking to gain points on the series leaders today from 5th. Movano, the reigning champions, start from 6th. 7th place has gone to the first of the Porsches. That's driven by the Dana Moore and the Apex Racing team. Marcus Hamilton for Movado number 33. Championship leaders start from 8th. Maniti Racing and Dota Sports Simshop will round out the top 10 with WSR Esports Buckinger and Stockpit Precision Racing on the only all Cadillac row. It's Orbit Drop Bear Absolute Motorsport next ahead of Maniti Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport, who didn't qualify and will be starting from pit lane. They will be at the back. LMP2 will be headed by Hyperion Racing and Alex Caruso, who used that late lap time to take the pole away from Frank Schmidt. And at Brockway got up into 3rd place as well, ahead of Composite Performance's Carter Kundinger. Remy Legrand, series leader, is 5th ahead of Marius Holly Tykes on row 3. Jason Gerard is 7th ahead of Oscar Soltero, who was just within 4 tenths of pole. Ryan Long had an early spin in the session, but managed to get to 9th ahead of 2 fiercely forward cars, the second of which is just 4 points off the championship lead. They'll need a lot of work from 11th. In GT3, Dino Lombardi has taken pole with a 147.5. Matteo Vittorino just alongside. Sotomuto making it 3 different manufacturers inside the top 3. Adam Isaacson's the first repeat. That's in the Mustang, who actually lined up on the outside with WSR Esports Buckinger behind them. On the other side, Simify Esports are behind Williams Sim Racing Academy. Simify 3rd place in the championship, by the way, starting from 5th place. Fiercely Forward and Maniti Racing will be next, and they're just ahead of their teammates, actually. Marlon Dusek just getting the better of Chris van der Ness in that team battle. Championship leaders Aztec Simsports and Visceral are starting from 10th, with David Sobrero behind their 2 closest rivals. Tobias Grunkotter is 11th ahead of Andy Caron, who will share row 6 in an all Mustang, 11th and 12th. 13th place has gone to Ross Boo for Composite Performance in one of the Porsches. Dory Sports alongside them. Absolute Motorsport and BS Competition are next up. BMW struggling there in 16th place. Dominic Push and Niels May are sharing row 9. Roberto Friese and Alex Gal round out the top 10, with Luca Nadeo and Adam Vukovic just outside of it. Ilya Ratiani is the last driver within a second of pole, with Chris G. Shorter for Share Esport nowadays in 24th. German Sim Racing and Gianesic round out the 26-car field in GT3. We've just advanced the session and the gridding process is now underway. And soon we'll have all of our drivers out on the circuit, all 53 of them. You would have noticed that one of them didn't qualify. That was Fast Repair Motorsport. Jose Miguel Galea is going to start that car. That is having to start from pit lane, as I mentioned. You may be wondering why. As we have a look at the conditions, we'll talk about that in a second. Car 95 towed from a safe place without permission from race control at the 1,000 miles of Silverstone. They didn't continue in the race after that, and so they will serve their penalty now, having starting from pit lane. In the qualifying session, those LMP2s I mentioned have had no further action for their investigation, and a couple of GT3s have been under investigation for something in warm-up. They have also had no further action taken against them. 31 degrees on the circuit, Lorenzo. It is warmer. It is the middle of the day as well. In 6 hours' time, this race will be complete, but we won't be under the cover of darkness. It will be a dusk end, an evening finish here at Suzuka, but it won't have any proper nighttime running this afternoon.
Unfortunately not, although it would have been interesting seeing a little. Unfortunately, I don't mind seeing some nighttime running in Suzuka. I think it's an interesting track for you to do some nighttime racing. I know when it gets dark, it gets pitch black. There's only a few places around the racetrack where you have some artificial lighting, like over here on the exit of Spoon. But I'm looking for, again, I've been looking forward to see how this race will go, because I think this will be the true testament of traffic management for some of these teams, how committed they will be, how clean they will be. We're running this on dry situations. There is some cloud cover in the skies, which will help the track not build up a lot of heat into it. I still think it will go over 40 whenever we get into the top temperatures around the racetrack, and whenever we get to something like that, I think tire management will be key as well, especially for those who need to manage tires properly, hence the GTPs and LMP2s.
I think that some of these drivers will be breathing a sigh of relief. It's not going to get dark later on, by the way. Just while I was giggling to myself. On the way we go then for the formation lap. Not really a formation lap, is it? It's just a short run to the start line. I'm not going to ask you to predict who's going to win, Rodrigo. I think that's a bit unfair. But I will ask you about GTP. Are those BMWs going to be as strong in the race, do you think, as they were in qualifying, taking those first 5 places, of course, in that previous session?
I do think it. All right, I'll be kind of like honest. I do think a BMW is going to win this race. Which one, I don't know. Don't put that on me. But this is not paid promotion by BMW or anything. I just think because it is a track that mixes that car very well. I just wonder to see how many yellow flags we're going to get on how convoluted the traffic is going to be. That could alter the plans for everybody.
Absolutely. So then, another round, another day in the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. The 6 hours of Suzuka, the first of our timed races, 2 timed races this season, is about to get underway. BMW front row lockout. In fact, first 2 rows. In fact, top 5. It's a brilliant qualifying from them. Can they continue it on as Jaden Munoz brings them to the green here at Suzuka? Green flag waves. We are underway for round number 5 as Jaden Munoz gets off to a good start, and immediately there's weaving around for 3rd place as PS Competition try to defend that position in towards turn number 1 for the first time in GTP. It's single file between the top 5 BMWs as we get underway for the first time. The first side by side is for 7th place, and that looks like the Apex Racing team just getting ahead of Movano Azzurro in towards turn 1. In LMP2, Hyperion Racing are going to hold on to that lead. It is Alex Caruso who got off to the best possible start as the Williams Sim Racing Academy car comes down pit lane. They were going to start 3rd, not anymore. Grid and Go will start from the pole though, where they qualified, and they will take the lead in towards turn 1 in GT3. PGZ will be in 2nd place and Simos C in 3rd. Then WSR, it's a Mustang 2, 3 and 4, followed by Simify to round out the top 5.
A little bit of a hat-tick start, but it's going to get crazy, only crazier given the fact that we have a GTP coming out of the pit lane, and that might make the confusion for the GT3 cars a little bit more hectic. And the separation might even begin a little bit earlier than we kind of like anticipated. Meanwhile, I kind of like a clean start for everybody. Not we haven't seen a single car trying to be a little bit funny or anything like that and try to go overly aggressive. What surprises me is already the breakaway from Jaden Munoz on the Fiercely 4 car driven by Balbo, Dylan Scrivens. 1.2 seconds already, 1.3 seconds already between the leader and P2 in the GTPs.
Alex Caruso has lost the lead in LMP2 in a big way. So we've had a couple of problems in LMP2. Firstly, SRN TFR Alliance have dropped way down. Jason Derrard in the first part of the lap. But Alex Caruso seems to have got off at Spoon. And Frank Smits now leads for Hydrace Geodesic Racing. You've at the very least got to keep the car on the road early on, and unfortunately Alex Caruso has not been able to do that. It looks that way anyway. We'll get some replays a little bit later as to what's happened, but look at the slide from Smits. It is a really treacherous opening lap if you're in one of these prototypes, and Adam Brockway will just close in on Smits, and he got a little bit loose out the final corner in towards turn 1. 1 lead change already in LMP2.
Yeah, already a massive lead change in LMP2. Meanwhile, Movano, the number 1 car, already lost position to folded back into P7. Beniti going into P6, but still top 5 lockout for the GTPs. All BMWs in the time being, and not a lot of movement besides P3 in the GT3 starting for the pit lane, which was the Williams Racing Academy car coming into the pit lane, basically all folded out in the lead so far as PGZ goes into the lead of GT3s.
Yeah, side by side for the lead in GT3 actually, between Grid and Go and PGZ. It looks like Grid and Go have earned it back again, although not fully. PGZ are right up behind them right now. Matteo Vittorino trying to earn it back from Dino Lombardi. It looks like he might have done. They're still side by side. They're still changing places. And now he's dropping down the field. Is Alexander Davidson in WSR. Oh, goodness me, look at this. This is what's gone on. And it is the WSR car that looks like it might have even been in the wall. Alexander Davidson is slow out of Dunlop. He's got no rear right. We might well have our first caution. Maniti might well be involved. Chris van der Ness damaged as well. We're probably going to get our yellow flag already early on, but that is in the spot that I think the guys are going to be able to recover the car and not trigger a yellow flag. But it doesn't look like it. He can't turn. Oh, it's not. The wheel's not turning. That's why. He's dragging that along. Now, the leaders have just gone past the line again here. Delta Sports Sim Shopper in, by the way. Bart Horstein is either dropped out of the race entirely or he's in pit lane. I'm not entirely sure, but he's dropping down the field. Alexander Davidson has now towed back to pit lane, so we might have gotten away with that. Let's have a look at some replays then. This is what happened to Alex Caruso on the opening lap. Too loose into Spoon. And if you remember, by the way, what happened to the other Hyperion car in towards turn 1 on the opening lap of qualifying, then you can see a certain similarity there.
Yeah, unsurprisingly so, and see the mess that already happened on lap 1 between the Maniti and also the WSR car. Was that assisted by Simify coming out of Dunlop?
Oh, so no, it was Vittorino. And Davidson trying to avoid him, and I think Fiercey Forward involved. Oh, the series leaders. Wow, the leaders, Visceral, involved there as well. 296 also came through and smacked them. Now, they haven't come in. They've actually gained 2 places, but if they've got away with that, then they'll be breathing a big sigh of relief.
Absolutely, but mostly that is we haven't triggered the yellow flag so far, which is a really good thing for everybody, so they can get a really proper run going on. As doesn't look too damaged, the leading car in GT3 is looking from afar, but we'd have to get into a closer camera to take a proper look from what it looks of it. They managed to get away just unscathed of sorts.
Yeah, hard to know who was all involved there. There's a lot of unpicking to do there. I think Bart Hostin, by the way, had a disconnection, which is why he's had problems. Unfortunately, in GT3, both Maniti racing cars are out of the race, or at least in pit lane right now, getting some fairly long repairs. So they'll be very disappointed. But Chris van der Ness did get back to pit lane without causing a yellow flag. So well done to everybody who's managed to achieve that. Unfortunately, though, we have got a few cars falling by the wayside immediately here in this race. It was always bound to happen at Suzuka, and that's why Molen Dutsek is out of things. Now, was the Simify car was quite near that one as well. That was big contact with the wall, though, before the final chicane.
Yeah, lost the front, lost the back end. Oh, right, coming in front of the Williams Sim Racing Academy GT3, but correct me if I'm wrong, but both Maniti Acuras or Honda's NSX GT3s already out of this race of sorts in lap 1 and 2.
Well, out of the running, definitely, for a good result. Simify were near that crash from Dutsek as well, but they didn't contribute to it. It was on the curb for Dutsek. I apologise, I was looking away at the time. The replay was shown to everybody else. Meanwhile, Impulse Racing make their way into pit lane as well. Tobias Grunko, that's 4 GT3s out of 26 already in pit lane. So quite a high percentage. As we have a look at the battles throughout the circuit. No leading battles in GTP, but one for 3rd place between some more of the BMWs. There is a leading battle in LMP2, though, between Jedasik and Moranis. Same goes in GT3 Pro as well, actually, where somehow SimLC are up to 2nd place, of course, contributed by Team PDZ getting into that crash, and all that damage for WSR eventually was the result of all of that. But that has caused GT3 to get a bit more spaced out as we watch the prototype battles. Is Adam Brockway close enough for a move in towards turn one? This time round, I wonder, as he gets a bit closer. Chedesic will be looking in their mirrors, but not this time round. Too early on in the race for a move in towards turn one from Adam Brockway.
No, and I think another thing for Brockway is the fact that he's not getting overly aggressive to try to get a lap extra on the tires. But then again, near opening for him as he clearly went for the lead, but I don't think he went because he wanted to. It's because the opening was just kind of like right there for him to go on by accident, air quotes, but still a good chase between the lead, and I think we're gonna see that for the remainder of this first stint, or until we have a proper GTP on GT3 traffic coming up in a few laps.
We are certainly going to get one of those very soon. The 99 car has been... we do have a yellow. Now we've got a yellow. So a little bit delayed maybe on where people would have expected that to come, but the first safety car of the afternoon has already come out 9 minutes in. To be honest, Lorenzo, we can be pleased we got an extra 5 minutes out of that first run, because I thought we were going to get one at the end of lap 2.
True that, but I'm wondering over here, looking at our live timing, the only car I think I see in the pit lane is Scherer, and I see another car. I think this might be their incident, unrelated.
Oh wow! Big crash, huge crash. Oh my goodness! Scherer were indeed involved, and there's bodywork all over the circuit here. XPD Racing Roberto Frieser, I think, was the one who went off initially, and Chris Sauter has got barely any of that front end of the McLaren. He got it back to pit lane. I think the XPD car might have been rendered completely unable to move after that, actually. It was such a big crash. That is humongous. That means, by the way, 6 GT3s out of 26 have been in already. That is an astonishing ratio.
Yeah, and 2 of them involved in an incident at the 130R curb. I think we should get a death counter for that curb, man. We're going to look on the replay what happened to Scherer being the innocent bystander. Back into the XPD Emerald car, gone. Come back into the track, nothing he can do. Hits totally the car, and GSR also is involved as well. Loses the back end, loses a little bit of the front end. Hoisingfeld somehow, some way manages to avoid all this. But you can see as soon as he comes back into the track, the rear end just completely snaps. And there's nothing that that Ferrari can do to try to avoid the incident. And Hoisingfeld actually got away with some minor damage on the front right of the car.
That's one of the bigger crashes we've seen this season from XPD. That a really unsettled moment over the curb, ending in disaster. Really, we are inside the first 15 minutes of this race, by the way. So this will be a short safety car procedure. Should probably call it less a caution, really, shouldn't I? In this series, short safety car procedure effectively means that the pit lane won't open here, and as soon as everybody is stacked up again and we're ready to go again, the field just need a bit of sorting. But as long as everybody gets back out onto the circuit again and gets into line all right, then we'll be back racing again pretty soon. So that should keep the yellow to a short period here, Lorenzo, but it just make you wonder what's going to happen when they restart again.
Yeah, because we know the tires are going to go cold again. It has reached some optimal temperature for everybody, but now I wonder if race control has changed the restart procedure, because there is no separation between the cars, right? Between the classes, everybody just starts one behind the other, basically, on these restarts. But because we now have the new tires for the GTPs and the LMP2s, I wonder now, with the fact that the tires are going to go cold, they're going to have to reheat them up again. If that could potentially trigger something else in the future, maybe a 2-second separation between them to just assure that there will be no major incidents, especially on turn 1 on these restarts.
Won't be surprised to learn that race control are relatively busy at the moment. Only a couple of investigations, but you can imagine sorting out this caution is going to be a little bit of a palaver. We don't seem to have too many cars out of position. As the lights go off on top of the pace car, it might not mean we're racing absolutely next time round, but we'll see. This is an onboard, by the way. This is going to be one of the scariest onboards of the season. Have a look at this. It's a big hit as well. As you say, Lorenzo, it's that curb, and we've already seen it collect 2 teams in 10 minutes. Makes you wonder just how many it's going to collect over the course of the day, because that is a huge, huge crash. And the disintegrating Ferrari bodywork is all well and good when you're trying to change it in a pit stop. It does fall apart very easily, though, on the racetrack.
I've been talking with my microphone mute. Great. I've been committing the cardinal sin. I don't think that XPD Emerald was trying to emulate what happened in turn 1 at the Ferrari Challenge Europe race that happened earlier today. Those who saw it's on Twitter, it's on the social media. If you're going to be able to see it, you're going to be able to see it. But we saw that no car is going to be able to withstand such an impact, going from one side of the track to the other. But I don't know if you're with me, Ewan, but the car doesn't look stable when he got into the curb, because there is some counter steering happening in the curb already. It's kind of like the car started to get unsettled when he went to the green AstroTurf, and by trying to get out of it, by counter steering the car, I think a little bit, made the car twitchy coming out of the corner and basically just kick into the back end of the car, and that's what caused the massive crash for the Ferrari of the XPD Emerald team.
And there you can see the movers and shakers in GTP. Top 5 has stayed where they are in qualifying. Maxime Naz has made a very good start in number 17, Beniti. I thought they were taking off quite well on cold tyres in the qualifying session, and it certainly appears that way in the race as well. Max Riedmüller has made a couple of places. They're the only teams to have made up more than one place so far. A lot of them just gained a place on Bart Holstein in number 2, who's actually back in the race now, by the way, despite having all sorts of connection problems, I think it was, but now he's jumped right back onto the lead lap again. He's back into 16th, and he's at the tail end of the lead lap. In LMP2, they've all been promoted ahead of Alex Caruso at that spin ahead of Spoon Curve. Mohamed Yanko has made a very good start in the fiercely forward 115, though. He's up to 5th place. His teammates and the championship contending car is only 10th, though, with Remy Legrand up to 4th place, having gained that 1 place from the spin. And so, for the rest of them, it's all roughly where they were in qualifying, although nobody's actually stayed exactly where they have been in the qualifying session. Meanwhile, the pace car is pulling away, and the short safety car procedure is going to be coming in this lap. So 5 hours 44 still to go. And we'll be getting back underway again. It's just been used to get everybody stacked up again and get everybody into the right class again. There was one LMP2 down at the back end of the field, SRN TFR Alliance, who pitted in for a little while. They're now at the back end of the train. I'm not sure if they entered a closed pit or not. I'm going to presume they did not. But if they've taken on a bit of fuel and they've benefited under this caution, then they could well turn their early mistake on lap 1 into a positive thing, if such a thing is indeed possible. Through into the final chicane they come then, and Jaden Munoz continues to weave to try and get whatever temperature he can into those tyres, and he goes, perhaps surprising Dylan Scrivens by half a yard or so. He's still to marching towards the chicane, but have a look at this. Difficult, very difficult through the final chicane, and the LMP2s are going to be right up close. Scrivens under pressure himself actually here from Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who's got a very good run out of the final corner. Maxime Naz as well, making moves on the Orion team, who are chasing him over to the barriers here, and he can't quite get through there, Naz. He has to tuck back into line again, but that Porsche again taking off very well on these cold tyres. Have a look at it from the air here in towards turn 1. WSR Esports down the inside of the Movano team. That's Movano Azura and Marcus Hamilton, who's gone wide, and he's now dropped to 11th place.
When I was told the Acura kind of like struggled, especially with the coat tires, and then especially, I didn't think that would be this big of a struggle for them. Slightly surprising as we are seeing the breakaway already happening from Munoz. And I think Lorenzo didn't want to go on the attack on Dylan Scrivens, given the fact that it's still early lap 1. They're just trying to follow each other. So looking forward to see how that is going to unfold for them in the race. And also their former teammates, if I think correctly.
I don't remember, actually. I guess
No, they're not. I'm going crazy.
Okay.
I think I'm going crazy. I think.
I was going to say, just because I can't remember it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Through Spoon Curve come the lead, and actually Maniti have got up to 5th place. So that's another pass on the opening lap, and the Ryan race team have gone backwards here. João Vaz has gone backwards on this opening lap in the into 8th place now. So not a good start at all, and the Porsche again making moves on the opening lap. Marcus Hamilton has gone backwards. He's still 11th, by the way, on this opening lap. Tony Lavis Lorenzo continues to try and make positions. Next up on Dylan Scrivens in this final chicane. Now, can he get the exit required for a move in towards turn 1, maybe? As they come down the straight at the end of the opening lap after the opening restart of this race. Doesn't look like he's close enough this time round, so the top 4 will stay single file in towards turn 1, all behind Jaden Munoz, who so far has led every lap of this race.
Yeah, and he's doing really well so far, and what impresses me is how well he's able to set the car on coat tires. Normally we would say, oh, maybe other cars would be doing worse, as though we have a battle for the lead up to you, even for the LMP2 class again.
Yeah, Frank Schmidt's holding off Alan Brockway still. I wonder whether this really is a fight, or whether Brockway is just using him for a slipstream right now. I suspect it's the latter. And actually, look at the train behind. This is one big group in LMP2. All 11 of them are all involved in this. And I suspect that they're using the big hole that Frank Schmidt is punching in the air just to save a bit of fuel here, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the one thing you really want to be is try to go aggressive on the start. Especially, I think the fact that our 2 teams that need all the points. I think there's a car that overshot the brakes itself on the hairpin, but just came back on track. Delatraz trying to get aggressive on the inside of composite, but wasn't able to make the run work. And I was talking about Dylan and Daniel being teammates. Actually, they were. I'm not going crazy. They were teammates in Urano.
Oh, okay. I've forgotten Lorenzo was at Urano, actually.
Yeah.
It was a few years ago now. A couple of years ago when the team started
2 to 3 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, crikey. Dear me. Yeah, it is forward team. It's well spotted up 2nd and 3rd. Meanwhile, Legrand was indeed having a go at Kundinger in towards the hairpin that time round, and Brockway's pretty close to Schmitz as well, and he is going for the lead. Not quite using the slipstream to fuel save this time. He has a poke down the inside, but he can't quite get through. It's side by... Oh, no, it wasn't, excuse me, for 5th place in the background. Thought they were, but not quite. Brockway again, very close, out of the final corner. Legrand is pretty close to being overtaken by Mount Yanko as well, actually, in the fiercely forward car. That's the car I thought was side by side, actually, but I thought it was... Next Esports coming through on them, but no. Yanko looks very racy. 5 positions gained already, and he wants a few more for Fiercely Forward here.
I mean, he needs the points, right? So, especially given the fact that his rack position is in front of him. So I think Yanko, whenever the opening is actually available for him to try to go on Dalatras, I think he's going to try to take the opportunity and make that overtake.
Well, that's not the car that's been here all season. This Fiercely Forward car is trying to help their teammates, I suppose, but they're not going to increase their own points tally by making this overtake. Yeah, they've scored the maximum points at Kota, by the way, their first round of the season, but other than that, they're a long way off. Marius Hully Tykes did this right after I said the whole LMP2 train was all as one, and Alex Caruso's difficult start to this race continues.
Caruso, I think, secretly is just saying, please stop to the maker, to the Lord, or something like that, because this first stint for him has just been out. Oh, sorry, Yanko there I thought was definitely heading off the road. He didn't. Ooh. He just got a bit wide through Spoon Curve there. I thought he was definitely off, but no, brings it back again. And he gets the double slipstream from Legrand, and then just in front of him,
is Kundinger in towards the final chicane. Surely there's going to be a chance. No, not quite, from Remy Legrand. He has to stay behind through this chicane. Look at how close it is for the lead again in LMP2. Brockway on the back of Schmitz. There looks to be a bit of a flash of the lights. I don't know if that's Brockway saying, please get on with this and don't worry about me. Maybe that's exactly what he's saying. No, maybe not. He goes to the inside instead through turn number 1, and he's going to take the lead, is he? First lead change since the restart here in LMP2, and the Moraders M squad are now hitting the front. Adam Brockway passes Frankie Schmitz for the lead.
I think the blinking of the headlights was just to signal that he's going to the move. He's going for the move, and Smith's trying not to fight this much because they're not only fighting, but they're managed to break away from Composite and everybody else behind on the second peloton. So it's a good thing there. I think there's a good driver-on-driver communication right there as we're looking into Fiercely 4, which is immediately going forward fiercely into P3, and that's a good thing for them so far, as despite the warning that La Fuente got earlier on in the race.
And you can see PGZ right behind them, and now hopefully you can understand why I get them confused so often. Maybe you can't. I know they're in the McLaren and the Mustang, they're very different cars, but it's difficult to remember which manufacturer all 20 teams use. Go ahead.
No, I know what you're saying, but if you think small car, think McLaren. If you think a big car nowadays in GT3s, you can think Ford. That's how I take it nowadays.
I can tell the manufacturers apart. I can't tell their two liveries apart very well. They basically use the same pattern with a slightly different shade of yellow, which is a bit of a nightmare, really. Although I guess people would say, well, then why don't you add Simov C into that mix? Well, I don't really know. I seem to be able to pick them up more easily. Meanwhile, top of your screen, GTP battling, and again, that is Marcus Hamilton losing a place. Now he's 12th in the field. He's just let Harrison Lillas through in towards turn 1, and I can't really understand, to be honest, why he would let someone through quite like that.
Maybe the Acura, like I said before, the Acura's pace is not the best, or is truly not the best GTP around. I know they had massive struggles when they had the new build. On fixed setups, it was by miles and miles length the worst car to handle. I wonder if that translated into open setups, and that proves that car is very difficult to drive, as the gap between Fiercely Ford and Dalachas, I think, was very close. I think the closest it's ever been at the exit of the Snakes section.
It is close for third in LMP2 as well. Carter Kundinger holding this position ahead of Legrand. And then next in line is Mavid Yanko, then Oscar Soltero. Back for 6th place was one you've maybe caught a glimpse of in the background as well. Simify Esports now ahead of Door Esports for that 6th place. Visceral are still involved in that train as well. They're still 8th, and despite the fact they had a pretty big hit actually in the crash we saw earlier, they've gotten away without damage, although they are still behind Grid and Go and Simify, who are the closest rivals to them in the championship. Meanwhile, side by side, further down, Zhao Vaz is having a disaster of a restart. He was inside the top 5, he was 5th on the restart. Only 10-15 minutes later, he's outside of the top 10. Harrison Lillas, the latest to overtake him.
BMW on BMW action, but yeah, it's a little bit weird to see one of the top 5s already being slotted out into the top 10. But we often seen this Orion team bounce back eventually. I just think João, I don't know if he has some lingering damage in his car. I don't think there's any damage on the car. He's just potentially trying to just mind what's going to happen whenever they get into GT3s in a short bit, and potentially get some spots up, or playing with the strategy as well, which, like I said before, might be actually key over here in Suzuka for these GTP cars.
Well, let's see how it happens. Harrison Lillas just using the slipstream and coming through on the inside line. Quite a nice pass, actually. But how Zhao Vaz is back here in the first place is a very big mystery, I would say, in the first half an hour of this race. Round 5 of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25, the 6 hours of Suzuka. And here are the reigning champions. Tanguy Billen in the number 1 car has had a pretty miserable season so far. Only one finish inside the top 8 going into this race, by the way. That's what a difficult season they've had. That one finish was third at Circuit of the Americas. But even then, at the halfway stage, they were only 8th. So they didn't pick up very many points that day. As things stand, they are 161 points away from the title. Now, that's not an unassailable lead by any means, with still 400 points available. However, just over 400. However, it's a long, long way back for the reigning champions. That number one has been a bit of a target on their back this season.
Yeah, and what's also detrimenting for their championship is always they had promising races, right? They had the opportunities to be in a much better position they probably wanted to be in the beginning of the season. But Taggy, they had a solid race, despite some early struggles or some struggles early on, but try to bounce back. But they had also incidents in the mid-late portion of the race, in here as well. So no, in the other races as well, like Sebring and Silverstone. So I think it's a season to forget of sorts. Just try to bounce back and get ready for next season, which most likely they will be in the pre-qualifying stage.
Yeah, I would imagine so. As we go on board with Ruben Paulino here. Keep an eye on these GTP because they're not far away from GT3 traffic for the first time now. And that is where this race gets very interesting indeed. We didn't see anybody go a lap down, by the way, under the previous run. Not lapped in the traditional sense. Obviously, drivers and teams had to take long repairs, so Impulse Racing are a lap down. Maniti Racing Green and Share Esport are 3 laps down. Maniti Racing Red are 5 down. I think WSR and XPD are out of the race now, although I don't know that for absolutely sure. Out of the final corners now for Lorenzo. And after half an hour, still running inside the top 3 for BS Competition. The team only 10th in the championship. Had their best result of the season so far at Silverstone last time out, as they finished 2nd. Here's a bit more GT3 traffic in towards turn 1. And on this lap is where the race is really going to begin for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's now we're going to see that kick off. Eventually, really close between GSR and BS competition around this next section, but they made it work. Now P1 docks in as well. But now this is, like I said before, the key moments of the race start. Not the tightest, the widest track by any tracks of a sense. They're gonna have to make work some overlaps that are gonna defy the fact of we might go green flag or yellow flag at the end of the situation.
Here is the hairpin at the top of your screen for those GTPs. Good run out of it actually from Lorenzo. He's getting a lot closer to the second place car of Dylan Scrivens. He's just working his way through on the outside. You can see 2 defined lanes. Outside line for the GT3s, inside for the GTPs in towards Spoon Curve. The geodesic car just having to check its mirrors there in towards the first part and the second part as 2 of those BMWs came through on the inside line. And now another straight section. That's what I mean about traffic filtering a bit better than people expect sometimes, especially in the second half of the lap. You've got a lot of high-speed stuff where it's flat out for everybody, and the GTPs can get through quite easily. Oh, Ross Booth there would have had a heart attack, and he's gone to the outside of 130R as a result. That was Ruben Paulino diving in way too late.
He basically made a dive outside of Shizuoka or from the other end of Japan. Made it work, but that is going to get a warning, if not a potential penalty from the race stewards. I'm not going to lie, I held my breath for a moment. I thought we were going into a very yellow flaggy situation right there.
Ross Booth would have been holding his breath like that as well, I would have thought. Ruben Paulino, meanwhile, gets through again. And Jen Munoz, by the way, hasn't had the best run through traffic this time around. This is it again, by the way. He's flashing his lights, Paulino, but as if that makes any difference.
No.
The GT3s cannot maintain that sort of position on the outside line like that. It's just not possible.
No, I'll be very honest. If you try to go for the excuse of the flash of the headlights, that is a sorry excuse. I'm not going to go for the other one because the other word that I really want to say is not eligible for this broadcast. Don't give me the excuse of you giving the flash of the headlights that you can actually gonna you can overlap a car just like that so easily, and he's going to do whatever is your bidding. No, there's a certain way for you to go around the race car on a tight racetrack like this, and that's not the way. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, I agree there. It is a very fast corner, but these GT3s are a lot more on the edge there than the overall leaders. So at times in this lap, Jed Munoz has really been slowed by traffic, and Dylan Scrivens has got a lot closer. Now again, it's out at just over a second, but now into the final chicane, it's closing in again. It's just going to go toing and froing a little bit through the first time, but as they come out the other side, I think Munoz is going to have a bit of an advantage because of where the last bits of traffic are. He's just in behind the leaders now, Munoz, actually, coming in towards turn number 1, and he might have got them all in towards turn 1 here. Let's have a look. There's first and second. So Munoz is going to get all but 1, but Dylan Scrivens is going to have to work his way through in the S's, and that's going to cost him a lot more time. Munoz will have a more than a 1 second plus lead on the exit of the S's here, I would expect.
Are you sure?
Well, no, actually. No, I'm not sure. Let's see. Scrivens, is he going to go around the outside through there for the inside for the next part? Yes, so it's 3/4 of a second. Yep, you're right. That closed in more than it went out.
It's because Jaden came out of the corner, and the entry of Snake is a little bit more complicated if you try to go around the outside. You do lose a little bit of pace, and I think Bobo, by going with a little bit of clearer traffic around the outside of turn number 1 and 2. Oh, go ahead. Back to you.
How did that happen? We were just off screen for a moment with Tim seeing Gridden go, and suddenly Adam Isaacson's taken the lead there in the Mustang. Well, I can't really explain that one, to be honest with you. Isaacson is in the lead ahead of Dino Lombardi for the first time. We'll find out why in a few moments, but they were off screen for like a second and the lead changed.
Yeah, can I make a quick suggestion and say I think this was assisted by a GTP? Yeah. And this is just a guess, and I'm just guessing. I'm not in sim. I don't have my camera. I think this could have been assisted by a GTP.
There you go.
Again.
There's the dive. It's another one of those corners, isn't it, where it's same as 130R. The GT3s find that a lot more difficult on the outside than the GTPs do, and Dino Lombardi will be pretty annoyed about that.
I'm annoyed as well, to be very honest, because it is literally the same car we saw from P1 Docs. He did that on 130R and again did on Degner. These are two corners where you don't go side by side just like that. Just because you're blinking headlights, you can go into a corner like that. We saw Denimore wait for the car before the 130R. There are, like I said before, there are ways for you to go around a race car on corners like this. Surely you gotta commit, but you gotta commit in a way that it doesn't endanger your car or something like that before that.
Oh, Jesus, that was close. Daniel Lafuente, and he's been hit by the PGZ. So Daniel Lafuente there has been hit from fiercely forward. He's down to 9th, by the way. He got back going again off the circuit, and he's just dropped in behind the series leaders and BS competition. So Sobrao's up to 7th, Bonga's up to 8th, but Lafuente there was served up really by Matteo Vittorino, who was trying to go down the inside and made the contact there.
Yeah, I really want to look from Victorino's perspective right there, because I don't know if he got blocked off by the GTP. Oh, back to you.
Oh, close. Isaacson under pressure from Dino Lombardi as Xiao Paz got through there on the inside line. The two top GT3s are going into battle now and towards Spoon Curve. Don't think Lombardi's going to have a chance to go down the inside here. The Mustang's very quick in a flat out section like this one, by the way, as well. But that was pretty close. That's the kind of traffic opportunities that can be presented to you, even as a GT3, when you're the one being overtaken.
Yeah, and he looked for the opening. There was a bit of an opening, but they didn't make it work because of the run. Now we go into 130R. I don't think that Dino is going to be able to overtake right there because of the GTPs and traffic and everything. But I think for now, Dino, he probably wants to cool down his car a little bit and try to save from some fuel as well, where you're going to have that opportunity to make that work for you, and maybe reset by the end of your stint.
So Isaacson takes the lead, and after just under 40 minutes, he will be scored the leader for Sim RC. Overall, Williams Sim Racing Academy lead fiercely forward by 1 second, and Moran M Squad lead Hydro Race GT3 Racing by 1.5 seconds in LMP2. I'll tell you about some of the penalties now, because they have been rolling through, especially under that caution when race control were able to actually sort through a few things. The 262 car has got a penalty in GT3. Number 262 is Hydro Race GT3 Racing Black and Johan Surazi, who has got 10-second time penalty for causing a collision with 248. I think that's Team Hoising though, it is indeed. 20 seconds time penalty for both Maxime Naz and João Vaz in the GTP class, by the way, for an incident with each other at the same time. So Maxime Naz for the administrative error of having an overlap before the start-finish line on a safety car restart, which is not allowed, and then João Vaz was blocking on the start-finish straight, so they both get 20-second time penalties for their troubles, and that's going to set them back. Of course, Orion Race Team is currently being driven by João Vaz, second in the championship, and that's going to put them a long way back.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, also Ruben Paulino, that P1 Doc's car, got a 5-second penalty by the dangerous overlaps that he did. First, he got a warning on the 130R, and then also makes a risky move into T8, which is Degner with the 247, taking evasive action. That was their own undoing. It was bound to happen. So I don't even feel pity.
Needless risk, it's called in the steward's sheet.
Ooh,
conclusive one as well, because of how quick it was. That's Carter Cunningham going wide. I was wondering why he was in 5th place. Just went wide there, and Remy Legrand goes through, as does Mavin Yanko. So that's 2 positions lost in 1 from Carter Cunningham, who's now down in 5th place.
Yeah, but he had a massive save on the corner right there. That could have been explosive of sorts for Carter coming into the corner. I think he clipped the curve, clipped a little bit of the depression as well, but clipping the depression, the car got a little bit unsettled into the outside of turn number 1, but managed to retain P5 and keep within the draft of the fiercely forward and Delatras car.
Well, here we go then. GT3 traffic in LMP2 as well. Time to get our LMP2 hats on and focusing on these guys, because it is going to be a very exciting run through the traffic from them. Adam Brockway actually got out to a second ahead of Schmitz before, so he's going to benefit from that. Going into the traffic 1 second ahead of the rest, it does give you a good advantage, but immediately they're being slowed down by the back-end GT3s. Not quite going to be as cramped together as what we saw for the GTP, but even so, the speed difference is less, so it is going to be pretty much equally as difficult.
Yeah, it's gonna be complicated. Luckily for them, they're not on new tires. If they were on new tires, the GT3s would have been a little bit quicker coming into the corner. But because they're on already used tires, they're all heated up. It's just the LMP2s being a little bit more cautious coming into the corner and more in the braking and then the reacceleration during the commitment of the overlaps.
Legrand able to slip down the inside of another couple of GT3s in towards Spoon, and he holds on to the 3rd place. They now go down the straight towards 130 up. See the leaders in GT3 Pro without any such interruptions, and actually the fact they've got away 1 and 2 in GT3 is really helpful, actually. Here in towards the final couple of corners. Oh, look at that! Legrand switching from one side to the other. Mavin Yanko almost boxed in on the other side, and that's going to give Delatras a confirmed and more safe 3rd place now.
Yeah, absolutely. But then it's that thing, traffic give, traffic takes. We were talking about traffic management. That is going to happen quite a lot in this race, especially before the potentially the 2nd hour is even done, because there will be some cluster of cars coming around the racetrack. So if you find yourself in an opportunity, which Carter didn't find one on the run of the straight line, and he's not going to find it here either, that might be just helpful for Yanko. Traffic management 101.
You will notice that everybody's a further position up, by the way, because we've seen pit stops already. Hyperion Racing and Hydro Race GT3 already in. Maximilian Fritz is getting into the car instead of Frank Schmitz as well. So is that a smart strategy in LMP2 to come in before the first run of GT3 traffic and hope that you don't have to quite negotiate so much of it later? Maybe. because these LMP2s can't be that far away from a pit stop anyway. If they have to overtake all these GT3s, then pit in and then have to do it all again, there's not much point, really, surely.
Oh, yeah, no, not at all. And meanwhile, we saw a little bit of a door-to-door contact between the Williams Racing Academy GT3 and the Dallas car, but they managed to make it away unscathed, which is the important stuff. But yeah, it's that strategy thing, man. Sometimes you have to think about. Sometimes it pays off, doesn't pay off, and sometimes we have some of these teams have dedicated engineers to sort this thing out.
People more intelligent than me, I call them. In towards 130 yard,
then me, also me, so I'm not disagreeing with that sort, you know.
It's very rude. In towards the final chicane, here comes Fiercely Forward down the inside. That's going to be pretty easy for Mamanyanko. What a start he's having. Up 8 now into second place for Fiercely Forward. Only for them, it's the wrong car, really. It's not the championship contending car, although they are taking teammates away from their rivals for their teammates, I suppose. So there is a roundabout way of looking at this. In towards turn 1, they'll be side by side, and Legrand surely will be having to go round the outside here in towards 1 and 2. It is surprisingly possible sometimes, but not this time. Fiercely Forward, hold on. And that's another underscoring of a really great start from Mamanyanko.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And by overtaking the Dallas car makes the lives, going to make the lives of Dallas a little bit more difficult, because not far behind is the Fiercely Forward sister car in the GOAT car, right? It would be the 5th car on this train if you try to make it a very elongated train. And Morten Augustin, as you just saw in the back of the frame, still a little bit of a ways from Nix, but just give him one more lap of these guys being feisty, trying to fight for positions, and the 115 kind of like blocking the way, that we might see Morten coming into the fray and make this a 5-car train.
We're not quite done with GT3 traffic yet, but the lead is increasing for Adam Brockway, and the battle for second only intensifying. We're just about 3/4 of an hour into this one, Lorenzo. I know you're leaving us very soon. Already 1 caution. Lots of action as well. Tell us your overall thoughts of the very early stages of this 6 hours of Suzuka.
Interesting first, near end of first hour of this race, the yellow flag, kind of like unsurprising. Some of the prototypes need to review their overlapping protocols. It's been egregiously bad. So, but then again, nothing much you can expect from a very convoluted race like this. Hoping that the overlapping standards can improve future laps moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, those 3/4 of an hour are just about up. Big thanks to Lorenzo for being alongside me for the first 3/4 of an hour of this race. You're still watching the 6 hours of Suzuka here, part of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25 here on RaceSpotTV. Myself, Ian O'Leary, will be with you again for another hour of this race, joined by Jake Sperry for this hour of proceedings. Welcome in, Jake. Good to have you with us at such a busy and exciting time of this race, but there are hardly any quiet or not busy parts of this race, to be honest. It's Suzuka multi-class racing, exactly what you'd expect, and the first run-throughs of traffic are probably happening later than we'd all have expected, but that doesn't mean it's any less busy or chaotic out there on the circuit.
Well, I think we just got to stop meeting like this, Ewan, because I think the last time you and me shared a booth just happened to be an endurance race at Suzuka. So I think that we've got a little bit of history when it comes to what makes this circuit tick, and what we're seeing out here with the first real birthing here in the IVRA Endurance Series of the brand new look of GTP out there up at the top, and the difficulties that they have being not as quick as they used to be, having to adjust to the speeds through the corners, and so naturally you have to move back that braking marker, and I think that's why we're seeing overlapping issues that Lorenzo was so vehemently against, and I will actually defend the prototypes here today and say that they haven't had it easy. The GT3s which have been out there have been a little bit unpredictable for some of those drivers to go and really make those moves and judge effectively, especially at a circuit like this one where it is a naturally narrow circuit which hasn't gone under much renovation or innovation in terms of its track design since its inception, with maybe the only exception being the Astamo chicane, which ends the lap outright. But I think we're really into a phase of this endurance style racing where these drivers will only have this race get easier once they have more green flag running, once they have these drivers spreading out. It's never easy when you get a caution early. It bunches the field up, and especially with cold tyres, especially this front group that we've been seeing, it does make life difficult. I've been really looking forward to this race, and I love the way that Fiercely Forward are driving at the moment, but they are going to be under a bit of pressure now because Borosud are sat there and they're waiting, and Daniel Alves Lorenzo is someone who does want to go out there and win every single race that he decides to drive in.
Well, it's going to be a good battle through the traffic again for the second time in GTP, because they're coming through on LMP2s as well. Having said that, most of the LMP2s are actually stopping now. The leader, indeed, Adam Brockway, is into the pit lane. Maximilian Fritz is the first of those who's already pitted to be out on the circuit, and he had a slightly shorter stop as well. He might actually get ahead of Brockway. Just take a look at the bottom of your screen there, and keep an eye on that. Fritz is indeed ahead of Adam Brockway. I know his pit stop was shorter, but that's probably because he had more fuel in the tank at the time of the stop, and so he was almost forced into a shorter pit stop. The other advantage, of course, for Fritz has been not having to overtake those GT3s twice. Instead, he pitted in before they really got to them. I think that's a great strategy from them, and you can see Brockway still getting his tyres up to temperature. That's Alex Caruso, who joined Fritz in doing the same thing. I think the correct strategy from Fritz and Caruso, and they have got the lead of those who have stopped.
It's very difficult to go around the outside of the Gyakubank corner there from Alex Caruso, but he pinned the car there of Adam Brockway down to the inside, so make sure that he had nothing he could do through the middle of the corner except just wait for the car on the outside to pin the foot down to the throttle and just drive away from him. Very tough for the Madness M squad to get themselves up to temperature, and you just take a look at this. So he just pins himself on the outside. There's no room given to the car on the inside. That's what you call one car's width and no more. Perfect racing room given, and I would say that is the perfect way to overtake a car that is being a little bit ginger on its tyres.
And there are some more teams who will be doing the exact same in a few moments' time. David Janko led them on, along with Remy Legrand and Morgan Agerson in the Fiercely Forward Gold car. Second in the championship, but struggling so far at Suzuka, in what I believe, by the way, is the first IVRA endurance race here at this venue. Been here in the Club Sport Series in the past, but the IVRA Endurance Series making its debut as far as I'm aware. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Here is Maximilian Fritz, who is going to take the lead away. Janko, even if he does get in front, will not stay in front because of his cold tyres, and so there we go. New leader, Maximilian Fritz out front, and Janko's actually going to drop off the podium place. He's going to be behind Brockway as he gets out onto the circuit. Brockway immediately around the outside and through. And Janko hasn't even got his tyres up to temperature just yet. If you're wondering why Jason Gerard is at the front of the field, by the way, and he's got such a big lead, he pitted around the last caution, and so he was able to get a bit more fuel on board, and he will be able to go a little bit longer, but he will have to pit in again pretty shortly as we go in and focus on GTP battle for second place, just about to pass the top two. There's a bit of a miscommunication there, or a bit of a wiggle from Scrivens. He gets past the WSR Esports car that's currently running in third place, Anu Caron, then Dino Lombardi, then Adam Isaacson, and then that's it for another run through on the GT3s. GTP traffic now complete, and they can run in clean air again for a little while actually before they catch up to the LMP2s for the first time.
I don't think they're going to be in a position where they want to do too much now before this pit stop window closes. The time to make the move is now for Daniel Alves if he wants to try and get through here on Dylan Scrivens, because they can't allow Jaden Munoz and the Williams Sim Racing Academy to go and jump away at this point in time. It's a very tough race, but you'd also have to look around at this championship and say, well, who is racing for what in what position? The two cars that I'm looking at right now, Fiercely Forward Red, who are second, Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are in the race lead. They're third and fourth in the championship. This has been a championship that you look at, and the 33 Movano team, after building such a strong margin in the opening two rounds of the championship at Motegi and Sebring, haven't been firing on all cylinders at Kota. Neither have they been firing on all cylinders at Silverstone, but their gap has magically stayed the same because everyone else around hasn't been able to dive in and make as much progress as they should. So I think we're sitting down here and realizing, well, what's the big thing? Firstly, Forward Red are the biggest threat to the championship lead of car number 33, Movano Azzurro, as we watch Brandon Walker find out how difficult it is to go through the Nissan brake hairpin cold tyres, and very nearly gets run over despite being on the very extremes of the outside of the circuit. So that would have been a big scare there for him in the 142 machine, which is the composite performance car, able to keep that going back out on circuit again. But I think we're really sat into a position to say that the front of this field, this is going to be a lot easier, I think, for Borisud to go out there and attack and be aggressive than it is for Fiercely Forward and Williams Sim Racing Academy. They've got a championship to think about.
Yes, they have. I'm just noticing Adam Brockway dropping down the field. Is he back again? Yes, he is, sorry. False alarm. He must have dropped from the session initially, but he's back again, so there's no problem there. He's back where he was before. This is Adam Isaacson out onto the front straight with Dino Lombardi just in behind. Then Andrew Caron as well. And there's Caron's teammate, actually. The WSR Esports Butkicker Cadillac of Adam State working his way past. So some of these GTPs, after making their way through, are, well, they haven't quite finished yet, I should say, in terms of the GT3 traffic. They are still working their way through. WSR at 8th, so about half the field still yet to complete their run through the traffic. We have not yet seen anybody in, apart from Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Harrison Lillas decided to come in there. He's put himself right in the mix with some of the LMP2s and so on. These GTPs are effectively going to go as long as they can, perhaps until they get to the back end of LMP2s before they start to come in and make their first pit stops of the day, which surely have got to be soon, as we're nearly an hour into the race.
Well, they would have been extended on their stint because of the safety car period, and they last anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes here in the IVRA Endurance Series, so it really does open up the fuel strategy window every time there's a safety car with the processes and protocols that we've seen. I've loved the way that Adam Isaacson has actually been driving here today for SimRC. They're a wonderful German team that have been all about the camaraderie and the group of friends that have worked together, and they've done brilliantly staving off Dino Lombardi and Andrew Caron in the early stages. But there is the Hydro Desic Racing Gold team currently out there at the moment. Maximilian Fritz currently behind the wheel there, still trying to chase down, of course, that 36-second, 37-second advantage with the off-kilter strategy of SRN TFR Alliance, who find themselves in play. But I do like the way that LMP2's been going in this race. I do like the way this championship has been sat, and you've been talking quite heavily about the work that Mohamed Yanko's been able to do, as we do now see Maxime Knaz dive into the pits then for the number 17 Porsche. So that now will indicate that that GTP are now in full pit stop cycle. But back to the point, I like what Mohamed Yanko's doing. It doesn't matter if Fiercely Forward Purple wins this race or not. Their job is simple: take points off of Dullatra. They are taking points off of Dullatra, a Dullatra team that has not won a single race all year.
33 degrees on the circuit, by the way, is a 3-degree increase. Saw an hour ago when the was opened, the race session that is. We're racing with today's date. It is just 1 p.m. virtual standard time. The sunset time is a little bit after 6, I think about 6:30. So we're not quite going to reach that here today in this race. Just keeping an eye on number 17 here, by the way, because they have got a penalty, and so they didn't serve it as far as I'm aware. 41 seconds in the box. Are they going to come straight back out onto the circuit again? Yes, they are. So either Maxime Naz has forgotten about his 20-second penalty, or he's not bothering to serve it just yet. He makes his way back out there onto the circuit without stopping. Vittorio Vitorino has got a 10-second time penalty, by the way. He's currently 4th in GT3. That was for the contact with Fiercely Forward and Daniel Lafuente, sorry, who was the one who was spun around at the time. That's for causing a collision into the final chicane, as we saw earlier on. Here is SimRC versus Grid and Go. Still 1 and 2 with WSR trailing behind. It looks to me like the Acura is very much using that car for a bit of fuel saving again here. As surely GT3s can't be that far away from a pit stop either, as they try and make the hour mark here in hour number 1.
Well, I like the way that Grid and Go have been driving this season. I think they've had a fantastic turn of pace over the course of this year, and I think that they've been certainly the team to beat when it comes to this series. The issue that they've got is that they don't have the championship lead, and that is in the realm of Acertech, who have been able to just keep the consistency value up. Second at Kota, win at Silverstone. You can't really shake a stick at that in the way that Acertech have been able to capitalise on everyone else's misfortune, but Grid and Go have certainly been the pace setters, and they've certainly had the pace, a win at Kota, a second at Sebring, but when you turn around and look at the results at Motegi and Silverstone, it's not good enough for that championship lead at the moment. Acertech have been more consistent than what they have been, so they've been pulling that gap out to about 40 points, and when you're looking around and you're seeing where the teams are and you're lining up here for the 296 team of David Sobrero right now, which is mired all the way down in 7th, this is a golden chance for Grid and Go today to now start thinking about, okay, we want to wrestle back the championship lead with Portimao on the horizon. We don't have to tangle too much in regards to Sim RC, who are down, by the way, in 21st position in the championship in their number 276 Mustang. But I think what is very telling about the way that this race is going to go is that Grid and Go will be happy to save that fuel, because even if it means that they spend a half a second less on this pit stop that comes along, they can then build on that margin. If they're still behind Sim RC, they can still save that half a second. They can keep trying to save that half a second and hopefully go a little bit further when it comes to these laps that they've got to try and navigate through.
And despite the twisty nature of this circuit, you can actually save fuel quite well, get that half a second without too much difficulty in this circuit, somewhat surprisingly. This is the battle, meanwhile, for 11th. Adam State versus Maxime Naz, and that is Naz going through. I think Adam State is fresh out the pit lane. He is indeed. So he is on cold tyres, and that is a pass that Maxime Naz would have been frustrated not to make, in fact, if indeed that would have happened. From 4th on down, we've also got pit stops, so only the front 3 have stayed out. Munoz, Scrivens and Lorenzo still to pit, but other than that, we've got everybody into the pit lane and everybody straight back out into traffic again as well, which is not particularly ideal, but it's the way that it goes. There, meanwhile, is number 1, and excuse me, not number 1, number 33, Mivano, and the Apex Racing team having pit stops. Same for Fast Repair, who started from the pit lane today. We've just scrolled past Solpec as well. P1 Docs will be first out though, and they'll be into 4th place on the exit of the pit stop phase. What a great start from them, but they are serving a penalty, you're right, so they might well... oh no, they'll just sneak out ahead of Apex.
Yeah, so they'll just about get away with that there, will Ruben Paulino, and that's what you're going to find is quite confusing. So whereas at Silverstone, the place to serve the penalties was at the beginning of the pit lane, here at Suzuka, it's at the end of the pit lane. So you are seeing drivers having to really think about where they go and where they rejoin, and it does lead to this interesting situation that we've got here with these drivers. So they've got to get themselves up to temperature. The one thing we've noted is how difficult it is for these drivers to go and get themselves up to speed when they've got cold tyres. When you're up to pace and temperature with them, the LMP2s are quicker on the opening lap than you are when you're scrambling about with your GTP. So it's a massive, massive risk as you go in. In comes then 2nd and 3rd overall as fiercely forward Red are followed by Borussia Competition to come in and make their stops. And now this becomes an important battleground as they leave. And speaking of those leaving, that's Team PGZ with a penalty. Loic Rabier is now going to find himself there as they go and look to try and attack on what is a downhill pit to exit. So I would say it is going to be advantage Danny Alves as you leave, and he was off the jacks quicker. And
let's see if he can indeed jump him in the pit stops as we just cut away to have a look at the Apex Racing team doing exactly what you were talking about in terms of the tyre warm-up. GT3 almost looked quicker than him there through Spoon Curve. Dan Moore, he'll be chased by Billon, who has got his tyres up to temperature here and might well be able to get ahead of him. And as you said, Lorenzo is indeed going to get ahead of Dylan Scrivens here. So it was a better pit stop from BS Competition, and they are up into 2nd place. Is it going to be good enough to jump Munoz? I doubt it somewhat, but the fact they've even been able to get up into 2nd place is a big success through this window for BS Competition.
Well, the good news is it actually pays with how difficult it is to warm the tyres up. It pays to overcut and not undercut. So it is really difficult to get your tyres up to temperature. We're seeing that a lot with the weaving across the straight, trying to get some surface temperature into the tyre so that you feel like you've got some grip on lap 2, on lap 3, and by the time you get to lap 5. Now in comes Jaden Munoz to make his stop as he dives into the pits. But it's beneficial here to stay out longer. And as we watch Dana Moore here battling with the number 1 Movano, this is Movano Rosso, the sister Movano car to the championship leading one, which was piloted by Marcus Hamilton and is still piloted by Marcus Hamilton currently. Dana Moore right now under a lot of pressure through the 2 jutting right-handers of Degner's 1 and 2. Up the hill they will now climb over to the Nissan brake hairpin with a lot of traffic in front. P1 Docs is there, but then you've got fiercely forward pink, fiercely forward purple, Hyperion Racing, and of course the Borussia GT3, which is all there, and they've all got to clear that.
There's a lot to deal with here. It's the first time that all 3 classes have been on the circuit together in any form of sort of consistent capacity. And it's the first time it's sort of meant to have happened, if you see what I mean. That's more down the inside of PS Competition, very close in towards the end of Spoon Curve. They're still, by the way, 6th place PS Competition. It's a good start from them compared to where they qualified in 16th. So having a good race in GT3 so far, although we haven't seen any pit stops yet for the most part in that class. Here they come through 130R. Amor will be well ahead of Billen here because he goes wide, and Amor's down the inside of a Hyperion LMP2. He's got to be careful with that, and all of a sudden that advantage is going to be wiped away very quickly. He'll try and get the exit, eventually the cutback. Surely Billen's going to have a better exit as a result of that, and he might well fight for that 5th place with Amor in towards turn 1. I don't think he's quite close enough, and the GT3 traffic will put him off. Amor will get away with it, and he'll hold on to the top 5.
Well, it gives and takes away the Simify esports car of Gabby Montoro. They're not making life easy at all out there in terms of the rejoin. But that just shows you how hard Tanguy Bilon is really trying to work. So Bilon, I think, is doing everything possible to keep the car pointing straight, still looking to apply that pressure over to Apex, who did so well last time out in terms of picking up the result that they needed to, moving themselves up into the championship perspective with the win at Silverstone to 5th. And really now you're starting to look around and say, well, what more can you gain out of this with each and every single result? We know that there's going to be pluses and minuses in the way that you battle each and every single season, but with every round it seems it's like the form book constantly is shifting and changing. There is no set dynamic to who's going to be on top, as we take a look at Tobias Grundkutter finding himself then on the outside, which turns to the inside into the 2 Degners, and well, Bart Horston doesn't really have anywhere to go, and neither does the Mustang on the inside, which is a very bulky car by every stretch of the imagination. I just think that's 2 into 1 and it never goes. Yeah,
I think that's probably going to be marked a racing incident. Unfortunate for Bart Horston, and he might well have a bit of damage as a result of that. If that happened after his pit stop, he'll be especially annoyed because he's got to drive a whole stint, basically. He's only just pitted. He's got to drive a whole stint with any damage that might well have come from that. Meanwhile, P1 Doc's under pressure from the Apex Racing team in towards turn 1, and no challenge this time round. It is still a BMW 1, 2, 3 and 4, but these guys already 17 seconds off the lead. Just shows you that BMW by far and away the manufacturer to be as of right now, even if at the Apex Racing team making a decent fist of this for Porsche, looking for 4th place.
Yeah, they want to move. I also want to highlight the fact that your race lead is now down to half a second, and it was 5 seconds coming out of the pit. So it just shows you how much the cold tyres really do hurt. When Borussia got their tyres up to temperature, they have been flying on them, and now it's 3 at the front. So this secondary group, P1Docs.com Black, with Ruben Paulino, who I thought was very unlucky in his incident with Ross Booth. I thought Ross moved over as he came into 130R a little bit earlier on, and so when Ruben's showing that he's going to go to the inside to move over and cover that inside to allow the car to go to the outside at the 11th hour, I don't think was very fair on Ruben to get the penalty in that regard. But at least at the moment, Dana Moore giving him chase, giving him what for, so to speak. In through Spoon, you've got that little strip of asphalt there on the right-hand side and the left-hand side as you go in the service road, which gives you a braking reference as you go into the corner. It's one of the few places on the circuit that does, as everybody looks like they're in GT3.
Almost, yeah. We've certainly got the leaders in GT3. The Grid and Go and SimRC cars are out, but they are a second apart now, and WSR have actually jumped them. So Antoine Lacherie is now ahead of Alessandro Quintale, who's Quintale's gotten at the wheel of 247 instead of Dino Lombardi. Adam Isaacson stayed at the wheel, but Antoine Lacherie has gotten in instead of Caron. So it is SimRC leading WSR, leading Grid and Go, 1, 2, and 3. But Isaacson's actually got a 1.5 second lead now.
Yeah, and for Le Charité, that is a very, very good jump there from WSR Esports. They needed to make some progress, and taking advantage through the driver change, I think there, Alessandro Quintale hasn't really got too much to stand on, and now he's got to really work. They've kept the driver in, though, at SimRC, so Isaacson is going to keep himself then in the car for the Mustang and feel very happy with it. But for the race lead overall, Williams are going to be in a spot of hot bother, because Jaden Munoz looks behind at Danny Alves-Lorenco and says this is time. There's a bit of traffic as they enter Spoon Corner, so they might just have to wait for Loic Rabier here to try and get that clearance, and Rabier's going to pinch right down low. There's no drive off the exit then that's going to come along for Williams Sim Racing Academy. This is perfect for Borussia Plus competition, who can now use all of their hybrid deployment to pull themselves up to 300 kilometers an hour. Not close enough through 130R. The dirty air effect comes in because Danny Alves-Lorenco was too close. It staves off the challenge now, but there's another place you can attack. And as to the first corner, turn 1.
It's 3 for the lead right now. Williams Sim Racing Academy, BS Competition, and Fiercely Forward, all covered by a second. You can see Dylan Scrivens just in the background closing on them. Nowhere near as close this time round for BS Competition, so Jaden Munoz will hold on to the lead, and it's a decent defence in towards 130R as well, but he's got a long way to go until this position is secure, that is for sure. They're just about halfway through the GT3 traffic, by the way. That's the Fiercely, in fact, they're about 2/3 of the way through. That's Fiercely Forward Pink, who are in 8th place, who Williams will now just get past, and so they will get a bit of an advantage. The traffic gives and it takes, and it's given Munoz a bit of a bigger lead this time.
Yeah, and giving himself that margin now to say, you know what, now I can start to focus on my race. You just got to look around. Caution comes out, though, so forget all of that. Let's neutralise the race.
Oh, okay.
And it's Maxime Knaz.
Maxime Knaz, okay. It is a 16th place for that car right now, by the way. And that, I guess, explains why they've dropped right to the back end of the field. Now, we'll get to the incident itself in a moment, but let's get to LMP2 first, because they were just about to start another pit stop cycle. Hydrace Genetic Racing and Fiercely Forward are both into pit lane, and whether they're involved in the incident or not, I don't know. What they're certainly doing, though, is taking on a bit of fuel, and as long as they don't fall off the lead lap, they'll be able to stay out under this caution when the pit opens and get ahead, effectively, of everybody else who's surely going to pit.
Well, the question is, will they get a penalty for being in, and were they in the pit as the caution came out? So, it's a horrible tank slapper for Maxime Knaz. You can see the back completely destroyed as he goes through the corner. He'd had those tyres the longest up to temperature, and it is a hefty, hefty shunt for Manatee there. And that's what happens at 130R. You question that corner at your peril. It is a left-hander that commits to bravery of all the best drivers in the world, and all the best sim racers look at it and go, oh yeah, I'll just put my foot down. If the car feels light on the back, I'm all right. You blink, and in a heartbeat, that car's gone, and that's why we've got our second caution of the race.
That is, well, decide between yourselves whether that's bigger than the XPD Racing Ferrari going into the wall or not. They're pretty equally bad accidents, to be honest. And you can absolutely understand why that car wasn't going any further. I think both rear wheels actually detached from their mounting points. And that is why we are under caution for the second time this afternoon. You're watching the IVRA Endurance Series, hours of Suzuka. And we are coming up to 1/4 distance. But the early skirmishes really is all we've seen so far. As I mentioned, LMP2 is going to be uprooted by this. I'm not sure why those two cars decided to come in. Maybe they did see the car off in the final sector and decided to pit in as a result. I'm not entirely sure, but we will find out very shortly. First things first, though, the wave around's got to happen for those who are caught between the overall leader and their class leader as well. Should only be GT3s that are having to work their way through here because the whole LMP2 class has been lapped twice now. So the GT3s will come past. And then everyone's got a big decision to make here. Do they come in or do they not? Especially because in GTP and GT3, the last stops weren't that long ago.
It's the eternal game of stick or twist, and I think that if you're towards the rear of the field and you feel like you can gain a little bit of... Oh, you can see it here. It was Maxime Knaz at the time. Philip Schiffs has got back into the car just to try and give himself an opportunity to drive out, but you can see it there, how quick your reactions need to be. He was at full opposite lock trying to save the car, but once you get one influx of grip as the car slides through one section of the track, you're looking to try and get that grip back, and to get it back fully, you don't need to put full rotation through the car. You almost need to put less in than you want to, because what happens is very much the same thing that happens when you get a high side on a motorbike. So you get this massive transfer of grip that goes from one side of the tyre to the other side of the tyre, or in a car's sense, one side of the car to the other side of the car, and it means that massive influx just wrenches the car over towards the other side. At that point, there is no saving the car from what it was a massive tank slapper at that moment, and so you basically just have to take your hands off the steering wheel and just pray that the damage isn't going to be big. And unfortunately there for Manatee Racing, that was a very, very large incident for them.
And they are now the only GTP off the lead lap, as you can see on the leaderboard on the left-hand side. Jed Moon still leads in a BMW 1, 2, 3, 4. Ruben Paulino was under a lot of pressure from Dan Moore before that caution, but that's been alleviated now, and the BMWs can continue to run out front. So then best of the Porsches is Moore in 5th, then Acura in 6th place at the top end of town in GTP. Harrison Dulles has made up a lot of ground. He's the biggest mover forward, as you can see. 6 gained from 13th, where he started. In LMP2, as I mentioned, the field is slightly uprooted by the pit stops. So the last two you can see in the 9th and 10th you can see pitted before the caution, and so did Morgan Argerson actually. So the last 3, excuse me, pitted just before the caution came out. Now the trouble for them is that the LMP2s, the other LMP2s, weren't actually in that long ago, so it might not be that clear who comes in this time round and who doesn't.
It might not be clear, but I think what is important to realise is that those drivers now are looking at trying to build an advantage by when they've decided to take their pit stop. If everybody decides to come in and take their pit stop, that's perfect for them, because all they do is they filter up to the front of the field and they've gained track position by being lucky with when they've pitted. If everyone doesn't, then this next stint becomes a case of, well, how long are we going before a caution? When does a caution come out, and when do we gain that advantage? You look around, though, in the GT3 fields, and WSI Sports Butt Kicker have done very well there, up double-digit positions there with Antoine Le Charité there in 2nd position. But there have been some great drives as well from those in 5th position. Dua Esports always seem to have a way of gaining places in these races, even though sometimes they don't quite get the qualifying that they want. Yannick Mund currently behind the wheel of the 220 at the moment, and then Ruben Bonga for Borussia Plus Competition 289, just quietly been going about business there in the BMW, and has certainly not done too much wrong in this one to be up 9 places respectively.
It's more likely to have the bigger movers in GT3, of course, because of the size of the class, but not taking anything away from them. Was the pit lane open that time around? I'm not sure it was. Although all the lapping has happened, or the wave around, I should say, has happened. Didn't see any of the GTPs in, so same for LMP2 as well. I would suspect then, in that case, that the pit lane was indeed still closed. We're still waiting for a lot of the GT3s, in fairness, to catch up to the back end of the field, and so wouldn't be quite fair on them to open the pit lane with them still trailing by such a margin. They'll in fact be in danger of losing a lap if some of those further down pitted in, which would be a bit unfair. So we've got to wait for them to catch up. Then the pit lane will open, and then any more wave buys that need to happen will happen. The clashes will be ordered into order of speed. and then we'll be underway again. But I'd expect to see quite a few pit stops here, to be honest, especially in prototype categories. Whether these GTPs are going to top the cars off, I'm not sure. I think the LMP2s, though, surely are going to be coming in because I don't think we were that far away from a pit stop anyway. We'll find out, of course, but for the moment, we will wait. And in GT3, again, I'd expect them to stay out as well. These cautions actually are helping the GT3s make it to an hour. So if they can avoid pitting under caution, actually just take the fuel that's saved under caution, they might actually get all their fuel saving done for the day while they're not at full racing speed, which would be the ideal way round.
It definitely would for them, because they're looking at this race and they're going, well, how do we continually add up to get to our hour? And when you've got a 6-hour race like this, you're looking at 5 pit stops as the best way forward. And if you're anything short of not making the hour, then you're in a little bit of trouble, because you'll have to take a small pit stop towards the end. But these pacing laps that we have are long, and there's a lot of work that has to go in. Pit entrance is officially being opened, and there's a wonderful team in race control that continuously works hard to make sure that all of this goes together without a hitch. So you've got the likes of Anthony Hilton, Casper de Court, Ryan Huff, Marcus Fox, Nina Hahn, and also for Richard Bell. So I think that it's going to be one of those when you see how hard the race control works to make this happen. It's one of the uniquenesses that you have in the IVRA Endurance Series, because I legitimately do not see a race control like this in any other series in the world of iRacing, and IVRA have done this for years and years and years and have been simply sensational with it.
It's a fantastic series to cover, and we're pleased to be along again here on RaceSpotTV in the IVRA Endurance Series 24-25. Good afternoon to everybody who's watching along at home. Daniel Morad in the YouTube chat, along with William Brennan and Matt Brewer. The Moradness M Squad team, by the way, just while we're here. Currently running in 3rd place in LMP2. William Brennan says that both times he's tuned in, it's been full course yellow. Well, I apologise for that, but we have had a lot of racing in between. It's been a lot of good racing as well, so hopefully you stick around for the restart, because it will be a good one. Matt Brewer enjoying the Hyperion team up in the lead. I don't think, sorry to burst your bubble, I don't think that's going to last very long after the pit stops happen, unfortunately. So we'll see, but I suspect we're going to see a big change here. How many pit stops are we going to see then? Just an hour and 20 almost gone here at the 6 hours of Suzuka. And Jaden Munoz could well lead a whole string of cars down pit lane, or he might well stay out along with a load of others as well. Or indeed he might pit with a load of others staying out, and indeed a combination of the 3. Let's see. He goes past pit lane. Oh, and Lorenzo just dummies, but doesn't go in. Same goes for much of the GTPs, but certainly at a point in GTP, someone's going to decide to come in here, and they're all going to follow. And there you go. There goes Adam State in 9th, and everybody behind him follows. Almost everybody anyway. Max Riedmuller decided to stay out for Maniti Racing Black, and that's pretty much it. As far as those down towards the back end of GTP go and staying out. In LMP2, we've got loads in. Remy Legrand has decided to stay out, and he'll take the lead, but I'm not sure about that call from him. He is one of the only others who are staying out already pitted under the previous, just before the previous yellow, excuse me. And so that's why they're in. In GT3, it's pretty much as you were with nobody pitting. Here come the GTPs to the end of the line. Now, watch out for the left-hand side of your screen. It's always a very scary moment as everybody comes out onto the pit lane surface again and gets towards the end of pit lane. Thankfully, it's a less cramped pit lane, and it's less busy as well, so we're going to have a bit less of a smash-up. Oh, careful, though. The Movado car very nearly going into the back of Hyperion, and yeah, watch out for the back there. Watch out for everybody crashing into everybody else. Everybody very well behaved this time round, which is fantastic to see. There's been some terrible instances in the past of crashes on pit lane, but none this time round. Everybody gets out cleanly after a good round of stops. Mostly, though, drivers staying out on the circuit.
Well, the issue that you get in pit lane is everyone seems to believe that you are ethereal and ghosted when you drive down pit lane. That is not the case. You are only ethereal and ghosted when you drive through the pit boxes. That's the only time you can drive through other cars out there on the iRacing surface and not have contact. The moment that you go together and exit together, if you're still conjoined with each other, you can still have that ghosted section, and sometimes you do see that cars come back out onto track and they're practically within each other. But when you've got one car on the transit lane and one car looking to rejoin that transit lane, that's where you get contact in the pit lane. So I think that's where you have all of the dramas that goes in. Now, this is the reason why we had that caution, that massive accident with Manatee Racing there. Absolutely monstrous in the way that has shaken up the race from them, as they were just up to full speed, and I would have said pushing for the first time flat out there through 130R. But I was interested to see who's come in and who hasn't, and you know, it's almost like what we expected to happen has happened. Pretty much everybody in LMP2 has decided they wanted to come in, with the exception of the championship leaders and those who have already pitted. But you're also looking around, it was from 11th on back that teams come in from GTP. So you're looking around at Adam State, which is a great name for an American university, by the way. He finds himself there in 11th, and he'll be looking around going, well, I've got a little advantage on everyone else. Let's see how we run it to the next stage.
I want to talk a little bit about that actually call in LMP2, because Romeo Goran staying out is very much going against the grain. The others who stayed out already pitted before the caution came out, so that's expected. But I mean, can you justify Remy Legrand staying out under that caution there? Because I can't really see the vision from them, to be honest. And you know, track position, yes, a bit, but surely they're just going to pit in quite soon after this restart, and they're going to end up down towards the back.
Well, the difference is 10 laps, so that's what they've got. They came in, they came out of the pits, I should say, on lap 25, so they certainly had that to play with, but they haven't actually had a long run to go forward. So they're probably going to be going, I would say, about another 12 to 13 laps here in this race, and in terms of where they sit and what they want to do with it, they'll lose a lot of track position if it stays green for 12 to 13 laps, which it very much can do out there. But what they're looking at is, okay, well, we lose the track position immediately, but if we get around to another cycle of pit stops with everyone else having come in and pit, who's our main rival? Who's our main focus? Well, it's the team that has already come in and made a pit stop. So ultimately, I think that's a decision by Dullatra to put them on the same racing strategy as the one that has been called in. Even though they're going to be half a stint basically off each and every way, they're now going to get a little bit of help knowing that because it was a closed pit, Fiercely Forward Gold and Impulse Racing are going to be given end of lines.
And that's what's being sorted out on the front straight. You can just see that out there at the moment. No other wave buys have to happen here, so he might well, if we're lucky, get green flag racing again at the end of this lap. Be just over 4.5 hours to go at the time, and we'll have had 2 cautions, excuse me, for the first 90 minutes of this race. There is the leader in LMP2. Maximilian Fritz right in behind him, able to go a lot longer on fuel. That does also mean he's a bit heavier compared to the Dullatra Automotive machine just up in front, which will be a bit lighter on fuel. And then further back in the background, you can see Adam Isaacson, who's leading in GT3. It's pretty much as you were here, isn't it, really? The leader's staying out. You have to go all the way down to 17th place to find anybody in GT3 who's pitted. So I don't think there's anything too deep to discuss there, really, other than the fact, you know, people just thinking, well, I'm so far back anyway, I might as well top off with fuel. I don't think there's any much more to it than that.
I think it's a free pit stop if you're that far down, because what do you lose by pitting? You don't really lose track position. You might lose 1 place, 2 places, but if you're so far down, you might as well just try and extend your stint out. And there might be that fringe case, that edge case, where the way that the cautions come out, the way that this race goes from here on out to the end of the race, that you can get an extra stop by having that extra lap or 2 or 3 compared to some of your rivals out there. So it does pay off from time to time to come in and take that pit stop, even though that everyone else around you realizes, well, it's a pretty meaningless pit stop. It might seem meaningless now, but it might actually give a benefit later on in the race, and that's why we see it. It's about at what point do you sacrifice that track position to get that benefit later on. And so 17th was the answer to where that benefit came into play, and we've really been seeing how important those benefits are. And when we sit down and we've only lost 3 cars really from this race, or I should say 4, when you talk about the 246 German simracing.de car, which is also out of the race. I think we've sat down and we've seen a wonderful run out there from many fantastic teams, and there's a lot of teams that still think they've got a chance, but they've just got to ride the waves of a race like this at a tight circuit. And I think we're going to be going back to green here on this lap as we get these drivers pulling away. Now, keep a really close eye on how cold those tyres are when it comes to GTP.
There's your clue. Look at the weaving around going on the back straight towards 130R. It's a good job this isn't Australian rules racing. Because after the pace car pulls away, you can't weave around anymore in Australia. Always catches people out of the Bathurst 12-hour and so on. It's not a rule here, clearly. Have a look at that on the straight. Now Munoz will pull them into line a little bit more. I'll get them single file. It was very interesting the way he actually got the race back underway again at the first restart, sort of after a weave around, sort of just before the final chicane. Maybe as people were expecting him to let it go on long, maybe accelerate out of the chicane itself, or maybe just a little bit further down the straight. He decided to go before the chicane. He'd left such a big gap to the pace car. And so maybe Williams Sim Racing Academy car is going to do the same here. Munoz stops weaving. He'd gone by now previously. So he's clearly leaving it a bit later, trying to keep them guessing, and that's exactly the best way to do it. Is he just going to do the bog standard out the final chicane? He certainly is. And so Jed Munoz, I mean, somehow he's caught them all off guard, but doing the oldest trick in the book, he's caught Daniel Alves Lorenzo off guard here in the number 89. And so green flag will be waving again, and he'll take it with a late temp advantage. And there's a spin in the background, a spin from one of the GTPs already, and 2 of them, rather, 3 of them. As the LMP2 as well has gone for a spin here. The Hyperion car's in the middle of the road, and all the GT3s are going to have to avoid here as the battle for second goes off in towards turn 1. There's GTPs everywhere. There's LMP2s everywhere. GT3s scattering to avoid spun prototypes. It's all happening on the second restart.
Well, it started off with Fast Repair Motorsports and Jose Miguel Galilea, who found himself turned around, and it was all completely separate from everything else. So all the spins that you saw were drivers trying to put their foot down coming out of the final corner, and that final corner you think is just an easy run down the hill. It's not. You need all of the grip available if the tyres are cold, and when you've got long safety car periods like you have here in the IVRA Endurance Series, the one thing you've got to remember, you cannot weave those tyres till half to go. There's a car buried in the wall. That's Galilea again. I reckon we might get back-to-back safety cars.
Now let's try and pick what's happened here. Alex Caruso is the one in the LMP2 spun round, and how did SimRC lose the lead in all this? Out in GT3. Somehow they've all managed to avoid rather well here, and but now Caruso backs away and he can get out of the way. But how did, so this is Galilea, this is going to tell us a bit more. Out of the final corner, he's not even that aggressively over-ambitious, I would say, on the power. He's in the wall, he spins himself back around. Yes, he gets back going again quite well, but he's buried then within LMP2 traffic, and he's down in 15th.
Well, in fact, he's towed to the pits, I don't think without permission, so I think he's going to be a very naughty boy over towards the stewards out there, because he tangled with, I believe, the SimRC GT3. So I think that actually made a lot of change, because WSI Esports Butt Kicker now have got themselves a bit of position out there on track, and it's actually Grid and Go who lead, and Visceral, their main championship leaders out there, 1 and 2 in the championship, are currently 2 and 1 as they sit on the road.
What a fantastic fight we're having this season between them. No time at all this season where they've been outside the top 5 at the end of one of these races. Extraordinary season from both of them. And, well, one of them's going to have to lose, and it's going to be a real shame when they do, because they've both had unbelievable seasons. And again, they're separated by 3 or 4 tenths of a second. 1/4 of this race complete. Still 4 hours 30 to go here at Suzuka in the IVRA Endurance Series. The battle for second place is where we're focused at the moment in GTP. It is Daniel Alves Lorenzo leading Dylan Scrivens, then Ruben Paulino, then Dana Moore, who is last in the train. Porsches have taken off quite well traditionally on these restarts, but not necessarily this time round. The man who's taken off well is Jaden Munoz, who leads by 2 seconds.
He'll take that in a heartbeat and a handbasket at this stage. He'll look at the gap that he's built. And the first thing you got to do on a restart is get yourself a margin, get yourself some breathing room. Because the moment you can breathe, you can concentrate and you can find that rhythm once again. And that was wonderfully done. Dylan Scrivens will be happy in his position in 4th place. But I look around at the 2 team cars that need to have a little bit of help out there. I look at car 46 of Orion with João Vaz, who's there behind the wheel currently, and I look at Movano Atsuro and Loic Marchand behind the wheel in the number 33 down in 13th. I look at those 2 teams and they've got a lot of work to do in what will be the 2nd third of this race coming up. So this is what happened there. So there's the little trip up through the first part, and then it's just like being on an ice rink here. So you had another one out there in trouble sliding across. That might have been fast repair, and then there's the other wiggle over the top. That's how the racing changed, and that was the hit into the wall. So no safety car call. Galilea just took the tow by himself, which I don't think he was allowed to do for fast repair.
There are places on the circuit where you can tow with permission from race control and also not cause a caution. That's a dive. Elia Rattiani didn't know much about that in towards the hairpin. And is that still Chris Shorter, or is that someone else? It is, yeah. He had to park behind the Mustang as it was spun round, getting back going again. So that wasn't particularly ideal. And that will be what looked at by race control. There is plenty of things, by the way, being looked at by race control right now, so don't worry about that. Galilea, meanwhile, has got a black flag. Now, some of these black flags that may be appearing may be down to safety car things that will be removed by race control. We'll check on it all. But at the moment, Galilea is down on pit lane with bigger things to worry about than black flags.
Yeah, like the repairs to the rear of that car, and Orbit Drop Bear at the moment now sits looking at Tanguy Beyond here for Movano. What a run Orbit Drop Bear had last time out, by the way. Getting a podium for the outfit, which I thought was brilliant. Harrison Lillis has been behind the wheel all race long of the number 68 machine, and they'll be looking at Sam Sutton there for the Oz NZ driver, who's been around the sim racing scene for quite a while, and look and say they've got a very capable set of hands that they can go to and use as it comes to this drive. So Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter now looking at that 6th place. I think they'll feel quite happy about it. I have also noticed that Twan van der Velde is in the pit, so that Delta Shock 203 clearly running a little bit wounded, and so they've had to take that service, but it's still defended by Movano Rosso, and at the moment they'll feel quite happy at the fact they're holding on to that 6th place position.
It's the reigning champions. The championship leaders are down in 13th right now, and at the halfway points in an hour and a half's time, they're going to have to be a lot higher up than that if they're going to maintain a championship lead over the likes of Orion Race Team and Fiercely Forward, who are surely going to take big chunks out of them today. Maybe not Orion Race Team, to be fair, because they're
Williams
down
Academy
in 10th right now. But even so, Williams Academy as well. They'll be looking around. They are nearly 100 points back, Williams Academy, but there's quite a lot of points still on the table, so it is possible for them to get back involved. And I guess by extension, you could say the same for almost all the rest of the top 10, although anybody outside the top 3, in my opinion, needs pretty good final 3 rounds. Can't really afford any more mistakes over the course of the season. So the leaders are, as you were in GTP and LMP2, GT3 is where we've seen the real change, with Grid and Go now leading. SimRC down to 4th place after that disastrous opening lap for Adam Isaacson. And I just wonder whether this new tyre update now is going to start the calls from some wow, get my words out, some GT3 teams to maybe extend the margin between the prototypes and GTs as they restart, because there's a gap on the start which allows those prototypes to get up to speed without interruption from the GT3s. But just wonder whether they're going to start to call for it from the restarts as well, because the warm-up phase effectively is the same as what it is at the start of the race.
It's absolutely the same as what you get at the start of the race. You're spending so much time running at safety car speeds that any tyre heat that you've got in the tyre just evaporates as you drive around the circuit. You get basically 4 icicles that you now have to start trying to coax back into that heat and that temperature. And when you've got the GT3s and you understand what they need to go out there and race effectively, what they'd love is a little bit of a gap away from LMP2, not because of them tripping over, but if you look at GTP and they start tripping over, which they have a very good tendency to do, as we watch Le Charité again looking now to attack then this for second position on Vince Peters for that place. Peters running a little bit wide. If you have that in GTP, it's going to have a knock-on effect into LMP2. It's going to have a knock-on effect into GT3. And GT3 are going to look at it, and they're going to be the last ones to the party, and they're going to realise that they've got to deal through all the carnage in the maelstrom that's being done by drivers who can't actually activate their tyres on their restart. So I think they should actually ask for it. I think they should give themselves an extra 10 to 15 seconds more, just so that they don't have to run across the scene and realise that they're going to be jumping in with cars that are pretty much a day late and $1 short.
We'll see if that change happens, but it's a difficult one to square, really. Difficult one to figure out for how you'd work it out, I suppose, on these restarts. I mean, Race Control have enough problems already with the black flags and penalties that people get from the sim itself for misbehaving under the safety car that need clearing. It's, I can imagine, only going to create more of those problems over the course of one of these races, but we'll see. This is the battle for second we continue to watch, though. The grid and go-kart has gone off to a good restart here after taking the lead. It's now run away with it, and it's Vince Peters, the one who's defending here from Antoine Lasharite first of all, then Adam Isaacson, then Gabby Montoro and Ruben Bonga, all inside the top 6. They're queuing up behind this Mercedes, which is by far and away the best running Mercedes, by the way. Just wonder whether this car doesn't quite have the speed that it requires to run up here for now, because you've got to remember, they did only just scrape a top 10 in qualifying.
58.9 is their fastest lap. I look behind at WSR Esports butt kick of 58.7 fastest lap, then 58.7 for Sim RC and Gabby Montoro, who's there as well, 58.8 in terms of fastest lap. So they're not the quickest car out there today. I think that the balance of performance has worked in a certain way for them, and that they're not in the right position with it. I think that they sit down and realise they are going to be substandard today. They are going to need help today. That grid and go 247 is going to be happily launching away that Acura. So it's a case for them in the Mercedes-Benz. They're going to need a little bit of luck, a little bit of strategy, and if they can manage both of those, they can pull themselves back. The good news they've got is that Antoine Le Charité is not quite close enough to make that move. And Adam Isaacson, who sits on the back, looks and hopes for any way forward, realises that if they start trying to play these games, well, they can kiss goodbye to the race victory, because Alessandro Quintalle will happily run away in the gridandgo.com esports IVRA endurance car.
And you can see some, let's say, a prototype maybe in the background of the shot there with the GT3s. I did indeed. That's Maxime Naz, I think, getting back up to speed again after that long repair. He is back out onto the circuit again, 4 laps down. He's already overtaken the fast repair car, so it's already been worth it coming back out onto the circuit again for Maxime Naz. He will, get down the inside of the Mustang, and now Isaacson's going to see this as a chance, down the inside into the hairpin. Great opportunistic driving from Adam Isaacson, exactly how you use traffic as a GT3, and Sim RC are back onto the podium.
It's so easy to do. You get a faster car that dives down the inside at a corner where they can't make clearance. It opens up a door for you to just drive on through, and Adam Isaacson saw one opportunity and went, right, I've got to go down the inside now, otherwise I'm never going to get past the man from Quebec in Canada there, Antoine Le Charité. So there is, simply put, nothing more that could be done. It's a fantastic move from Adam Isaacson. The only issue that he's going to run into is that Le Charité might decide that he wants to try and find a way back out of 130R into the Astamo chicane to end out the lap here. This right-left, formerly known as the Casio Triangle, but now known as the Astamo chicane, and now getting that launch down the hill through the final corner. And there is where the grunt of the Mustang brings itself back into play again, and Vince Peters' slipstream also gives a little bit of help.
And it looks like Lasharite is going to have to accept the fact he's lost that place to Adam Isaacson. He's recovering from a pretty difficult restart in the GT3 Pro class. And this is before traffic, by the way, has really reared its head. The race leader, Jaden Munoz, has just gotten to the back end of that field of traffic now, by the way. And so it's about to get busy again. It's going to be like the start of the race all over again, really. The field clumped together. Munoz, the first one into battle, the first one to have to come through on all these guys. And this is where you earn your money as a GTP driver, especially coming through traffic first time round. Daniel Munoz doing it for the second time this afternoon.
Well, this is what happens when you get safety car periods. All the traffic comes back together again, especially when you group them by class. And so you have to keep going through them again and again and again. This little clump sort of stuck up behind Trevor Vorovsky for Composite Performance 236, known very well for driving in the Majors Championship out there in iRacing. That's where he plies his trade normally. But diving through without really too much drama, it's the next group that's going to have it a little bit more difficult, because that's going to fracture and splint as drivers have to try and hold their line and keep their way forward. The responsibility is firmly on these GTPs to make the clean passes, to get around safely, and getting a lot of help there from Alex Gal through the middle of Spoon Corner. There was Jaden Munoz. It shows you how much respect is needed between these drivers.
I don't think it was entirely intentional from Gal, but Munoz will absolutely take it. Now then, this is where it will get interesting, where the battles are. And again, Composite are going to have to be wary on the inside at 130 this time round. P1 Docs decide to back out. Ruben Paulino, last time round when it was Ross Booth driving, he dived down the inside and now he's going to be punished for it. Danny Moore trying to get down the inside. He's going to get the cutback instead. He just shoved his nose alongside there into the final chicane, and they barely got any room between the two of them. Out of the corner they come, absolutely locked together. And would you believe it, the teammates are going to box them in here, are they? In towards turn one. Oh, Danny Moore just shoves Paulino to the side there to try and let him through in towards turn one. Round the outside now in that Porsche. It's too far around there through turn 1 and 2. And Danny Moore has to tuck in again into the S's. He will remain 5th. That was a good battle between the two. And Moore tried to take advantage of Paulino's loss of momentum, but he couldn't quite get there.
Well, actually, I think it's completely different to what you're describing there, Ewan. That was Danny Moore just being way too aggressive into the Astamo chicane. He actually opened up that move with contact and then decided, you know what, I'm just going to commit to the bit and try and take that position away. Paulino was dogged in his defence. He made sure that every single time that there was any way that car's not getting by, he fought with everything he possibly could out of principle, because if that move had have been confirmed and that move had have been made, that would have been one which would have gone straight to the stewards and say that's not on, because that very nearly had Danny Moore turned across the nose of Ross Booth at Composite Performance, and the tiniest, weeniest bit of contact sent him deeper into the corner, and then had himself making contact with P1 Docs.
I thought it was fine, but but there you go. Out of the third Spoon, and there's more flashing of the lights from the McLaren. That's fiercely forward. Not pleased with Paulino this time, although I didn't see anything wrong with it that time through the second part of Spoon Curve. Now then, 130R again. A look at the crowd that Dylan Scrivens is having to negotiate here. Oh dear, and Paulino goes the other side. The car of Ruben Bonga there, no, not defending, but just trying to keep his own nose clean. Has to take the inside into towards the chicane, and then it will all fan out again out of the final corner. On board with Danny Moore. Can he get any closer this time to Paulino, who he was absolutely door-to-door with over the straight last time round? Oh, inside of the championship leader, and he thankfully saw it coming. Adam Isaacson, meanwhile, up to second place. We missed that, but Adam Isaacson is now into second, and now he's put into the rearview mirror. And the GTPs are clear once again. 4 hours 16 to go, and they'll be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief after that.
They certainly will, because they'll be looking around at that and saying, well, we've had to go through so much to try and get that move. I can confirm the move was done Nissan brake hairpin on Vince Peters. It was just as plain as you like, straight down the inside from Adam Isaacson, and Sim RC comfortably now moved themselves into second and continue as we chase on with this race here for 4th and 5th positions as P1 Dogs. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh my goodness me, that was a case from Twan van der Belt of trying to move out of trouble and not communicating with the traffic, and that could have been a complete disaster there. Straight across the circuit, nowhere to go for anyone.
That's exactly why they tell you not to try and be helpful and move out the way. Instead, just run your own racing line, and the traffic will do the work for you. Well, we're coming up to... here's the replay, by the way. Good driving from Paulino, mind. Pass on the grass. Gains a bit of time out of that as well. 4 hours 15 still to go, Jake. We're about to step out of the commentary box. Give us your assessment of the first 1 hour 45 and what indeed might happen for the rest of this one.
Well, I think we just jumped out exactly the wrong time here, Ewan. It's just started to hot up off of this restart, and I think we've got a lot of great storylines that are sitting themselves into play. Fiercely Forward and Williams Sim Racing Academy are putting themselves into championship position in GTP. You're looking around, and Orion are middling about here in 9th position. Movano at Tsuro are absolutely nowhere here today at Suzuka, and that's going to be a huge talking point for them on how they get their team back up into a position where they can fight, because they're having no love at all with the brand new handling characteristics of their GTPs that they're working around. Dullatra have an interesting strategy game that they're going to have to be playing here with Fiercely Forward in terms of what Fiercely Forward Gold are doing. Middle of the pack, but differing strategy, so I think we're going to be sat in with a really nice run for them moving forward. And finally, GridandGo.com and Visceral are proving that they are going to have this battle all the way to the end of the season, and you can't separate them by too much. But SimRC have come around today here, and they want to spoil the party.
Having a good day, certainly from second place, but we'll see what happens for the remainder of this one. Big thanks for being alongside me, Jake. It's been good to have you along with me for this last hour. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Jake Sperry, and we are now going to hand over 4 hours 14 to go, just under. You're watching the IVRA Endurance Series here from Suzuka on RaceSpotTV. I'll now hand you over to the very capable hands of Justin Prince and David Haynes.
Thank you very much, Ewan. Currently in the midst of what's been a busy time for these drivers, as seen the past few moments here, approaching the 4 hour to go mark here in IVRA competition. The IVRA Endurance Series continuing on with 6 hours here at Suzuka. Alongside me is David Haynes. I'm Justin Prince. Just about ready to talk things over here. It's been a bit chaotic in these past little bit here, David. Just coming off the safety car period, and now these drivers are starting to finally get a bit separated out in some of these circumstances.
Always difficult when the GT cars are so clumped as they are off a start. It's a big field of particularly those GT3 Pro cars. 26 of them makes them a bigger field than the 16 GTPs or the 11 LMP2s. And the way that they work with, bigger cars, more drag, the slipstream keeps them even closer together. And that's what makes it so tough. When you're one of these GTP cars, you come across 5, 6, 7 of them at a time. And at Suzuka, there are some places where it becomes really tough to cut your way through, like through the S's that are so famous in the opening sector of the lap, like through the consecutive Degner corners or the double apex spoon corner, any of that. And so, of course, off a race restart, things are difficult. You hope it sort of spreads out, smooths out, and everyone gets in after that.
Keep an eye, it's one of the battles in the top 2 for GT3. By the way, on screen, Vince Peters currently in 3rd spot at the moment, trying to close on in the gap at the moment. So, at this point as well, you have to think about, with all this traffic too, you have the battles within battles that have really started to re-solidify themselves, and a lot of these clumps of cars have been able to really close up as a result of that previous safety car period. That's going to make it where one mistake can open up the door, or you can open up the door yourself on the lunge just like that.
Hairpin, such an interesting corner here at Suzuka. You've just come underneath the bridge. You can have a lunge down the inside, but often a high line around there seems to work pretty well. The way that the banking is configured, you often see some drivers, some cars, sort of running a little bit wide, and there's contact at Spoon.
Contact into the corner in Spoon. Vince Peters sent off the racetrack. Not going to appreciate that send for one of his fellow classmates. That sends him wide and loses him at least 5-10 seconds. Doesn't look like the car's damaged there here, David, but that was not pretty on that lunge there. That was one of the Signify cars. Yeah.
No overlap before the apex. Throws the Lamborghini nose very late down the inside, has 5 centimeters of overlap there heading down towards the apex, and turns the Mercedes around, luckily able to get going, use a bit of the paved runoff. Not too much damage done, but I don't think you're ever really going to pass there, and it was a bit clumsy all in all.
Meanwhile, in the area of the racetrack right now, Movano, the series point leaders coming into today, currently trying to hold on to 6th spot, with Orbit Drop Bear right behind them for the time being. Well, these cars getting all grouped together at the moment once more, but Movado throughout the season has seen things slip back a little bit in terms of the overall point breakdown. They started off the season really good in Motegi, but since then, and after Sebring, their most points scored in the round for the overall race was about 59 points so far. So Movado trying to pick things up a little bit here.
This is the highest running battle inside GTP at the moment, with the top 5 spacing themselves out a little bit. The BMW of Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport looks down the inside at the triangle chicane and then has to back out around the outside, brings Solpec back into this as well in a 3-way fight, 6th, 7th, 8th. Movado clearly breaking a little earlier on the way in there. Orbit Drop Bear's BMW content to dive way down the inside, but you needed more than that to be able to complete the move in a switchback chicane.
You need to be smart on these moves, absolutely. You need to be able to play things out just right. And at the moment, Orbit Drop Bear last time by a 148.4. Seen them put up a decent pace in the midst of this battle at the moment. So the thing is about this too, no room for mistakes if you're going to be able to hold on in this battle. Orbit seems to be trying to narrow lunge side by side. Once more in a squeeze. Orbit Drop Bear nearly pushed off the racetrack for the spot.
So the inside of Dunlop Corner became the outside for the incredibly sharp-pointed and high-speed first Degner Corner. Movado are needing to be very tactical with the way they defend. It seems like the BMW's got more pace, and there's a tiny bit of a queue forming. We said that Cadillac or Solpec have gotten closer. Well, now Orion Race Team's BMW has also gotten closer in this battle, where Drop Bear have had a couple of opportunities, but Movado holds 6th and keeps them behind.
Right now, all just having some aggression build up here in this queue. As cars line up, here's Tim Matske. What happened to him? Well, traffic's not going to help him. Big wiggle into the Casio triangle.
And then a drifter reverse entry by the looks of things, not what he wanted. I think he had a bit of a wiggle on the exit of 130R, and then the LMP2 didn't know which way he was going and really helped him around. So I think there was just a little bit from Matske and then a little bit from the LMP2 in that one. Fano lead, same group down here. That BMW looks like through the medium speed corner that it really eats it up. Look how much speed and grip it's got sitting in behind through turns 1 and 2. And then through the S's here, it'll be looking for a way to get around. I think it's the only Australian out on track right now, Harrison Lillis in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. Don't worry, Justin, there's plenty of Canadians.
Yes, indeed. A lot of different drivers involved with a lot of different countries in the race car. That's what the Canadians at the moment in the car is Antoine Laturette with the WSR Esports butt kicker car. You also throw in Steve McGarvey at the moment in a car. And for the most part, outside of that, majority of drivers in the field currently European based in the field at the moment. But you have to wonder as well for some of these hour battles like LMP2, how things are going to go in the lower box. Stephen McGarvey is the one of those drivers we just talked about, and a little bit of the curbing as the 187 tries to build some momentum.
I've got a big spot in my heart for these LMP2 cars. They feel like racing at its most pure. And this is going to be a look down the inside of turn 1, which keeps giving you the inside for turn 2. I think that's the place to be for Vicker. And he will get ahead. Nürburgring Esports ahead of SRN TFR Alliance. But you know, they're relatively compact. They're relatively lightweight. They're not any brand aligned. They're just carbon fiber race car with a bit of downforce. 600 horsepower of naturally aspirated engine. No hybrid this, no DRS that. They are a pure, most distilled sports car racing experience, and to that they don't draw quite as much attention as the GT3 cars that resemble road cars or these insane prototypes we have now in GTP. But I love that there's still a place for LMP2 and it still creates great racing.
And it's still got a very committed community as well on the platform that loves this style of racing still with the LMP2. I'm committed to racing with it. Turner Schroll is currently holding on to the 7th spot, is also amongst those in this group. right now, Stroll for Hyperion Racing, trying to make some inroads and some cuts through this pack as well. And that's the big thing about a lot of these teams. You have to remember, the infrastructure for these respective teams has been around for a while. It's not as simple that the transfer to new cars. For a lot of these drivers, it's the thought process you have to think, David, of I've been committed to this community for a while and to this car. I don't know if I have the time necessarily to throw away all those notes and go to another car. A lot of these teams have taken the notes from the old car in terms of the LMP2 and kept at it rather than starting from scratch with the new car per se, or they've just had a strong desire to keep with this car, or which in real life has a community committed to it as well.
You can see also the struggle that the LMP2 cars have trying to work their way through all of this GT3 Pro traffic and the dramas that Turner Stroll's having here through the opening corners. GT3's too wide and he doesn't know which way to go. I think he gets boxed out. Maybe it costs him a little bit through all of this. The end of straight speeds heading in towards turn 1 for the GT3s, it's 260 k's an hour. For the LMP2s, it's 270. For GTPs, it's 300. So at the end of the straight, the GTP cars are going 30 k's an hour quicker than a GT3 Pro. No worries to shoot past them in a straight line. LMP2 don't have quite as much straight line advantage, but they maintain a lot of corner speed advantage, and that's why they need to be even more patient, even more careful, and it's even more challenging for these LMP2 cars to work their way through the densely packed GT3 Pro field safely.
It's often here with this pack. As a result, we already seen Stroll lose some spots here. Alex Caruso, his teammate, is at least with him. Gabby Montero. Now in the lower corner, we've seen Montero already with some contact earlier on in that grouping. Checking on the notice board so far when it comes to 214. There is something that came through a couple minutes ago, a minor incident responsibility. 10 seconds for car 214 has come on through. There is also a bulletin involving the 262 that picked up a moderate incident responsibility of 20 seconds.
So 214's that Simify Esports GT3 Pro Lamborghini that we saw tip Vince Peters into a spin. Other one you said was 269, 265? Which other was the other one?
That would be the 262 machine, and that entry in that case would be the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing black car that's also had something pop up.
Was they, as we look at them on screen just in front of us potentially here, they might have been at the hairpin. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter and Harrison Lillis into pit lane, so you can just see there's a couple of GTP cars making stops right now. There's a few that are still out and catching GT3 Pro traffic once again. Easy done on top of screen there.
Yes, indeed. Adam Brockway's been doing solid as they pick up more traffic again on screen. As, speaking of which, Sam Sutton for Orbit Bear, he is in. So pit stops are underway in this pack. Blake Reynolds, the former eNASCAR co-driver for Solpec Precision Racing, trying to get his way through the traffic now.
Club Texas driver in the big Cadillac. There's a few of the other cars around in this class come into pit. It opened up a little bit here for Blake Reynolds because Orbit Drop Air Jupiter and Movano, one of the other Movano cars have pitted from in front of him, so it's opened up a bit more real estate for Blake Reynolds. The spin curve he goes with just a little bit of curb. Here's where things get fun. You go over the bridge, over the racetrack. Very unique figure 8 layout for Suzuka. And then incredibly committed near flat out 130R left-hand corner there. Outside of the final corner here where you can see the Ferris wheel is the Suzuka Amusement Park. In US dollars, how much do you think a ticket to the Suzuka Amusement Park costs?
I've never actually thought about that, how much the actual amusement park costs. Thinking about it, amusement park costs $40?
That's about it, yeah. And you can ride all of the roller coasters, and there's also go-karts and other great family amusements to do with the big Ferris wheel. We could ride the Ferris wheel together, Justin.
Huh.
You don't sound excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about it, and I'm kind of nervous about heights a little bit myself, but hey, maybe indeed we'll meet up on the Ferris wheel. But in all seriousness, though, when it comes to this circuit here too, it's always been a sim racer's favorite with how things go, because a lot of excitement and a lot of different pass opportunities can absolutely pop up here. This style of racing, it's a track where you have to be good at terms of the rhythm, but it's one that you're able to recover from fairly quickly, but it's also one where you're constantly having to keep your head on the swivel. Like we've seen, oh, that was a bit of contact with the Simify car with one of the prototypes in the midst of traffic, believe there.
Yeah, top of screen as we've crossed the top of the hour, 2 completed, 4 to go. It's been a bit fraught, this run from the Simify GT3 Pro. That's Tristan Iglesias. Sorry, did I say Tristan Iglesias? Is that right? Gabby Montoro in that one at the moment.
Yeah, this is getting to where the overlap is constant every few laps or so for the prototypes. They're having to deal with said overlap situation, so you have to make sure where that situation for this traffic. Montero, as mentioned, did not have sufficient overlap and caused a collision for a previous penalty that is currently as pending from race control. That other penalty for the 262 is now labeled a 40-second marker for missing the braking marker, by the way, for contact with Antonio Rieger behind the wheel of the other car. So, all that being said here, your Simify eventually will have to pay the Pied Viper, you'd have to think. And what's been a solid run for them, BS Competition is the next car back in the queue, trying to find a way to close up and get around them. You see them lunging, but a prototype just about lunged into them in the hairpin.
Gee, that was quite a look in the mirror. I hope that's where you were looking as it happened, everyone, because diving down a gap, pushing out wide through the hairpin is one of the LMP2s. Down the inside is on Spoon Corner there. It's Nick's Esports, is it?
Believe so. That was a little bit close for comfort. Yeah, that was very close for comfort. You have to say, though, in terms of that lunge, some of the other cars get on through. Here is Sandro Lelli, and around it goes.
Yeah, so the number 18 Absolute Motorsports Asalith car, finding that, like sometimes happens, that I want to call it in oval racing terms, the low line, the inside line there through the banked hairpin, sometimes very, very slippery. And then, of course, the rear axle braking is complicated on these hybrid prototypes. As far as regen, dynamic brake migration, I think they might have as well. So it's locked up the rears at low speed when you don't have all of those aerodynamics to help you. If your car is aerodynamically got a lot of rear grip, but mechanically with the camber and the anti-roll bars very, very aggressive, then what might feel incredibly planted through the S's at high speed suddenly becomes a bit of a handful in those slow technical stuff.
One of the cars still on track to Ford, one of the newer platform machines on the service. Came at a couple builds ago, by the way, is this Ford-powered machine. Hold on for now. So, all that being considered here for Turner Stroll as he zips on by here, no problem here. Or after a bit of hold up here. What's that team communication got to be like here, knowing we've already had the safety car period a while ago? You know you've already got things starting to stack up when it comes to some of the penalty markers for some of these teams, but also knowing you've had chances to at least be overlapped with your teammate, but a lot of competition in terms of traffic that they've had to navigate that separated them back out to their other teammate car, and Alex Caruso.
Yeah, so that brings it closer between these two. One of the geodesic cars who are in front of them is Pitsing. Just keeping an eye on how that's happening, getting a couple more GTP cars pitting as well. Nix Esports trying to keep up their momentum through the traffic because Hyperion are right with them.
Yeah,
I love this car.
How so?
It makes a good noise. It revs to 8,000 RPM, naturally aspirated. It's just... It does all of the things uncomplicatedly.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the very least how...
You can tell what gear ratios they're running as well, looking at the shift lights here, because if it's the short ratios, when they shift from third to fourth, the green light will stay on, but if you've got the long ratios, the green light goes off. So I think that's shorter ratios here, looking down the inside of the hairpin.
Oh, a bit of contact with Daniel Valley. He's getting squeezed right now as the blue machine tries to make it work around the outside. As caution flag is out on the racetrack, or another safety car. Wow. And where did the safety car get deployed here?
Car 279 we're hearing from the race control. So that's Manidi Racing Red. Tim Matska, remember, he had that massive moment from 130R and into the chicane earlier. But now, oh, it's not 130R again, is it? You bet it is.
Oh, wow. Hit the grass again, and this time right into the racetrack. Oh, my goodness.
XPD Ferrari there, I think, loses some parts. Yep. But there's parts missing from every single corner of that Acura. So rear wing gone, engine cover gone, front bumper gone, rear bumper gone, suspension probably not in a great way, engine probably no more. Massive incident, front, back, and in the side.
So this is the second caution in about an hour or so, if that. And now it becomes the question. We already seen cars starting to consider pit stops at a couple instances, should say. Where do you go from here? Because you literally just had this situation in the last pit cycle.
So I had called out like a couple of the GTPs, some of the LMP2s have pitted in the last sort of 5 or 6 laps. Now it's Williams 77 that's been instructed to slow and will the safety car. So there's a few that may have just pitted that we'll hope that some others pit now and they can cycle forward potentially. Listening to race control in my ear in the directions they are giving out. So this is Nix, who I think the timing of the safety car saved their bacon versus Hyperion, who had him well and truly covered.
Yeah. This really groups everyone back together again, as Fiercely Ford's already come down to the pit lane. And I'm not sure how that's going to now fare out for them, because, correct me if I'm wrong, you normally would have to wait until you get the command from race control to come down pit road, would you not?
Yeah, I agree with you. That might count as emergency service or something. The car from the LMP2 lead is on pit lane. I don't have to hand a stint length for Fiercely Forward Purple, but it's sort of everyone who had pitted 2 laps ago is probably okay with this. Everyone who was going to pit in 2 laps time is probably okay with this. And everyone who needs to pit right now, Fiercely Forward, probably hasn't been great to them. Oh, okay, here comes Nix as well, and Hyperion. A couple getting waved around the pace car here.
Again, this is normal for the rules and regulations here to get this wave around. So the entire field having to make sure they stay to the right for all the wave around cars as they go to the left in this procedure. Again, any car who is in front of their class leader in the pacing line, get a wave of by. First wave by is what is considered. If the class leader pits or loses in the line for any other reason, the next car in line is used as the safety car. Behind the safety car is the placeholder for the leader till pit entry opens. As some more people come down pit road, this time by at least one car they're seen down the lane, as many of the other leaders just stay it out on the racetrack.
Solpeck in. Hyperion. Oh, there's a few cars that are going to have to be careful about how they blend out of the pit lane. So you've got almost your whole field behind the safety car at the moment.
Yeah, all of them just trying to figure out where to go. The Hyperion entry trying to sort that out. Here's a look at XPD Racing. What did Roberto Freezer see? Well, there's not much you can do when they just ricochet right into your path.
No. So it did a lot of damage, particularly to the front left of that Ferrari. That, oh, it was like, do I pit? I gotta pit. I'm not staying out with that damage, and correct. I'm so hopeful. Oh yeah, look at the front left wheel not even turning. Yeah, so they'll hope that this actually gives them an opportunity to fix up their Ferrari and get back out there. But the XPD Racing GT3 Ferrari has been in pit lane for the last 6 minutes or so. There's still a black and orange mechanical flag for them, so they might still be some while away from getting that fixed and getting it out. I have been up and close and personal with all the spare parts of a Ferrari 296 GT3, and if you don't damage the suspension, you can change any body panel in about 20 seconds. But if you damage the suspension, it gets a bit more difficult.
Yes. It
Did
really
you know that the opening in the left headlight feeds the forced air system, and the opening in the right headlight feeds the air conditioning?
No, I did not, actually.
Air conditioning is stored in the right headlight.
Why the right headlight, though? You would think it'd be so easy to smash a headlight and then you lose your AC in that case.
There's a lot of ductwork, but the air conditioning unit itself, I think, is just on the front of the monocoque, but the duct that feeds it is not from the lower part of the grille. It's from the opening in the within the headlight.
By the way, a statistic coming in from Ewan O'Leary, who's watched you long. He mentioned that all 3 cautions this race have all happened with 130R so far. Why do you feel 130R has been the opposite of safety here today with how things have gone?
The limit of grip for the GT3 Pro cars by the look of it. So for a prototype like the LMP2, it's flat out. It's not really a corner. Yeah, for F1 cars, it's flat out these days, but for the GT3 cars, it's sort of right at the limit. So everyone is trying to go flat out through there, and not everyone quite can. And then the slippery AstroTurf and the curbing on the exit, well, you've seen that it sort of spat out Maniti and their Acura twice. Once they sort of caught it and had a slide and didn't hit anything. But when you have a snap like they did, pit lane is open and many people are going to take it. The walls are so close in that section of the racetrack, with the hill on the left-hand side and the other part of the racetrack on the right. You go into the walls heavily. Everyone wants to pit. What a lonely safety car right now.
Yeah, no one else out there except for one car at this point that's zipping off.
Mustang leads the race. Let's go.
Well, just about everybody piles on into the pit lane in this sequence. And some of the
XPD have
drivers
managed to fix their mechanical black flag, so we might see that XPD Racing Ferrari back out at some point, and it'll be a little bit of a service race off pit lane for all of these GTPs.
So far, it's been a dominant run for the Williams machine throughout the day today. They have taken the opportunity, it looks like, for a driver change. Nathan Moore now behind the wheel of the Williams car. The Williams Sim Racing Academy entry making the change as the mixture of cars all exit pit road. Sam Sutton did stay out. Remember, Orbital pit 7 laps ago, Movado pit 3 laps ago, and they are amongst the drivers who stayed out in the GTP class. So the GTPs have been mixed up there. There's a look at the track map. You see where the safety car is in relation to some of the drivers and where everybody else is currently going through the S's.
So I think that the safety car is sort of just at the hairpin, no, just at the Degner here. Okay, there's a couple of cars that have gotten out just in front of it, and a few that have been waved around. So I think that Mustang got waved around. And here is Orbit Drop Bear with a driver change to Sam Sutton, leading the way. Movano Rosso also had a driver change at their stop, went to Justin Alonso Jr.
And field now getting the class splits all sorted out here. By the way, in terms of the LMP2s, it is at the moment the 100 race entry of Mohammed Ajenko, rather fiercely forward at the front of the field of the respective class. Fiercely forward purple of Mohammed Ajenko up front over the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold car. So they are all getting themselves regrouped here per the rules and classifications of the series and making sure they're all ready to go for the restart to prevent absolute chaos here with these class splits at the moment. So now it's going to be interesting. What do you discuss amongst the race teams, knowing you've had 2 safety cars in a span of about an hour and a half or so? Knowing it's been an attrition-filled race, how does this impact the rest of the way on your planning?
Yeah, and you can see on the track map, the LMP2s have got a lot of class split to do there. So this will extend the safety car a little bit. 2 other cars are on the lane there. One's just gotten back out. XPD Racing. I'm fingers crossed that XPD Racing can get back into this race, hopefully. But you're setting yourself looking, I think, your stint towards the halfway point. Some halfway points as well. This sort of sets everyone up to, in every class, I think, including LMP2, be able to race to the 3 hours to go.
Still going to be off-scent for those who had stayed out this caution period. Also, by the way, amongst those benefiting from this caution period, going to be Maniti Racing Black big time. Sopec Precision getting themselves back in after a 1-4 pit stop. But we'll see if their stop, see them stay where they're at, as they had gone in different time mark or in the pit lane for 1-4 the last time they pit their respective race car. So 3 hours and 40 minutes here, already quickly approaching the halfway mark in this race to your. So how do you see these drivers approaching the restart once we do get to this restart situation, as the EOL penalty is now getting issued for race control now? So that's going to really shake up the order here too in a minute.
Yeah, so obviously the first couple of laps after the restart are a good opportunity to try to make some passes because there's less traffic around, and then eventually you get to all the GTPs catching the GT3 Pros, and it's that first time around, you see the absolute snake of green GT3 Pro cars on the track map. It's so tough the first time you approach that, and then you really, for the next sort of 20 minutes, have got to settle into this rhythm of trying to correctly gauge your way through the traffic before it opens up again. Is there anyone who hasn't stopped in the last 10 laps? And I don't think there is. So you've got just 3 or 4 cars at the front of GTP here that had just stopped before this safety car was called, but basically everyone else has stopped underneath this safety car. So there's no one halfway through a run now. Everyone's about to start a pretty significant full fuel stint when we go racing again.
EOL penalties, by the way, now have been issued. Fiercely for Purple, Nix Esports, Variant Racing, second entry, the 104 car. Sopac Precision Racing, SR and TFR Alliance car. Hyperion Racing's 144 entry, all will have to go to the tail with EOL penalties. And remember, a lot of those cars came in before the pit road was officially opened by race control. See the pit stop totals for the respective classes. A couple drivers have already pit 4 times. The majority pitting about 3 in the LMP2 so far. 2 of them being with caution period so far. Now we'll have to see how these drivers plot and plan the rest of the strategies here. And keep in mind, for GT3 Pro, you can go fast longer in these cars. So far, 2 pit stops for most. The first with 3, you have to go all the way down to impulse.
I think, though, there's a few teams that we called out the penalties, but this hasn't helped them particularly much. So Simify, for example, not good for them. 100. What's their go here? They've been there for 3 minutes.
Yeah, there is still a fair amount of penalties that are listed as pending. 3 different penalties, and well, one of the drivers involved in that penalty list just crashed. So, of note, the 262 situation has been flipped back to 10 seconds rather than initially 40. So that's going to help their cause, to say the least. You know what's going to help potentially for some, maybe not for others? The shade has really started to pile over the racetrack. Not expecting rain in the forecast yet, but there is actually a 59% chance of rain in about an hour's time in the session. So there might be some precipitation potentially in a little bit here.
Yeah, that's right, Justin. It's 20 degrees Celsius in the air, giving us 26 on the track. Winds are currently gusting 30 to 35 kilometers an hour directly from the west. That's going to be changing to northwest and towards from the north, where it might, with that wind, be able to bring some rain across the racetrack. Mostly cloudy at the moment with no rain on the radar, but a moderate chance that we get some before the checkered flag here at Suzuka. Now back to sport with Justin.
Thank you very much for the weather report, David. And once again, making sure the green screen is all ready as well. The sarcasm comes through very badly in that case, but there is a chance, is the key thing, of weather. And that's going to really impact things potentially here. So as they continue on here as well, it's going to be possibly important for a couple of these drivers to make sure they keep the tire temperatures up to snuff as well, since this track temperature could potentially plummet more and more as the safety car period progresses. There's the interesting thing to consider here too, that the temperature for the track in the sim is technically not the same everywhere in theory here, David, because, well, it is a big racetrack. I've heard somewhere around the start and finish line is that trigger that people really bring up for the temperature of the track.
Yeah, I think I might have also heard that it's sort of in the pit lane somewhere, and so that's a little too intimate of a view with the safety car. The way that the shadows and the racetrack work can sometimes slightly deceive.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
You mean try and pass the safety car again?
Or hit the safety car, yeah. It's just an honest, hard-working Porsche 911 GT3 Touring. It doesn't need a BMW M Hybrid V8 large sniffer to do it any damage. So there's Nix Esports getting their wave around. I don't know if we go racing soon, or if I was hearing correctly from race control that we might have to wait for that Nix Esports car to go around and then join the back of LMP2, having done class split on all the GT3 Pro cars. But the lights are still on that safety car, so I don't think it's this time. Got to keep an eye on what Nix Esports are doing and exactly what instructions race control are giving them, because other than that, everyone is in their correct place and in line and ready to go, except Nix Esports.
Roberts just got the word they can now warm their tires officially. So that's why you're going to start seeing the wiggles and the snakes come out to play a little bit. So we are approaching that point where we'll have a restart soon with the tire situation now being advised. That's going to be a big challenge you have to think, though, on this restart for that 77 for the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, because it's the first time in a little bit where they're going to be in traffic here. They have been outright dominant when keeping an eye on things from basically the start of the day with those Academy drivers, and now they're going to have a bit of a challenge here to have to pass by 3 different cars pretty quickly here. WSR Esports Butt Kicker also is in that conversation now for the lead too. I did have an interesting question here that came in involving the safety car, by the way, David. Does the safety car have enough fuel?
Yes.
It's unlimited. They have magical fuel tanks. Don't you know they get a gas car that fuels up their car automatically?
Yeah, the safety car driver is like too cool as well with these sunglasses. So Maska's on the grass, too much apex curve. This is a replay of what brought out the caution, what feels like maybe 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Absolutely demolished. Already apologies coming over in the sim chats for the series. There had been a request from some drivers just before that some of these GT3s can't go 100% in that corner for safer passing opportunities. And that's kind of solidified itself with this car for today, with a lot of the drivers, and for Tim in particular, having a hard time in that section.
So the only thing to look at right now is Nix Esports LMP2. They are just now class splitting with the GT3 Pros to join the tail end of LMP2 on the same lap. The class leader, all 11 LMP2s are on the lead lap and running and in line. We've had one GTP retirement, I think, at this point, which is Fast Repair Motorsports, and you've got Manidi Racing 17 that is out there, but a significant number of laps down, and there's a couple of retired GT3 Pros as well. So LMP2 uniquely untouched. Safety car with its infinite fuel, Justin, is pulling away.
I mean, as they get ready for the restart here, there is one thing. Some people have the wish, they wish that there was a slider for the pace car speed. Imagine pace speed of 200 miles an hour. That potentially can happen for some, as Now we get ready for this restart where the crawl is on about 35 miles an hour. Pace car pulling away from the rest of the pack here. It's come just about 30 minutes away from the halfway point in this one, as a lot of checking up is seeing cars just about go out of the queue to make sure they don't stack up as we come up for the restart. Sam Sonnen again is the leader, driving for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, then Movado Rosso, Maniti Racing Black, Williams Academy car, WSR Esports, butt kicker amongst the top 5 on the road, ready to lead things off here in this race once again. Loud pedal hit, Sam Sonnen tries to run. Green flag is back out and a huge separation for the top 3. The Williams machine did not get a good run through the Casio Triangle as we're back off and away with a crash. Already a crash looked like maybe one of the Hyperion cars, and there are more people crashing. Some of the LMP2s scattered.
SRN and Hyperion LMP2s, I swear I saw the Porsche 963 of Maniti racing out through the gravel on the final corner here. They want to ride the Ferris wheel with me, but that is not a great restart for these guys. For the GTP field, strung out masterfully by Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter as they launched into action early and gave themselves and the rest of the field plenty of space. But for the rest of them, then at speed, breaking into the triangle, I think a few things have gone awry.
Yeah, absolute chaos, obviously, off the start for some as the rest of the field gets itself regathered up here. Sutton right now holding on to near a full second lead as they make their way through Sector 2 now and through the hairpin. See some of the errors in the backdrop, starting to go for some lunges there. That was a pass around for the P1 Docs black car. And hearing Maniti again was confirmed to be in that last incident. Maniti not having a fun time in that sector.
Looks like cold tires on the restart, doesn't it? That doesn't look like anyone hit them or anything that I could see. So for Maxim Naz, he's ended up in the gravel with a snap on throttle. As for the LMP2s, I guess we're about to find out. So Stephen McGarvey was driving the SRN TFR car, and Hyperion being driven by Jeffrey Lund, who I think had only just gotten in prior to the restart. But one lap completed, there's a bit more tyre temperature for your top 3, but then look at that biff, it's breaking loose there. So, oh, they've both just done it. The same, cold tyres.
That's why it's important to warm up the tires, after all. Interesting enough, though, Nathan Moore has now dropped all the way back to 6th place. That's because they have slipped back into the clutches of Adam State, some of the others. So there have been a lot of people making some passes. They're also in the midst of a queue of cars lining up in the Sens side by side, trying to get around some of the various classmates here. Bono Zero also is in this grouping. That's the car that just got zipped around there in the blue Movado car.
Yeah, so a few of those cars in this pack that have all stopped underneath the safety car. The top 3 didn't. They had pitted just before the safety car. WSR Esports butt kicker Cadillac's worked its way to the front here ahead of Movado Azuro. Williams Sim Racing Academy 77. They're looking like they're getting some pressure from Patrick Wolf in the fiercely forward red car. Black and yellow heading into Spoon Corner. Looks like they get a little bit wide onto some of the AstroTurf there as well. The pressure will remain.
Williams Sim Racing Academy drivers, meanwhile, trying to learn how to get back to the front here. They were looking so good with Jaden Munoz when keeping things on an eye on earlier on. Now they have some of their biggest challenges yet after putting in those stonking laps earlier in terms of the pressure, in terms of the speed. Of course, we know Williams putting a lot of competitive drivers in a lot of different baskets here, David, in terms of series. These drivers, I think, would really want to be able to find a way to regather that speed that they had before. They are 6 seconds behind the race leader.
things might have been a little tidier for GT3 Pro. Delatraz Automotive leading LMP2. This is the GT3 group. Grid and Go leading the way. Got one of those LMP2s in between, surprisingly. But that's a comfortable lead for Quintana.
Yeah. Right now, decent buffer. Really good buffer, at least for now. But Felix Hornbach keeping him honest, though. Some of the others, like Andrew Caron right now trying to battle things at the moment for the top 3. Right now trying to find a way around Sim RC and Marvin Stoll at the moment. Stroll, I should say, is currently holding on. Those drivers slipping back a little bit. Last time by, they were half a second slower than the top 2.
Then I think you've got Nürburgring Esports. No, that's SRN who spun off on the restart, now having to work their way back through the GT3 Pro field. There they go. But just going to wait probably behind. No, they're going to dive down the inside of Gabby Montoro on the way into Spoon Corner and then wait through the middle and then hope to pass a couple on the way towards 130R. There's a look at the curb. The GT3 cars aren't afraid of getting on the far side of the curb. We're about to see here.
Wallace gets a clump of the curbing and goes right across the nose of the car he was just trying to pass. I think the car he was trying to pass might have saved him from it being worse.
You got any siblings? You ever had your older brother like knock you to the ground and then try to pick you up again before mum looks?
No, I have not. I am an only child.
You missed out on that experience then, but that's kind of what that looked like. Hit them to get them sideways, hit them again to straighten them up.
Yeah, now, queue of drivers at the moment also at this point includes Simufy. Simufy right now trying to build up momentum. Trevor Bobrovsky made an appearance in the composite car today. Around that car goes hard contact as well. 130R, another one bites the dust as here's another look at Luke Wallace again.
So Wallace gets down the inside of the first Degner. I think he actually takes too much apex curb, does it all himself, locks it up, and then slides it around at the second Degner, drops back into compromised position. This is third, fourth, fifth of GT3 Pro. So you've got SimRC, head of WSR Esports butt kicker. We know there's a 10-second or so penalty still coming for that Lamborghini of Simify, the black and orange.
We're already almost 21 minutes away from the halfway point of the race itself, by the way. And what goes to mind knowing already we're approaching halfway on the marker here. It's been a bit of a wild one, you'd have to say, with 3 safety cars.
It's about to get more wilder when the GTPs once again catch up to GT3 Pro, where I think there's still something in the order of 24 GT3 Pro cars running. Maybe scratch 2 of those. Manidi Racing Red are probably not going to get back out, and XPD Racing are still not back out over some of the other incidents that we've seen, and we just saw for composite performances GT3 Pro that 130R, specifically the curbing on the exit of 130R, caught them out as well. GTPs through Spoon Curve.
Yeah, we'll say it's a little bit of a different look for Delta Sport here than what some may normally be used to in terms of some of the past outings. Delta Sport has been around for a long time in various different series, and it's always been competitive in all of them. Right now, holding on to the 11th position in the 2 car. So far for them, it's been an interesting day. We've seen them pop up a few times on the broadcast, but some of those in the back groupings right now need to figure out what they can do to gain back speed, like Pedro Martins at the moment with Simone Cura right in front of them for Absolute Motorsport in the eyesight at the moment. And you can tell that there's been the effort put in by these teams to figure out where they can get the track position. But eventually these drivers will have to peel down pretty soon. Remember, already these drivers 9+ laps into their stints. For those who had just pit, some of those that are in the air groupings have gone 16 minutes, like Sam Sutton, 16 laps rather.
Yeah, and you got to recall that about 5 or 6 of them were safety cars, so it really eats up a lot of the clock when the safety car goes like it did, and there's as much procedure that needs to happen amongst the 3 classes, class splits, wave arounds, this, that, whatever. So it seems like the tyres for those that didn't pit under the safety car lit up a lot quicker on the restart, because you didn't see any hint of the tyres being too cold for Movano Rosso or Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter or Maniti Racing Black, but behind them clearly a few were struggling because they had put new tyres on with the safety car, rolled around behind the safety car for a couple of laps, and then been unleashed and let racing. And perhaps slightly similar for LMP2. I believe that Delatraz pitted with that safety car, but the car in second, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, had just pitted before the safety car.
Alexandro Quintana on screen, by the way, for GridandGo.com VC Esports. Grid and Go, we've seen them and as well be very competitive. They're trying to make sure the virtual coach covered machine has the right amount of coaching to get around this circuit at the moment. So far, they've been able to keep things still at bay. He and Felix Kornbach have been up to 2 to 3 tenths quicker than the rest of the field so far here. And again, how would you say things look in terms of this Acura? Look, in terms of this car, to be able to keep things up front in terms of the manufacturer, again, one of the newer cars when it comes to platform. Hold on one moment. How about a battle instead to discuss? Apex Racing Team trying to go and find the right Apex, trying to get alongside, regrouping for the pass attempt, and there goes the 99 up to 11th.
Last lap was a little off their pace for Delta Sport, and now the pressure is well and truly on the Apex Racing Team. Marshall Hubert goes past. Next up is a Ryan Race Team. Ilka Happala with the BMW just in behind. Whenever you look at these angles, you can see exactly how the crash structure and central cell of the Cadillac and BMW are identical from Dallara, but then everything else around the suspension, bodywork, engine, all of that gets done differently. But a long shot head on, you see that the glass house of the cockpit's identical between those 2 prototypes. They share an identical base.
Now on top of Orion, you have Solpec also in the queue, looking to find their way to jump up and make up spots here. And the tough thing you have to think in terms of the Solpec Precision Racing car was they came in the early pit stop, cost themselves the time. Now they're going to have to try and claw their way ahead here. In this
Solpec
group.
got sent end of line from pitting when the pit lane wasn't open, so that sent them to the back of all of the cars that were running here. Like we said before, 16 GTPs, one of them retired, one of them a couple of laps down. So last of the lead lap cars is Solpec right now.
Yeah, right at the tail end of the field here. So you can't go lower than this, is the bright side here. But points are points. Over the course of a championship, you'd have to think here, David, you want to score the best you can, especially at the midway point. This is one of the close battles on the racetrack. Battle for 5th is also looking good for LMP2, by the way. Right now, that includes Nürburgring Esports, and Nix Esports is up there, a +2 from the original starting spots.
So 2/10 faster last lap for Nix. If everyone's keeping their eyes on some of the live timing, can really give you great insight into these races and the battles that we see. So that slightly favors Nix in the bottom of screen. I don't know exactly what Delta Sport have got to their favor top of screen, because I'm seeing Orion make a really good swing at this.
Orion's looking really good right now with what they just did there with that swing. It's not looking as good for Delta Sport right now. Last time by the 147.4s, by the way, in this pack. And they'll let by another one. How about a send from Blake Reynolds to get alongside heading to the Dagners? And it looks like Delta Sport will just let them on go. So something's going a little bit sour maybe for that car as Blake Reynolds moves up. But what's going on around the racetrack as well? How about these drivers? This is the battle going on for 5th. Nürburgring Esports, the Nürburgring, of course, having a really good esports programs built up. Have some simulators on property when talking about things on the racetrack. They've really been able to expand things out for their esports program as well in terms of actual racing in the past year or so as well.
So here's the two different lines through the hairpin once again. And it seems like the line that Nix took, Daniel Valle's actually dropped a couple of car lengths further back. So he was hoping to try to sweep around the outside a little bit, but he might have found a more slippery patch than Dennis Vika did, and he's dropped just a few car lengths back. On board. Big fan of the gearbox ratios in this car, weird thing to say, but they're just very nicely spaced. First gear is usable, sixth gear is usable. And peak speeds, 270 k's an hour. Sixth gear, the tallest ratio, just past 7,500 RPM, keeping it flat out through 130R. And then, how about 5 downshifts into the triangle?
Playing around with the gearing, as you said, you can see that with the ratios, with that movement. Angles on screen, one from the back, one from the windshield. And you can kind of see just how much some of the dirt buildup almost a little bit with that oval shadow has popped up here. There's a lot of marble buildup, you'd have to think, on this racetrack here too. With how long these drivers have raced, there's a lot of debris that can build up on the race car over time.
There's a couple of places you're seeing that they're dipping tyres into the grass as well, like the entrance to 130R we're about to get a look at. I think they're bringing a little bit of onto the racetrack through here. As you see, the GTPs have caught GT3 Pro traffic, and it's as chaotic as you would expect, and as chaotic as we have seen many times in the past before. There goes some chaos.
A little bit of an off track in that sequence, not great. BS competition, now 10th spot of the 89. Having to go off-track excursioning there. Now side by side as they look to try and fight off Absolute Motorsport. Trying to keep alongside the Absolute entry, takes the spot. Able to make the pass.
So I don't know what led to the BS running just super deep in here. They've missed their braking point, I think. Run through the grass, taking the motorcycle chicane. Silly BS competition. You have 4 wheels, not 2. What are you doing out there?
Ruben Polino, meanwhile, for P1Docs.com. He was one of the drivers who earlier today made a pass in the grass on traffic on 4 wide racing. Al right now is trying to reel in Patrick Wolf. Big Pack Wolf with Patrick Wolf trying to keep ahead in the fiercely forward entry at the moment. So, your thoughts on what we've seen from P1 dogs so far here today? Last time by, they ran in the 149.1s, by the way.
So the pace advantage of the leading cars that have already cut their way through the GT3 traffic has been significant. That little bit of extra time that Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, Bavano Rosso and the Needy Racing Black had over the whole rest of the GTP field has worked really well as they were the first through the traffic. Fiercely forward teammates in LMPs under instructions.
Right now, see the paint schemes. See throughout the campaign, mind you, campaign for those curious still over time here. Supposed to also have racing Garv and Spa once the rest of the way at the moment. So, Gabby Montoro still trying to reel on things in the Lamborghini. Less than 10 minutes away from halfway on the hours mark in this race, by the way, how things are looking here today.
Like Gabby El Toro, the bull in the Lamborghini, trying to stick with this group, knowing they've got a penalty to come probably at their next green flag pit stop, depending exactly how it falls, but that'll be the other side of the halfway point, you would think. Having just had that safety car. Track's still cooling off yet further, I think, so it remains pretty overcast. Still gusty. Nothing on the weather radar yet, and probably not for the next 45 minutes, if we're honest. Oh, half an hour. Remind me to look at the radar again in half an hour.
Yes, it has actually gone up in Fahrenheit by 3 degrees, in fact, with the sunshine to counteract that point. So it has stayed around a certain range. It's just that with the sun in some areas it's going up, and other areas it's going down. Because there's currently shade over the front straightaway, for example. But then you go over towards the final corners, and the sunshine, it's all having itself some fun here.
It was shade through the S's, it was sun at Spoon, it seems the sun's come back out on the front straight again, but when you look at the sky, you can see, you make an estimate that sort of 60 to 70% of the sky is covered by cloud. The cloud moves across. The sun sort of shines through the patchwork, so it's sunny about 30% of the time, I think, and then cloudy and overcast about 60 or 70.
And mind you, still plenty of time for these drivers to work around as time progresses. As we go back up to where Delta Sport is, they're now scrapping yet again with the Ryan race team. Apple trying to find a way around in that BMW with the Cadillac, trying to keep things nice in the Caddy machine. As a bit of a poke, no lunge there at the moment. Orion race team currently no place to send it yet.
Got a little bit of traffic to think about approaching sort of 130R and the final chicane. Clear through 130R, but then up the road there's a little bit more to come. Getting plenty of curb, the left hand and the right hand apexes through there, and it seems like getting the curb through the final apex, the Ryan race team caught a bit of time on Delta Sport, who might have had just a little hint of a slide.
Well, that's a little bit of traffic causing some issues there, but Martin's having no issue. In fact, that comes up perfectly for him. Traffic give it, traffic take it away once again. Meanwhile, take a look at some of the other cars on the racetrack. Adam State right now still holding on to 4th spot. You have Marchand behind. You have Moore and Wolf also in the queue. One of the closer battles on the racetrack, all draft locked at the moment in GTP.
Yeah, and I saw a lap time just recently from Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter leading the way with a 146.5. And I'm trying to work out if that's the fastest lap of the race. Do you have to hand what the fastest lap of the race is? Because that's the quickest I've seen so far. Ivano Rosso might have been slightly quicker. Oh yeah, Ivano Rosso then even slightly quicker than that. 146.4, 146.1 for Williams Sim Racing Academy.
A little bit of dardiness in that battle for 4th, a bit of a send. As Marchand moves up a spot, and the Movano Zero car able to move on by, be able to pick up a spot with less than 4 minutes to go to the halfway point. Driver's getting a little bit daring on those squeezes to be able to make these passes here. No one else in the queue able to take advantage yet. Williams Academy car is next in the queue to try and see if they can line things up in the battle box.
Yeah, some of the GTP is starting to pick up a little bit more speed right now. So the lap times are pretty good. They've gone through the GT3 Pros once. They're still a little while away from catching them for a second time. So it's moderately clear track at the moment for all of your GTP runners, and some of them really flexing their pace at the moment. Both of the Movano cars, it seems, coming on strong, running 2nd and 4th at the moment.
Comes the build up for Williams. They've got a faster bit amount of speed, but no send as to be expected for 130R this time. Looking like they're going to have to reset for the front straight away with how things are queuing up from Nathan Moore. Moore seems to be good in the lineup. It's just the corner exits right now with a bit of that dirty air factor possibly costing him a little bit of time. And now it's going to be hard to be able to get alongside. They seem to have the speed in the areas where they can't pass. And they have to keep in mind there are drivers in and out of the pit lane at the moment that you've seen just work their way out of lane just in the past moment or so. So drivers are working their way in and out of the pit lane here soon too.
I'm seeing the chance of rain increasing. Now, you look at these pictures and you go, sun's out. Doesn't look like it's going to rain shortly, but there's a lot of wind at the ground level. There's even more wind going on at the cloud level. And it can change very, very quickly. Suzuka, as a town, is on the coast. The racetrack's only 1 or 2 kilometers inland. So it could change quite drastically across the back half of the race, something for everyone to be prepared for. Oh!
That is ugly for Dominic Push. He is pushed straight off the racetrack. Huge with hard contact from behind. Jen Setkowski was one of those drivers involved.
So Setkowski gets pushed wide, loses his momentum, and then the Porsche behind tries to force down the inside. Setkowski never opened up the inside for the Casio triangle there. There was never a car width to try to squeeze down the inside like that car behind did, and then sent him into innocent Dominic Push. Gabby Montoro, meanwhile, that has NASCAR revenge written all over it. Vince Peters' car on Gabby Montoro, roles reversed of what we saw at Spoon Curve. Well, this goes on.
Patrick Wolf sent off the racetrack by Williams. Nathan Moore, door-to-door contact. And now there's no longer a front end and a broken suspension now for Wolf. All kicking off with incidents all of a sudden, right at 3 hours to go, mind you. 3 hours to go, 3 incidents in the past couple moments. Let's see what happened in the middle of the GTP battling. Already blocking to the pit wall as Wolf worked his way to the outside for the first corner. Contact sends him to the barrier.
So, as strong of a defense as can be offered to go extreme to the right-hand side up against the pit wall. So, okay, no other option but to try to go around the outside of turn 1. And then just a tiny bit of contact at the apex of 1, but it's near flat out in any car with downforce to go through there. And so just a little wiggle, a little snap, and it goes to the outside wall with massive consequences for Fiercely Forward and Patrick Wolf.
Now, at this point, Sam Sutton at the halfway point is the leader for this race in GTP. Having the advantage of Urbano Rosso, then Maniti Racing Black rounding out the top 3 as things stand in that class. Also up there, Bono Azzurro and WSR Esports Butt Kicker in the top 5 for GTP. Right now, things are a little bit different in LMP2. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage is held on up front. There's the replay from Patrick Wolf on the contact. As that broke the car, race control is already giving warnings with the 11 slow around the track.
So, right back into the GT3 Pro traffic once again for your race leader. Thankfully for him, though, by this time the GT3 Pro field has spread out a little bit further. Like a Maniti Acura running super wide on the exit of the second Degner. That can also have catastrophic outcomes if you snap there, because again, underneath the bridge, the walls have got to be super close through the underpass there as well as you exit the Degner. A couple of the places around here at Suzuka where, despite it being a permanent high-class racing facility, sometimes in some places the walls are closer than you think.
Indeed. To recap some of the air front rollers, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage once again leading LP2, just get things grouped up there. Roger Race Geotech Racing Gold, Fiercely Forward Purple, Fiercely Forward Gold, Mirandus M Squad, the top 5 there. Good and Go, BS Competition, Sim RC, the top 3 in GT3 Pro. At that halfway point with Visceral amongst those in the top 5. And yes,
so
indeed.
Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter stay out just long enough to take those halfway points, and then into the lane they come. That feels like smart strategy, I guess, but you saw the amount of pace that they've also got. They were running in the top 7 before their last pit stop, and then they benefited from the timing of the safety car, and on the restart they held the lead the whole way. So it seems like a combination of enough pace to make the strategy work as well.
And mind you, the halfway points already just being awarded out to, hence why I was reading those off there. Past moment or so, halfway points, remember, in this series on the line. And you have to think, with some of the aggression levels we've seen pop up there in the past few moments, people were thinking halfway points, and points are points on the lunges, and we've seen how daring people will be for points.
So this is sort of the second time that the GTPs catch the GT3 Pros. Is also the first time that the LMP2s catch the GT3 Pros and caught themselves. They have.
Here we go again. Hard contact this time. And another crash, this involving the P1 Docs Black Machine. This might be a safety car. They are on the racing surface. Waiting to hear if there's any signal here. No one else seems to be approaching the area yet for Ruben Polino. There it is, caution.
And once again, who has pitted just 2 laps before the safety car comes out and will likely cycle back to the front? It's Orbit, Drop, Bear, Jupiter. So the difference in speed, GTP to LMP2 to GT3 Pro, means you've got all 3 classes intertangled here. So hairpin, P1 docks, round the outside of SRN TFR, looking for a gap in between the P2 and the GT3. There is not a lane there. A lane does not open that they were hoping for. And again, the walls are so much closer than you would ordinarily think here at Suzuka through that part of the racetrack. Curved all the way from the hairpin around to the entrance of Spoon Curve.
And now the field already getting the wave arounds at this point. That's going to be big for Orbit, Drop, Barry. You have to think of the timing, but again, some of these classes have not had the chance today to get green flag pit stops. Interestingly enough, it's been where the safety cars have been frequent enough to where they don't have to rely upon green flag stops. This could get interesting for the rest of the way if this keeps happening with cautions building up like this. 4 cautions today.
So, this is the replay. So we're at reduced speed here. So with the LMP2 around the outside and the Mustang GT3 there is not a lane that opens for P1 docks. They half spin around the LMP2 SRN TFR, which then spins them around and into the outside wall. So did they start it? Should the LMP2 have given more space, knowing that the speed that GTP cars have got? It's tough to say.
I think it's a really tough spot, but also kind of can't force yourself into a threaded hole that might not exist. So I'm very curious if there, in terms of what else we may see pop up in this race from an incident like that. P1 docks have been running very well prior to that incident there too, by the way. And now, not anymore. Let's take a look for the helicopter. Yeah, they try to move and get ready to go, moved up a little bit into the car. It looked like they're maybe envisioning the 3 wide already, almost. It almost seems, or preparing to try and get alongside with the speed difference.
And then as they check up, having tagged SRN TFR, what actually sends P1 docks into the wall is a hit from another car behind. So just, you know, you've got 3 different cars, different speeds, pace in different areas. You can see that the much lighter LMP2s are actually holding their own against GTPs through the hairpin. It's in a straight line where the 750 plus horsepower of a GTP car can really, really help you out further. So then, yeah, with all of that, it's too many moving pieces on along a straight that is not straight, it's curved all the way to Spoon, and it's at high speed been a big, big crash. Not seeing the call for pit entry open just yet, so that's why all of these stay out one more, including Manidi Racing Black. That's the Porsche black and green back there in second place that last stopped 31 laps ago.
Huge shade coming over the racetrack, and remember that forecast estimate? 45% estimate for precipitation in 2 minutes time per the radar projection. The radar itself isn't showing any potential on the rain yet, if I'm looking at the radar correctly in the sim. So
the text forecast that says there could be some rain, but you look at the radar and you can't see any. There's the coast over that way that we're looking towards. Plenty of low cloud there. but the wind direction has changed. See, I'm right back into my weather forecasting stuff. Moved from the west at about 270 degrees to southwest 250. So interesting. See, continuing with lots of wind speed, the weather could change quickly if there's that much wind speed about. We could go from nothing on the radar to rain on the racetrack in like 10 minutes, I think.
And here comes the question, if that actually does happen here, what do you do in terms of teams if you have a rainstorm pop up all of a sudden? It's going to be hard to drive on slicks in the rain, you'd have to think.
Yeah, that's why there's also tires for when it's wet. They call them wet tires, so you know which ones they are.
But do you put them on the car and risk a pit stop?
Depends how heavily it rains, how long it rains for. It's so a chance of rain begins soon and lasts for about an hour and a half, but it's a 50% chance of rain. So I think you might see, you'll keep your wet tires on standby for sure.
And we just got the updated forecast. Guess what? All those percentages just went down to near zero.
Aw.
So the dream of rain popping up for a spurted shower doesn't seem like the sim wants to cooperate with that idea here. The percentages just went down to as low as 32% for the chances of rain, all the way from the 56. I was about to say, that's the thing on the radar that might kind of hinder that chance of rain, even though the clouds say otherwise for the time being.
Pit entrance open. I think you're going to see everyone, and Orbit Drop Air Jupiter will cycle back to the race lead again. And that's my GTP prediction. LMP2, what am I predicting? Yeah, about the same. I think Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, I'm seeing pitted 2 laps ago, so maybe they'll cycle up towards the front of LMP2. And in GT3 Pro, there's really not a whole lot of divergence of strategy. The GT3 Pro cars have got big fuel tanks, long stint lengths, so everyone pitted with the last safety car and no one's pitted since. Keep an eye on pit entry, though, for what happens now.
Do we see any peel-ins here? Should see a pit party. Yes, indeed. Pit party time for the field. Should see just about everybody down the lane. Do have at least one car. That is Orbit Drop Air Jupiter staying out. Pit road exit is not out.
Yeah, it caught Patrick Wolf as well. If his repairs and everything was done a little bit quicker, that fiercely forward car would have gotten out ahead, been able to get the better part of a lap back. You're seeing almost everyone from LMP2, almost everyone from GT3 Pro. Radness M Squad go through to the lead of LMP2. I think that's just based on where their pit stall is, as everyone from that class has pitted. So it's a question of, hey, who hasn't pitted? A couple of the GT3 Pros are going for stay out. Like I said, they have a long fuel tank range, so perhaps it works for them while it doesn't work for the prototypes. Drop Air Jupiter back to the outright lead, and here's your land rush out of pit exit, just like we had one on the way in.
Oh, and they better not hit contact. Oh, that's some near contact, in fact. The Alcatraz machine. As everyone else makes their way out of the pit lane. Orbit Bear now in the lead. Bavano Zero came out second in that race on pit road. Williams jumped WSR Esports butt kicker with the 3-second quicker pit stop, though. So that's in part with the driver change now for Daniel Ferguson for that side GDP. Bono Rosso dropped back with a 35-second stop in the top 5 for the class. And now up the front in LMP2, though, with that race off pit road. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold took over that lead over the Hyperion cars. Delatraz in the pit lane dropped to 4th.
There were two LMP2s that had pitted just before the safety car was called, and again, they are the ones that benefit. So teams that had gotten to that halfway points and then pitted, Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing, and Hyperion Racing won the 144. The 104 might get sent to the back based on when they pitted, but then Delatraz, I think, will go to 3rd place, followed by Muradness, followed by Fiercely Forward Purple and Fiercely Forward Gold. You've obviously got more class split to happen shortly. Every class has had the opportunity to pit now. The only cars left on pit lane are damaged ones. SRN TFR Alliance from LMP2. P1 Docs you saw still on the lane with the amount of damage they had. It was ferocious damage to their BMW GTP. Class split underway.
Yep. Yeah, a bit more quick caution period here at the moment. So you see them all get sorted out here and into the right positions. By the way, how things look at GT. Right now, Fiercely Forward has one of their pink cars up front there. Then Apex, then Delta Sport, the top 3. They had all stayed out. They're all near 20, near 30 laps into the stint. The first of those who pit, BS Competition, was able to jump a couple cars in the lane. So again, the halfway point totals with how things are, just got the provisional totals, the estimates over. One of our colleagues in the booth, Movado, currently would have a 78-point advantage at the moment of GTP estimated over Orion. Then Fiercely's number 11 would be 81 points back. Delatraz at the moment estimated to have an 11-point lead over the 113 of Fiercely. Then Visceral at the moment 26 points over Grid and Go. Simufy 89 back in the provisional points with the halfway point totals from a little while ago.
I'm a big fan of green flag racing at Suzuka, but when we do have to go full course yellow safety car here, I appreciate how all of the yellow lights around the racetrack come on flashing as well, like on the way into the triangle final chicane, and then there's a few other places around where the visibility and the sight lines aren't great. So there are, yellow flag repeater lights around the place that come on. Very common thing at a lot of the oval racetracks. So at Indianapolis, at others, you get that. It's not common for road courses, but Suzuka has got it. And then there's a few other road courses where interesting things happen under full course yellow. Like at Sebring, the lights on the fire truck come on. There's more of those yellow lights I'm talking about through the S's here, where again there's some limited sight lines through the corners and over the crests.
By the way, we do have a poll running here on the platform. Will it rain? And it did start at 86% no. The poll, despite the forecast, is at 52% yes at the moment. So that's currently the estimates at the moment in terms of the rain situation from the fan base, at least. The forecast say no. So how things look here. This is going to be another wild time off this restart once we get going here in the next little bit here, David. Orbit Drop Bear has had things land in a great position for them these past few periods here to be able to control this race.
My thoughts on the rain now is if we get some, it will be light enough for a short enough amount of time that it doesn't necessitate a pit lane trip to change the tyres, whereas on the previous forecast you might have thought even if it's 10 minutes you've got to do it. This is what brought out the safety car that we're currently under massive crash for P1Docs.com, as they were simultaneously trying to work their way through LMP2 and GT3 Pro traffic. Thought they'd get a lane to pass both at once. It didn't open up, and then in the checkup they got hit from behind, having hit another car. Lights are off. The safety car And the strategy calls from Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter see them restarting from the outright lead for the second safety car in a row.
So, last commands coming through.
I'm dizzy. Dino Lombardi's trying to warm his tyres, and everyone should be based on what we saw from the restart last time, Justin.
Yeah, with how chaotic it got and how slippery some of the drivers got coming out of the Casio Triangle, absolutely make sure put some heat in the tires, and that's what all the prototypes have got the command to go as we're coming up to the restart. 2 hours, 40 minutes to go in this race here in IVRA Endurance Series competition. What has been an interesting day here so far. Sam Sutton in control for this field for when they come out of the triangle. Almost everybody in the midst of the bobbing and weaving procedure except for the front runners are approaching that restart box.
Sam Sutton's holding 65 k's an hour. Race control have told him that the safety car is in, so I think he can go anytime he feels like. He went really early last time, so he's going to hold them a little bit more this time through the triangle. He is gone.
Off and away he goes, and we have a spinner! From the top 5, it's Daniel Ferguson, who's into the barrier. Ferguson loops it around from up front. Another spin as one of the OMP2s joins him in the sand trap. Some chaos once again. Ferguson is at the edge of the racing surface.
WSR Esports get their butt kicker and fiercely are backwards on the restart. A replay of what we saw about an hour ago. It's so hard to build and maintain tyre temperature when you've put a new set on under the pit lane in the safety car. You never get up to speed with them. You roll at pace car speed and they just drop all of their temperature, and then that restart zone, it's curved. You ask two things of the tyre at once while they're still cold, and it answers no.
No signals yet over the radio if there's going to be a tow requested or not here. This could get interesting if there's another one from that sparked situation. I can confirm Ferguson has rolled, so no stoppage here from that. He was able to go after the whole field passed by. The rest of the field makes its way through Sector 3.
And with the whole field packed up at the restart, 3/4 of the racetrack is clear. Once the field's gone past, surely you could just pull him out of there. And he was right across from the pit entry anyway. So the driver that has nailed the restart once again, Sam Sutton. Movano have got their cars 2nd and 6th. And being in the top 3 on the restart seems like the place to be.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at BS competition. Lars Van Vark on some of the battling on screen right now. Looking for a place to go at the moment. So far, decent restart for them. 4:09.6 from the starting blocks. That's including the pacing lap, mind you, in terms of the speeds. Now as they go to full song for their pace, 1:52.5, near 1 second quicker than Justin Alonso. Let's take a look at what happened to Magnus Nielsen, meanwhile, as whoopsie daisy.
There's almost just a tiny bit of a crest there as well. And I mean, again, there's already another car that's done it in front of you. We had 2 LMP2s do it in synchronicity last time. It just does look absolutely impossible on that restart to get up to speed quite how you would like. And for WSR, just no tyre temperature, none at all. There's Movano losing a position, so they restarted 2nd and 4th, and then I think they have to check up to not hit the Cadillac of WSR Esports butt kicker. And everyone else, it must be said, did a pretty good job, because there were 2 cars spun, one of them half on the racetrack, and they managed to get through without making it a giant track blockage of a big one, big wreck.
Yeah, now to go on with the action on screen once again. Williams entry, much better position from the restart. Moore gaining a lot of spots from the pit strategy. Trying to get up on the wheel and close things up to Movano Azzurro, as there's a bit of a slowdown actually for the Movano entry. as they open up the door for Williams to make the move side by side. Now able to get the move back coming out of the Casio triangle. Big slowdown for the 33 there.
So down to just 12 GTPs on the lead lap because WSR Esports butt kicker rejoin. Oh, that's so wide from Movano Azzurro. And it's a swap back again between them and Williams Sim Racing Academy. A near 4-second lead for the GTP leader. A second, third, fourth, chop and change, and now have a lap down GTP amongst their midst as well. Daniel Ferguson getting repairs. It was probably just the rear clip mainly that needed done. I think he just went straight backwards into the wall there. So long as you don't damage the suspension, a lot of these cars are very repairable.
Absolutely. Here comes Apex Racing Team meanwhile. Now they're looking to take advantage of this coming up to the hairpin. And not to be alongside of Porsche at the moment. So this is one of the best opportunities off these restarts to be able to get passes done, mind you. And with everyone so grouped together here. And a lot of teams that haven't been in the conversation are now joining that said conversation as a result of some of this attrition buildup. A bit of a curb hit there for Apex Racing Team, nearly spun them out.
So it's nearly 300 kilometers an hour as they tip into 130R, and you see Movano Azzurro run a tiny bit wide, get a lot of the curb there as well. They ran off the track at turn 2, so perhaps they're struggling a little bit balance-wise. I think everyone was on the restart, but surely by now you've got up to speed. You've done 300 kilometers an hour. You put so much energy and heat into the tires. They should start giving back, even if they started a little cold and slippery. The air is getting colder. The track is getting colder. Will the clouds drop some rain and make it slipperier? Oh no, they won't. No, we just got another every quarter of an hour weather update. Yep,
4% is the max. So if you voted no, congratulations, you voted correct. The thing is, 50% is that vote mark at the moment. So sometimes you hope for rain, sometimes you don't get rain. Sometimes you don't hope for rain, sometimes you get your wish.
Isn't it ironic?
Sometimes. I guess you can say. But Movano, they've had a solid run. Decent point pickup in the first half of the race. Now looking to really pick up placement in the second half of the race with how things are going here. Just got to be able to keep it on the circuit, you'd have to think, and be able to strategize well here with Marchand behind the wheel.
So while we're not going to get rain, we are going to cool off somewhat. Battles for GTP top of screen, battles for LMP2 bottom of screen. Track temperatures dropped from sort of 27, 28 down to 22.8. So LMP2, you've got your top two that stopped just before the safety car. Everyone else stopped with the safety car, and this is a battle of cars that stopped with the safety car. Delatraz, Maradnas M Squad, Fiercely Forward Purple. The other Fiercely Forward car spun out just here through what's otherwise normally the flat out final corner. Well, trying to avenge them is the pressure on Maradnas M Squad down the pit straight.
Here comes some more lunges, meanwhile, in some of the LMP2 battling. As you take a look at Maradnas M Squad, haven't talked about much about them in the past hour or two. They've been running top 5 basically this entire day here today. And so far, in this run at least, I've been able to try and battle with Fiercely Forward. Maradnas M Squad, mind you, on the season, have been consistently top 5 in the point standings. Last race picked up a 90-point final point tally at Silverstone. A second place run there.
Oh, a lock up through the second Degner in the background. composite performance. Is this who it is? Yes, that dropped back some spots as there's a battle between Hyperion and SRN TFR. Hyperion were trying to get down the inside of the hairpin, but both of them, I think, got ahead of composite.
Container behind the wheel of that composite machine at the moment. He's been with a lot of different organizations over the years. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, hit a lot of the curbing, was on the right side, kept it with a lock up out of the sand trap though.
So got a little unsighted and hopped the curb. Checked up SRN TFR enough that Hyperion then also had a swing at them. So Hyperion thought, I can get 2 spots in 2 corners. Didn't quite eventuate. Back with GTP. Belstrocci in 11th, in behind Delta Sport, who we saw having to drive a lot in their mirrors in some of the earlier stints and runs as well.
Absolutely. Delta Sport trying to really make up some of the lost ground that they lost last stint. Downside is 7 seconds up the road to the next position here.
And then the next 2 cars in front of them are actually laps down, but on the same lap as each other. So Manidi Racing and Fiercely Forward Red are 4 laps down on their class leader, but only a second apart from each other. So it's a very much a misery loves company type situation on the road just in front here as well.
Yeah, you have to wonder what's going on in the Delta Sport squad at this point, because throughout this race, we've seen them towards the lower part of the pylon. It's right about where they started the race, officially, by the way. And at this point, what can you do on speed when you might not be there? Interesting enough, a lot of drivers you've seen kicking up some dirt there. But you know what I'm interested in too? Can Williams find the way back up to orbit drop air? They are finally set free after struggling in traffic earlier. And now, outside of this one GT3, it's clean sailing. They just lost a second behind the Simify car.
Yeah, and Simify have had to pit twice. I think they might have been speeding on pit lane on the pit exit or something by the looks of it, or they had that other penalty that they needed to eventually serve. Maybe they had to wait till green flag to serve it. They also made a driver swap from Gabby Montoro to Lucas Perez in that black and orange Lamborghini. So I think they stay on the lead lap of their class, but they are the last car on the lead lap in their class, 17th in GT3 Pro now.
Take a look at Frank Smith, meanwhile, in LP2. And their strategy has seen them up in the front. They've maintained the front spot since then, and actually have ran away from their classmates. 4 seconds up over Delatraz, for reference. After Delatraz had some comfort in front, Fiercely Forward is making things very uncomfortable as they're looking to get a little bit defensive with some of that you're sending and big sending to the hairpin for Fiercely Forward.
So Fiercely Forward past M Squad on the pit straight in towards turn 1. Now they're absolutely door to door, trying to make this move work in the hairpin. Delatraz look like they might strike back on the run towards Spoon. Delatraz gave space there to Fiercely Forward that I don't think Fiercely Forward what really owed. So that's super aggressive from Fiercely Forward right now.
Super aggressive, 2 passes in a lap for Alex Nog to be able to move up a few spots here as Mirandus M Squad also makes the move. Nothing that can be done for Delatraz. Had to let the spot go with the dangers of 130R here today. Now Nix Esports is in line, looking to jump the queue also. Delatraz, this is not looking great with how these drivers have just leapfrogged them all of a sudden.
So maybe LMP2s reach some of their peak speeds into turn 1. It's downhill on the front straight quite dramatically when you look at it you'll notice. So you pick up a lot of speed into a turn one that's hardly a braking zone for these cars as well. So you get to carry speed all the way down the straight and keep the throttle pins all the way to turn one. On board with 6th place Nix Esports, who've seen this battle unfold in front of them. It's caught them up a little bit and into the fray.
See this with Remy Legrand at the moment. Try to pull away. That's Oscar Soltero we're on board with at the moment. Soltero still waits on behind in the draft train. So, how will they fare out now in the midst of this battle here? This is the patience game with how things are going in this class here. You can see just how much speed they are able to send and spoon. You can only do so much when you're in the draft wake of the car in front. Big point being mentioned too for Delatraz, as it's important to mention here, championship is in the minds of some of these cars, as this is a little bit more daring than the case of Maniti, but some of these drivers have to think championship here, David. It's in the words of Dion Fiallo, who's making a great point here. They shouldn't be worth, it isn't worth risking your entire championship by someone that might be making a poke for a position. It's something they can't afford to do.
So we talked about Patrick Wolf back out on track, laps down, but on the same lap as the Maniti car just behind. He's trying to cut through. Sun's back out. Absolutely no way to predict the Japanese weather, apparently. Just no way to know anything more than 5 minutes ahead. Every day you leave the house, you've got to pack your swimsuit, pack your umbrella, pack your warmest jacket, pack a tank top. You just never know.
How about to Andrea Della Valle? See? Speaking of sending noses where you don't expect it, how about that from the 250A? 258 car, by the way, that would be Impulse Racing that had the send and the turnaround there. As we take a look at a huge traffic jam for BS competition.
Yep, it's our regularly scheduled 10 to 15 minutes after going green flag from a safety car, when the whole GTP field catches the whole GT3 Pro field, and 14 or so prototypes need to cut their way through 20 or so GT3 Pro cars, and it gets messy. In fact, it's what brought out our last safety car. So on a timer, they kind of repeat themselves.
Absolute chaos, a little bit near contact there for BS competition. It's Absolute Motorsport. Aislip trying to hold on so far. Their car has had some phenomenal driving skills today. Started this race in 14th in their class. Well, are now amongst those in top 5 of the class. So that's the thing too. For a lot of these drivers, hoping to be able to hold on. Both of those drivers got loose in the aero wake this time as they get around more GT3s.
Heading towards 130R is one place that the GTP cars have got so much speed through there. The inside line opens up. Only one car who overshoots. Oh no, that's not what you want to do at all. You got given all the space in the world by the GT3 Pro car, and then you don't return the favor in the slightest. Starting to think prototype drivers are sometimes a little mean to GT cars.
Aren't they always? That's a little bit mean on the send. Meaty send for Lars Van Vark to be able to force his way on by. Just Alonso Jr. also tried his chances there too. Had to force himself in the first turn before they made their way through the S-curves. That was a little bit daring and a bit of physicality to make that pass.
Yes, it's up in 5th, 6th, 7th. The cutting through the traffic has worked out really well for some of the cars right at the front of GTP because it's extended some of the gaps a little bit. For Sam Sutton, who had sort of 3 seconds in his back pocket when he caught the traffic, it means he's able, as he leapfrogs through, to put some cars between himself and the rest. They never end up in the same window as him. And so it's given advantage to first, brings second and third together, fourth on an island all on their own, and then 5th, 6th, 7th here. Got to be careful running too wide through that second sort of middle phase of Spoon Corner and across that exit curb because it's pretty slippery as well. Seems like Absolute Motorsport are sort of at the limit of some of their grip. We saw them lock up through the triangle. Now they're under pressure from Ivano Rosso all lap. They struggle with the lock-up in there as well. Another lap in a row. They just don't seem to be able to stop the car there.
Now Movano trying to take advantage here. Will they go for the lunge? Already BS competition is running away. Here comes Movano side by side, and that forces Absolute to have to slow down significantly. That was a bit of a lunge.
Like the marbles.
And now this is forcing some checkups, and now they're all queued up again.
Brings Solpec into the picture here, the big caddy, the rumbling, naturally aspirated V8, the largest displacement engine in GTP. Also Orion Race Team, Ilkka Hapola, they were sort of up front earlier in the goings. Now they're in and amongst this group for 6th place as well. Ivano Rosso are stabilised. They're going to keep that position, and it's Absolute Motorsport Absolute that just seem to be struggling with their braking predominantly.
Keeping things so far tight. There goes all that momentum we just talked about, pumping things up for Absolute, going the wrong way here. The moment who's behind the wheel of the Solpac car, it's Jesse Lyon. That's looking to try and wheel his way forward here. They've also brought Orion Race Team right into the conversation, and Orion needs points. Orion Race Team needs to start picking up points if they want to keep up with the 33, who is still 5 seconds up the road from them. Bit of a bobble, bit of a send attempt, bit of a defensive maneuver. Looks like Simone trying to make sure there is no run built up here, and now they have a slide. Here comes the Solpac car. Here comes Orion Race Team to follow in their draft. Orion looks back on the reset as Solpac Precision Racing goes for the pass and makes it. Orion Race Team falls in the hole as well.
They're going to be side by side through the S's here, which is super difficult to do. Somehow Orion pulled that off far enough ahead into the left-hander to go around the outside and pinch the apex at the right-hander. And then the next car is WSR going to try to get a lap back here.
This is getting a little bit more chaotic, I think, for the taste of Absolute, dropping all the way back, running up front to now back to the 9th position. Not great for them. But we are about 2 minutes away from a commentator's. Oh, hold on, Absolute just got spun. Absolute spun around, body parts everywhere in a sea of prototypes.
Someone's bumper went 5 stories up in the air, and it looks like there's damage to Maniti and some others there as well, and a conflagration at the hairpin.
Yeah, the 18 got spun around, and now they and a couple others having some big issues. Delta Sports Sim Shop also in the conversation now. Maniti in this conversation. Let's take a look at what happened here with Jason Gerard, meanwhile, at the other end of the racetrack. Turn one again.
And they get flipped around as they're sliding with 2 tires on the pavement, 2 tires in the gravel. Looks like there's damage to Absolute Motorsports Athlete, obviously. The 2 lead gets close. A little bit of traffic to work through in Spoon Corner.
It's closed up a lot, actually, here. But that's going to be the discussion in about a minute's time for Ewan Ori and Brad Dalton here. So your thoughts on this race with how things have broken out? We've seen a lot of safety cars here, David, in this event today.
Well, if you just believe that there's going to be lots and lots of safety cars and you're lucky enough to pit just before they happen, then it'll really, really benefit you. It's done so before the LMP 2-liter Hydro race, Geodesic Racing. The same has happened for Sam Sutton and his teams at Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter a couple of times. And that's for GT3 Pro. I simply couldn't tell you what's going on there as far as their strategy. There was a big split at the last safety car in that one as well. So it's about noticing where the risk is and where the opportunity is, structuring your pit stops around that, and a few have benefited big time from that.
And now it's the matter of seeing how some of these battles break out. The lead for LMP2 heating up. The battle for third, and GT3 Pro has stayed close as well. It's now 3 p.m. Eastern time, and it's time for another commentator swap. Welcome back to the racing booth. It's Ewan O'Leary. Brad Dalton now joins us for that commentary stint as well. Ewan, take it away.
Thanks very much, Justin. Thanks very much, David, as well. Looking forward to the final 2 hours and 14 minutes of this race here in the IVRA Endurance Series. 6 hours of Suzuka, and my God, how can 4 hours change things, or 2 hours rather change things? We've now got Orbit Drop Bear leading the race, although Williams Sim Racing Academy are still very much up towards the 4 overall. It is no longer the BMW dominance that we were seeing earlier on. BS Competition are 5th now, Run Race Team 8th, and P1 Docs are out the race, unfortunately, after their big crash on the run down towards Spoon Curve. In LMP2, things are largely the same, although it has been a generally changing race. And it is a changed race as of the last couple of moments as well, by the way, because Magnus Nielsen has just come in the Fizzy Forward Gold car. That is going to change things quite dramatically in LMP2. And in GT3, it's PS Competition versus WSR for the lead. In fact, this is the shot of the leaders. Look at those drivers and teams coming out the final corner in the background, by the way. You can spot everybody out to about 10th place, I would say, in the GT3 field. It is a very, very busy battle here in the slowest class as well. Welcome in, Brad. Good to have you alongside me for the last couple of hours of this race. It's had 4 safety cars so far, roughly a safety car per hour. I suggest we might well get another couple in our stint here, but we'll hope not. We'll hope that the clean racing continues and that the run to the flag is going to be as exciting as the run up until this point.
Absolutely. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's so nice to be here with IVRA. It's always a good time, and Suzuka is a track that I have a long love for because, well, it's Suzuka, and I originally was a Formula One fan and a Formula One commentator when I got into commentary. So this is a track that I got very comfortable with very fast. It's a track that's very challenging. As you said, Ewan, basically a safety car an hour, so I do agree. I don't think we're done with the safety cars at the moment. I think some of that is just going to come down to the challenges of this track and the driver patience that we're seeing here. There's a lot of drivers that are really pushing, and every class through the field, they are all pushing equally. Even though this is a 6-hour race, nobody has really treated it like a long-term run. Everyone is just 100% through and through. I really thought we were going to get some rain, and then, well, the hope of rain got taken away from me, unfortunately, for now. But we'll keep our eyes on that and see if there is any more rain expected for the rest of the race. I don't believe so, but rain would have been nice. It would have been interesting, but I'm sure the drivers would have not enjoyed it.
I think the rain, indeed, chance has indeed completely disappeared, to be honest. We'll find out at the end of the day whether it stays away for the whole race as we go on board with BS Competition. And look at Andrew Caron in the WSR Esports Buttkicker Mustang, trying to take this race lead away right now as they work their way into the S's again. The LMP2 of Adam Brockway forced to try and get himself past Caron here somehow. Go around the outside through the right-hander and give himself the inside for the left-hander at the end of the S's. And BS Competition will continue on to lead. We're taking on the provisional halfway points, by the way. Visceral have had their lead slashed in the championship to just 26 points ahead of Grid & Co, but neither of them in the top two anymore. Grid & Co are in 4th place, Visceral down in 7th, so it would be another gain for Grid & Co if indeed it carries on like this. There is Visceral. They were lucky earlier on to avoid the incidents of lap number 2 when they made contact with somebody as they were all checking up to avoid Alexander Davidson. Vince Peters running decently in 7th place right now, just looking to limit the damage, I think, on a day when they're expected to lose points.
Yeah, and when you have those early lap incidents and you know it sort of just sets the tone for the day, the recovery drive is really where things get important here. And for Visceral, doing a very good job, as you said, of kind of playing the recovery drive, limiting the damage that can be done, and just looking to go through. Of course, you know, this is going to be our 5th round of the season. Portimao and Spa, the next 2 tracks, which are tracks that Visceral should be pretty comfortable with, should be able to find some laps, some runs, and be able to find a little bit of reprieve to maybe continue to limit damage. But of course, Grid & Go will be looking to continue to put the pressure in. Spa is a track that things can go wrong very quick, and Portimao is a track that, well, things can get real wild real fast if you're not careful. So whatever you can do today to limit the damage for the next 2 rounds is a very, very good thing to try to do.
Good evening, by the way, to Sven Harsler, who's just popped into YouTube chat as well, part of the Grid & Go operation. Dino Lombardi, though, the driver currently for them. In GTP, the battle for 4th is on between Movano Azzurro, BS Competition, and Movano Rosso. It is all of a sudden turning into a decent day for Movano after a struggle earlier. They are still losing points to Williams, but they are at least ahead of the Orion race team by about 5 seconds, and they're laps ahead of Fiercely Forward, currently at 3rd place in the championship, both before and after the halfway points. Fiercely Forward are now 4 laps down, and they actually received a penalty under the last yellow for passing when they were not instructed to do so, and so they will remain 4 laps down for the foreseeable future, turning into a difficult race for them as it stands. And a good one for Movano Azzurro. As I mentioned at the 2-hour stage, we're losing points fairly considerably, actually, to the others in their battle, if you like. Now they look like they're going to extend their championship lead in 2 hours' time.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important for them to extend that championship lead, get things set up, and be very comfortable running through. They have a pretty dominant setup right now, and they are really going to be looking to get those points forward. And the more they can do now, the easier it kind of takes the pressure off the shoulders for the final 2 rounds. It's the inverse of what we're seeing in GT3 Pro and really LMP2. The more that Movano can really just run away and be comfortable, and more points they carry into those final 2 rounds, the final 2 rounds will be so much easier for them. Not guaranteed, but just easier. So, and that will be nice because it means that they can take less risky moves. They can think less about, I have to force myself into a position to try to get a pass and to do things, versus like if you look at LMP2, they're going to really be under pressure. Every driver in LMP2, because it's a very contentious championship up in the front with Delatraz and Fiercely Forward. Every driver on those 2 teams has to think about that on and on for the final 2 rounds, and pushing and challenging and doing everything they can to keep those points up. It's an interesting position we find ourselves in, and in a race that really hasn't had a lot of race control intervention or race control penalties handed out from what I'm seeing. It's going to be interesting to see how that ends up affecting this race through the final 2 hours and then into the next 2 rounds. But I think it's been fun, even just to be honest, watching behind the scenes, kind of keeping up with this race. It's been a really fun, competitive race.
Yeah, it has been so far. We're getting a nice green flag run as well to go with it as well, which is good. As mentioned, LMP2 is the closest of our championships, 11 points after the halfway points, because Delatraz were first and Fiercely Forward were third, as far as my reckoning goes anyway. That puts them 11 points behind in the closest margin. And the other thing it gives Movano the chance to do, by the way, at the next round is possibly seal the title round early. If they're able to do that, then we'll just really take the pressure off at the final round of Spa. Be 8 hours in, I think it's a race in May, actually, for us to end the season. So make sure you stay with us for that one. As we go back to the lead battle in LMP2. Hydro's GT3 Racing versus Fiercely Forward. Fiercely Forward gold, by the way, have already come into pit lane only 4 laps ago. Composite Performance only 3 laps ago. Their pit stop was a bit longer. They're 12 seconds further behind, but it is super close for the race lead between Geodesic and Fiercely Forward. This is not the championship contending car, by the way, 115. They're just looking to try and take a race win in its isolation here, and Alex Snoke doing a good job of putting the pressure on for the moment.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on as you go underneath the bridge there and continue through. Suzuka, one of those unique tracks that you kind of get that cross into the hair, out of Degner. You go underneath 130R through. Now we're through the hairpin heading towards 200R. And this is really where you start to mount the pressure. If you're the car behind, you can really stick behind, keep on the throttle, try to use the traction and really push that car forward. Now it's through Spoon Curve, and you've got to mind the outside there to the inside, back to the outside, because if you're not careful, you can send it very wide and run into the gravel there. Now straight down the back stretch, just stay flat, hold on to that draft as long as you can if you are Fiercely Forward here on the 115. And now it's the quick send through 130R to stay flat into the Casio Triangle, and then last curve. And again, if you do things right, that is another place where you can make up a lot of time. And then running down the front stretch towards, literally it's called first corner, you can make a quick lunge to the inside. But it seems like right now maybe a little bit of strategy coming in. I don't think that 115 is pushing too hard here. Definitely looking for an opportunity, and if an opportunity presents itself, we'll try to make the dive and the pass on the 162. But I think at the same time is pretty comfortable as we head down through Snake to just kind of settle in behind and let this race run with still 2 hours to go.
I think they're pretty pleased to just sit there for now. Look at that, very close in behind through the S's. While they're going at it, I'll tell you about the other penalties that have come through, by the way. Won't tell you about the one for number 8, P1 Docks, because they are out the race after all, and it was only a 5-second penalty in any case. 10 seconds for Philip Gogolok in the 266. Now, that is Absolute Motorsport, and that is for defending... sorry, for 258, it was on the 266 car of Absolute Motorsport Aslif. This was the aggrieved car that was apparently defending reasonably, and 258, which is the Impulse Racing car, caused contact down at turn 11. That was the hairpin, that is the hairpin where that happened. 30 seconds time penalty for number 18 for rolling forward into oncoming traffic. Presume while they were stopped, Absolute Motorsport, that is, so 30 seconds time penalty for them as well. And there is one more under investigation right now as well that we'll keep an eye on, but there is a couple more of those GT3s. Marvin Stroke just ahead of Dino Lombardi. Brilliant go, looking to get the full 134 points here today after leading at halfway. They are looking right now, at least, for that 3rd place.
Yeah, GT3 Pro has been very, very competitive here over the last little bit since the last caution. They have really not been able to stay calm. If you're SimRC right now, you know that Grid and Go 247 is right behind, and you are telling your driver, Marvin Strail there, to just focus ahead. Just focus on your race, keep things moving, and keep things grooving as best as you can, which is one thing that's, well, easier said than done sometimes, especially when you're in a Mustang and you are just absolutely under pressure. Mustangs, of course, don't like to turn sometimes, and if you're not careful, can get caught out there. The back ends, from what the drivers tell me, like to get a little bit swirly every once in a while, just depending on how you put the power down. But you can see there Marvin Strail keeping that Mustang in a very good straightforward position, keeps it going, and that 247 again just tucked right in. The same thing we saw there in the LMP2 category when we were watching just a few minutes ago. Just you can stay tucked in right behind someone through the S's here, through the Snake section of the track, and just stay comfortable. May not get the pass done through here, but stay right behind.
He's got to apply the pressure through this point so that he can actually make an overtake somewhere else around the lap. It's just a little bit tighter to the inside there through Dunlop curve over the top of the hill. A little bit of a tighter line again as he closes in on the Sim RC car over the Degner curbs. The first part and then the second. It's a better, nicer line actually from the Acura as well. And from here, you would think anyway. Indeed, again, Lombardi has to stay behind. Officially, 2 hours now to go. Still 1/3 remaining of this race. The Suzuka 6 hours in the IVRA Endurance Series. You can just see the light getting a little bit lower. By the end of the day, it's not going to be fully dark, but it will be getting a lot darker. Race ending about 6:05 in sim time. Sunset about half an hour after that, as far as I'm aware. So that for fourth place at the GTP class also goes across the top of your screen. It's a very big fight, I've got to say. 5 cars all involved on the run down in towards turn number 1. No moves this time round in either battle actually. In either GTP or GT3. Lombardi again has a look. Again can't go through. Same story, similar story. Maybe for one of the first times this afternoon we're starting to get a bit of a feel as to what Suzuka can be normally like.
Yeah, this is really, you know, when I think of Suzuka and long runs here at Suzuka, this is what I think of. Drivers being tucked in very close, but just passing can be challenging here, and it's just the nature of the course. This track really gives a lot that it doesn't give a lot of opportunities to truly pull the pass off, and you have to be a little bit brave to just stick the nose in and get the pass done. Otherwise, you end up like what we're seeing in the bottom here in the battle in third for GT3 Pro, where you have an Acura tucked behind a Mustang that is just not working out as well as you'd want. And then, of course, we check in with the GTPs, and the GTPs, they have the power out of the corners to really take off. And in the corners, they can be, you know, pretty heavy, pretty rough to run through, but they are ending up stuck behind each other as well. They don't have that sort of jump off ahead of each other. You've got to build that up several corners ahead of when you're actually going to make the pass. And sometimes for drivers, that can be hard to spot. And if everyone, you know, at this tier of competition is as consistent and smooth as you are, it gets really challenging sometimes. As I say that, though, look at this. This is a Movano and Solpec going into that Casio triangle, trying to make a move, trying to make something stick. And, well, that's a good defense there from Movano just to hold off that Solpec Precision Racing number 60 behind. And now it's down the main straight, though. Can they do that again into first curve? Well, they're certainly going to try. And try they will. Mind the traffic there coming out of the pits. And, oh not what you want to see.
And he's just got straight into the back of the number 1 there. That was Jesse Lyon misjudging that one, and he might be about to give that place back up again, actually. He's let the other he's let the Orion race team car go through. Is he slowing down to give the place up again? Maybe not, actually. Maybe he just lost the place anyway. But, yeah, perhaps he did. But that is number 1 out wide and off the circuit. A shame, really. But it was coming. The battle was on. It was fierce. I'm not saying it was intense, though, by any means from Jesse Lyon, but he just misjudged that slightly, and the number 1 car sent off out wide. Here it is in towards turn 1. Line a bit later on the brakes into 2. He hits the back of the number 1, and that may well be looked at as well by the stewards.
I definitely think the stewards are going to have a little bit of a peek at that. The thing with that was that the Justin Alonso Jr. there in Movano just was slower there through the first couple of corners. And I don't think it was necessarily slower because he was slower on pace. I think he was trying to defend and just didn't think that would happen. But unfortunately, 2-1 just does not go. This battle for second in LMP2 has really, really heated up here with Muradness and Hydro-Race Geodesic, the 170 and the 162 on your screen. So these pockets of battles are starting to erupt, Ewan, on this longer run. So everyone's gotten settled in, gotten through, but now we're under 2 hours. And I think some drivers are starting to take the gloves off, starting to battle things through. And this LMP2 battle could be a pretty big one as it goes.
The LMP2s have just been through a whole cycle of pit stops, and that of course goes for the Morinus M Squad team, who are really under pressure now. They're on the outlap. Nathan Olsen on an outlap, and so Frank Schmitz has got to get through here, you'd think, into second place. He's on warmer tyres, and he needs to take advantage of that fact right now. In towards 130R, he's going to take a look here. Is he just going to maybe hope that Morinus back out of it? No, well, they're not going to anyway. It's a flat-out corner, even with slightly cold tyres. By that point, they're warm enough to go flat out through there. In towards the chicane. Olsen moves it over slightly, and he will look for the exit instead here, will Frank Schmitz. Magnus Nielsen catches up behind as well, by the way. Second place in the championship, now gaining some of those points back all over again as they work their way over towards the GT3 leaders again here. Is Olsen going to get past the Mustang? No. This could get tricky now through the first sector.
You got to be careful when going through lap traffic, through sector 1, through the first corners, and then through the snake section. This is where things can get very dangerous very quick, and you really have to be heads up. You have to trust the cars around you, and you have to trust the driver that you're racing in class and the other classes, that they all know you're there. They're going to give you the racing room, and that everyone is going to be on their P's and Q's. It does look like in that instance, very good pick there from Nathan Olsen, was able to get through. Frank Schmitz was just slightly held up there, and Magnus Nielsen slightly held up there. So that has given a little bit of breathing room there for Moradnis in the 170 to just breathe, get a little bit of space. It's not enough to really be comfortable now. Let me make sure that that is clear. 0.4 of a second separating out right now, that second and third place, and then just 0.7 from third to fourth. So you've got 3 cars in a 1.5-second battle, battling things through. So you're not out of the woods yet, but you're probably feeling pretty good about this time.
Oh, it's damage for number 1 as well. What a miserable season they've had. Justin Alonso Jr. having to make this stop, and it is a long one, nearly 2 minutes now in length. They have only finished inside the top 8 once this season. That is how difficult this season has been for them. Last season, they never really stepped off the gas. They never really got it wrong at any stage, to be honest, in the IVRA Endurance Series. It was a phenomenal performance to take the title for them in the IVRA Endurance Series 23-24. Their winning margin in the end was 52 points over BS Competition. A couple of stumbles along the way, but top 2 in 6 of the races. Well, they haven't been in the top 2 once yet this season. Have Movano. As we go back to the battle for second place, Nathan Olsen just having a couple of internet glitches for a second, but he looks like he's okay now. Still got Frank Schmitz, Magnus Nielsen right in behind him. And we've completed a whole pit stop cycle now in LMP2, by the way. So that's an entire run of green flag stops, something we haven't seen too much of today.
For sure. And the one thing that's really caught me with the green flag cycle there in LMP2 is Fiercely Forward Gold, the 113. Magnus Nielsen there at the tail end. He's on lap 11 of his stint, which has kind of caught me off guard compared to what I was expecting. Now, this is Sam Sutton in the 68 and the BMW into the pit box here. So GTP's now starting pit stop cycles as it goes. So Sam Sutton in the box is getting things going. That's Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, of course, coming in, and we'll see how that pit stop cycle affects the GTP classes as they go. Any errors, any mistakes there, it could spell disaster. You know, you mentioned that the number 1 there, the Movano Rosso, having damage, and just their season has not been ideal for them, Ewan. It kind of, for me, speaks to the level of competition that's here in IVRA. The fact that, you know, if you're not just on your P's and Q's the entire season all the way through, you get 1 chance a month to really nail this thing. And if you're not just on top of it every time you show up and race, it can be a very hard race for you. So you just have to show up and be very competitive, basically from green flag to checkered, and have no missteps. 1 small misstep can spell disaster for your week, and then that, or for your month, and then that can just compound through the season.
Yeah, I think, well, that is all true. I think, you know, that they would argue certainly that the competitiveness last season as well that they overcame to win was pretty high as well, and things just haven't been going their way this season, really. Can't point to anything that they're doing anything particularly different, to be honest, because their teammates are leading the thing. So I don't really know where it's gone wrong for them particularly, but certainly a bit of luck here and there has been missing. They've now actually dropped behind the whole LMP2s. It could help fiercely forward Red, and that might be the most hurtful thing for Movano Rosso, actually. Now that they're not in the championship themselves, they could help their teammates win, and by helping that, they can finish ahead of some of their rivals. Well, in that incident, Orion Race Team overtook them, third in the championship, or second rather, and Fiercely Forward might be about to overtake them as well. They're third in the championship, so their two closest rivals might actually be able to get closer to their teammates now because of their incident, which is going to be a shame to them as well.
And that's not ideal either, and it's not something you ever want to have the team debrief on, because of course these teams are going to sit down, and even though they're in different cars, they're going to debrief together. They're going to, talk about what's coming up for the next round, because if you can help your team forward somewhere, you will. It's the same idea, you see teams, that run multiple cars will pick that, Formula One, you pick your primary driver, your main driver to push forward. In these teams, they're going to have that sort of primary car that they're pushing forward here as we watch this third place battle in LMP2. Fiercely Forward with a dive on the inside. Inside turns to the outside, back to the inside through the Casio triangle, and Hydro SG Geodesic Racing will drop back into fourth for the moment, getting passed through there. Now watch this, just keep the defense going, let the GTP through, and that is a very, very good pass happening there for Fiercely Forward.
A great move, and an important one as well. Third place for Fiercely Forward, and they now move 3 places ahead of Teletrans Automotive, their main championship rivals. We'll update you, of course, throughout the day as to what that means in terms of the championship standings when it actually gets a bit more important later on. But if it was to end right now, they would take the championship lead for themselves. Meanwhile, GT3 pit stops underway. We're just after the hour mark, and so this is effectively the penultimate stop of the day for BS Competition. 1 hour 49 to go when they came into the box, and so divide that in half. You can absolutely do that in a GT3 on fuel.
GT3's pitting now. You pit now. You do that one more pit stop, as you said, Ewan, and it's race done and dusted. Just drive it flat out and go. GTPs are going to be a little bit more complicated to figure out their sort of pit stop cycle, and that is going to be a little bit of, do they conserve a little bit, try to save anything? Is there anything worth saving, or is this a case of pit, drive flat out, pit, drive flat out, or are you driving to a lap point, to a delta time? Are you trying to get through the final 2 hours in X number of stops? It's going to be interesting to see how the strategy plays out between all of these cars, and it'll just be a case of a little bit of luck, I think, will have to come into play as well. Lady Luck likes to shine her light on certain drivers, certain cars through, and we'll see who manages to catch her attention through the rest of this race, especially in this GTP category. LMP2, I don't really know what their pit stop strategy is going to be. Most of them have been in 5-6 laps ago, so I don't really know what their strategy is going to be. I would think they have 2 more stops to get through the day at least.
We will keep an eye on the amount of stops to come here, as Orion going quite slowly. They're not only fresh out the pit. Oh, they are fresh out the pit lane, excuse me. The only reason I said they weren't is because they dropped so few positions, but I suppose when loads of people come in at the same time, then it doesn't make that much of a difference. Absolute Motorsport Athlif have been out for 15 laps, so they're sort of on a half strategy here, which is a little bit weird, but it might turn in their favour. This is the battle for the lead, though. The Apex Racing team went 2 laps further than Orbit Drop Bear, and they're trying to hold on to the lead, but with cold tyres, they're just never going to do it. Harrison Lilas is back at the wheel of that one, taking over from Sam Sutton, and he's overtaken Marcel Hubert in the Apex Racing Team 99 car. Orbit Drop Bear returned to the lead after only a few corners without it.
I don't know if it's been talked about on the broadcast, and if it has, I apologize, but if you haven't driven the new GTP tire model and really seen what those fresh tires are like out of the pits, you are missing out. The difference that 2 laps makes in the tire temp, the tire grip, and really the comfort in that car, it is night and day different. GTPs can be slower than GT3s at the immediate beginning of an outlap, especially here at this track, the way the outlap starts. It is so different, and if you're not careful with it, it makes night and day difference. Here's Nathan Moore coming out of the pits. This is the number 77, currently scored in P1 for Williams Sim Racing Academy, but Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, of course, fresh tires that are nice and heated up and ready to go. I would say Orbit Drop Bear 3 seconds currently back. I'd say especially through the snake section. It's not going to take long to get caught up, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass.
Let's see, is it going to be an exactly similar situation to what we had with Apex, where they got out in the lead initially, but then lost it very quickly? Harrison Lillas is going to tear through this margin. The good thing for Williams, actually, was that the Dory Sports McLaren was in front of Lillas through the first part of that S's section, and actually stayed in front of him for quite a long time. So that might save them here. The best section for these heated tyres was effectively taken away, at least in part, by that GT3 car. Now Lillas needs to gain a little bit more now and get close by the end of the lap, because by then he's pretty much up to speed here. Moncho Hubert got out at 5 seconds at the very most from the lead. He's now gaining, of course, on the lead, because the leader is Nathan Moore. But look at this, the gap closes again, half a second. Even on the straight here, it's closing because of the exit that he got there, Lillas. Now through Spoon Curve, this will help heat up the right side tyres for Nathan Moore, of course, but it's not quite going to do it in time here. The BMW is going to go side by side, and they might have to go either side of a McLaren here. Where are they going to go? Into GT3. Oh, it's going to be 3 wide. The McLaren just stays over to the left-hand side here. He's on the inside, and he's going to get it. Nathan Moore has to give up the place, and Harrison Lillas now leads for Orbit Drop Bear. They get their lead back again, despite making an early stop, and despite having to take that track position away, which is always a nerve-wracking thing to do. They have got the lead back again with 1 hour and 44 to go.
What this has proved to me is the power of the undercut here around Suzuka and GTPs. That is something that, if you're Williams Sim Racing Academy, you're making a very, very strong mental note on. Is it worth it for you to pit maybe a lap earlier than you really need to for fuel, to go ahead and make sure that you don't have problems with tires and you can go through and push and challenge someone on the outlap? Maybe that's the way you get ahead of Orbit Drop Bear, is that you decide to do that and pit early and take the undercut. Or is this a case of, you know, for Williams Sim Racing Academy, they always knew it was going to be like this, and they're okay because in the strategy, it's better for them to stay out a couple laps. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter pin themselves in a position where they're going to have to pit earlier because of fuel and tires, and it's going to prove a problem in the long run, and now they need to try to save a little bit to make it to the end. These are things that the teams know that we don't. They have the mental math, and they have the strategists. They have everything together to really settle in how this is going to run to the end, but that is huge for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter to be able to pull that pass off like that in under a lap and gain 3 seconds and 3/4 of a lap. That is amazing, and that is a driver with confidence behind the wheel as well.
I think it's less, actually, I think, in my opinion, to do with undercut and overcut, actually more to do with where they were before. So they were in the lead before, but I don't know, you'd just always be a bit nervous about coming out second and then having to overtake them again. I'm not sure if pitting even earlier it would help the other teams, to be honest. And I think they're going to be, even though I agree, I think they're going to have to make 2 more stops before the end. I think they could be encouraged to go for just 1. We'll see what happens when we get there later. We've got obviously off-strategy Absolute Motorsport car that definitely is going to be making 2 more stops to the end from this point. Whether the others have to or not is it remains to be seen, really, as the battle for second continues here in LMP2. This is a very similar thing, a similar tyre warm-up phase that goes on in this class, by the way. And meanwhile, BS Competition are still in the lead of those who have stopped in GT3. Still waiting for plenty of those stops in that category. They're getting a real run together here. 1 hour 42 still to go, and WSR Esports Buckinger are leading the way, wondering when they're going to be pitting in as well to cover off and maybe even get ahead of BS Competition with an overcut.
Definitely possible here as we watch this 2nd and 3rd place battle in the GT3 Pro category. This is SimRC and Grid and Go VC Esports going through Lombardi and Strail. We've seen this battle once before. We'll see this battle off and on through, because really this GT3 Pro category has been very, very competitive all the way through. Just time and time again, drivers are battling. It's getting competitive. I think the one thing too that a lot of drivers will have in mind is SimRC pulls into the pits here and lets Grid and Go go. One thing that I think you and all of the drivers might have in the back of their mind and sort of be cautious of is the fact that, you know, we talked about we've had 4 cautions on the day, and with under 2 hours to go, we've basically been on track for caution every hour. So the drivers are going to have that in the back of their mind. They're going to hope they're not the cause of it. And for some drivers, I think they'd be okay with a caution, and some teams are going to hope this thing goes green to the end. It's that light fear that you always have, though. You've just got to be kind of aware of, okay, if a caution were to come out, how does that flip my strategy? What does that do? What does that change for me? And sort of just be ready to sort of flip the switch and reset the strategy if you need to.
Let's see what goes on as the LMP2s continue away. We are not overdue a caution yet by any means, by that reckoning, but in the next 40 minutes, you'd be surprised if we didn't see one. However, the longer we go, it feels like we're going to stay with that one. There goes the WSR car right in front of the LMP2 leaders. Dear me, that was quite close. WSR Esports just out in front. Now, where's BS Competition in relation to them is the next question. I don't know. I can't see the BMW anywhere at the moment. According to that, well, yeah, I don't know. I'll wait to find out for proper, because I'm not entirely sure for now. That's the Fiercely Forward car just up in front of it for now. And Fiercely Forward have, or are, I should say, behind BS Competition, who actually took on a bit of a shorter stop there. So I wonder whether they are up ahead and probably up the road here somewhere. Only 32 seconds in the box for BS Competition. Fiercely Forward did 41 seconds. I suspect that the WSR car did something similar, and they did indeed. So that is going to give BS Competition the lead by quite some margin, actually.
Yeah, and again, that's that strategy coming into play, and that's something that, you know, can really help. But the thing you have to kind of weigh is the shorter pit stop. How does that hinder you in the long run? It's very much a give and take that you just have to be careful of. Maradness M Squad, Fiercely Forward Gold here. They are not done with each other here for the second place in LMP2. This battle 0.2 of a second. And well, last time we saw a battle this close, well, we saw what happened to that number 1 Movano Rosso GTP when they were very close together, and then unfortunately just misjudged the braking into turn 2 and resulted in a spin. I think in LMP2, it's easier for these drivers to sort of calculate the braking zone and watch where the other cars are going to be and how that goes, because LMP2 is that fun middle category. You're passing the GT3s, but you're also getting passed by GTPs. So, Fiercely Forward Gold there. That's some heads-up driving from Nielsen, because that BMW in front just kind of was right there at the apex as he's trying to chase down Nathan Olson in that Maradness M Squad car. Now we go through the snake section, and you just, again, that opened up the gap a little bit, but I think at the same time for Fiercely Forward Gold, kind of gives them a little bit more push to find forward. This will continue to ebb and flow until you can set up a pass, or until the Maradness car makes a small mistake. Either way can happen, and when that does, it's going to just absolutely open this battle up. We'll end up with some amazing side-by-side racing.
For now, they are only trailing one another. Same in the lead, actually. Nathan Moore has got those tyres up to temperature, and now he's on the back of Harrison Lillas, with Marcio Hubert only just in behind them as well. This is 3 for the lead again in GTP. BMW 1 and 2, but Porsche challenging them now as well, especially as now the tyre temperatures, indeed the track temperature, sorry, has gone down into the low 20s Celsius, just 22 degrees Celsius. That's 72 Fahrenheit. The new timing software we have actually does the conversion for me, which is very useful. So cooling temperatures compared to what we saw earlier on in the day. And that's under pressure, although Orbit Drop Air have been leading some time under varying degrees of pressure as well. So they'll probably be feeling all right about the situation they find themselves in, the battle they find themselves in with Nathan.
Here's the thing, Ewan, for me, is that if you are leading, you're leading. If you're Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, you know you're in P1, and that adds, I won't say it adds a layer of pressure, but really it should take a layer of pressure off, because you're not chasing anyone ahead. You're dictating the pace of this race, and you have the race under control. So for me, if I'm the leader, I'm usually feeling pretty good, even if there is a car 0.4 of a second behind me of a fast Nathan Moore with Williams Sim Racing Academy, with Hubert not that far behind in the number 99. I'm still the leader. I'm still dictating the pace of this race. I'm still feeling pretty good. So I think even for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, for Harrison Lawless there in the 68, a car 0.4 of a second back, I'm not worried about it because I have clean track ahead, and I know that I can just go and go and go, and they are the ones trying to chase me.
Clean track ahead is even applying to the traffic right now. It's a bit of a bizarre gap actually in the track at the moment. Next in line should be 229, which is Scuderia Volpe, but they've gone through this entire lap, I think, without any traffic at all. And there you go. There you can see a GT in the distance. I don't think that is Scuderia Volpe. So I think I've got that wrong, but it is pretty lonely out on this circuit for the moment, with an hour 35 still to go. It's good news for Harrison Lillas. No interruptions. He can keep Nathan Moore at arm's length for now, at least. Even if the gap may well come down again a little bit later, as we're expecting. Here is a bit further behind between Absolute Motorsport and the Movano Azzurro car. Movano Azzurro still ahead of their championship rivals, as expected ahead of Fiercely Forward, but also ahead of Orion, who are right in behind them now as well. Marcus Hamilton looking to make this pass here to get into the top 5.
Yeah, for this Movano Azzurro car, Marcus Hamilton, pretty fast and consistent driver here. Of course, every driver is fast and consistent, so take that where it is. We'll see here for Movano Azzurro if Marcus Hamilton can find the pass. Again, these GTPs can tuck in fairly close to each other through the runs, through the curves and down the straightaways. We could see them get bumper to bumper at times if they really want to. And for Marcus, I think he's really going to be taking that Acura and just being nice and smooth here as they run down and head towards Spoon Curve. They just, you have to just stay nice and smooth, and doing so, just eke out the tenths of a second that you need, the hundredths of a second to close that gap. And that exit is really where it seems like if you're Marcus Hamilton, maybe you need to find a little bit more time. It seems like the Absolute Motorsport Acura, the number 18 ahead, just a little bit better of an exit there, and that opens up the gap. And then just into the braking zone, seems a little more confident the Movano car does. So we'll see here now. GT3 traffic's going to come in the mix though. Does this kind of hand in the opportunity to get the pass done? Can you use the GT3? Does it show up at the worst possible time? Well, no, because as you come out of the final corner and you head down in towards first corner, unfortunately a GT3 not playing near as much into the hands of Movano as they would have wished.
Well, these two teams at the front end of this battle, both registered as Italian. Marcus Hamilton, as you may have been able to figure out, is not Italian himself. It's their only British driver in the number 33. In fact, the only British driver over the course of their 2 machines. But Movano are an Italian team, trying to get past another entirely Italian team, not only in the way they're registered, but also their 6 drivers, all Italian this season, including Simone Nucera. It's their 6th registered driver, although I'm not sure it really matters which number they are, to be honest. I think they're just put in any old order, to be honest with you. Maybe alphabetical. Yeah, it's alphabetical, isn't it? So doesn't really mean anything. Meanwhile, Marcel Hubert is getting a bit closer to Williams. This is exactly what we mean when we say traffic gives and takes. A perfect example. It's given Lillas a 1.2 second advantage, and it's given Hubert a bit of a chance to maybe put some pressure onto the Williams Sim Racing Academy car ahead.
Yeah, we're right on board here with Hubert and the Apex Racing Team Porsche just going through, hit that hard left-hander there of 130R flat out, deep in the brakes for the Casio Triangle. Can you make the pass there? Well, you certainly want to try, and not able to at the moment. But again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, as I like to say it. But Apex Racing Team not able to capitalize there. Hubert really would have been wishing to get the pass done, get through, because that would have given a great chance to try to go towards Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Another GT3 Pro will come in the way here. And if you're Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, you're the race leader. So you know that the cars are aware you're coming, and they're going to be pretty good with getting out of your way for blue flags and respecting that. And then for everyone behind, they're going to also be giving way through and, being aware, but it is always up to, whether you're the race leader or you're the last place GTP, it's always up to the faster car to negotiate that pass safely. And sometimes the safest option is to lose a couple tenths and lose half a second and just not make the pass right offhand. As we have another battle further down the GTP field, it's the battle for P5.
Big change here as the top two in the championship now reverse places. That's second now in first in the battle for sixth. That's a bit confusing, but Orion Race Team now gaining points again. At the moment, they're so far down, it would only be 6 points, which is barely a dent into the Movano lead, but even so, that is the right direction for the Orion Race Team now. 6th place for them. Jalvaz in that machine now, might well be there to the end, as there's only 90 minutes to go. I know that any GT3s that have just made driver changes are likely going to see those driver changes through to the very end. And look at that, Jalvez not only able to get the move done, but he's also able to put some distance immediately between himself and Marcus Hamilton.
Just what you want to do there if you are Orion Race Team and the number 46. You're going to continue to put pressure here and try to make the move through. Look at that replay. Beautiful pass done there. Just nice and smooth through and just consistent. And now it's just dump the throttle, throw the lead weights out, and just take off in that car and get that Orion Race Team 46 moving, because just ahead of them, just 0.8 of a second ahead, is Absolute Motorsports number 18 category that you can find a fight for. This is the battle for second place, though. Williams Sim Racing Academy, Apex Racing Team. Hubert's gotten right back up in the mix, mind the traffic, and golly me, they are really pushing each other going through. We head through yet again, and well, it seems like the track is really starting to come to the drivers as that track temp, you said 22C, air 20C. It seems like the track's getting grippier and it's getting really, really competitive for everyone as it goes through. Underneath the bridge, underneath 130R we go, heading towards hairpin. And all it takes for Hubert is just a little bit of bravery on the brakes, and he can find a move. I thought that was going to be it in the hairpin, but he's certainly going to be pushing it here through 200R.
He is. Look at the gap increasing to the leaders as well, by the way. Or the leader, I should say, Harrison Lillis. You can imagine that gap is only going to continue to increase. Down the inside for more on the Apex car. How well would you look at that? A chance, maybe. Well, it wasn't really a chance for Hubert, but certainly a chance to get closer there. And it's the Apex Racing Team Mercedes that prevents their GTP from getting any closer. What a roundabout set of circumstances there. It always happens when you've got two cars in different categories in the same race. I mean, Williams Sim Racing Academy just experienced the same, for example, through the S's on the earlier part of this lap. So it happens fairly regularly. As the sun does continue to go down here, I'm beginning to wonder whether we aren't going to get a bit of darkness properly at the very end of this race, even though the sunset time here today is, in real life, just past 6 p.m. We shouldn't be getting much dark running, but it's already getting pretty dark on the circuit. And Harrison Lillis is continuing to lead the way. 2.5 seconds now is his advantage. So we just get past 4:30 in the evening on a pretty windy day, got to say. But it's a 2-second lead and a comfortable lead as well for Orbit Dropper. And dare I say, a little bit of a surprise lead as well for the team that only broke the podium for the first time in the last round of the championship. It's been a great race for them so far, and they've entered the final quarter with the lead.
I'm always one for an underdog story. I'm just going to be real honest with you. And when Orbit Drop Bear broke the podium last round at Silverstone, I was feeling really good about that. And now they're looking to get a win here in Suzuka. They've been consistent through the first 4 rounds of this season. Of course, round 5 here. I mean, they're down P6 in the points, but I don't think they're down or out in that BMW. They are looking very consistent. It seems like things are just clicking in that car more so than they have any other time, and more so than they are for some other teams. So we'll have to keep an eye on Orbit Drop Bear. While Movano may be, pretty far out ahead and be in a good position to really move things forward, it doesn't mean that it's impossible for Orbit Drop Bear to still work their way up and maximize the points that they get through this season in the standings. They'll definitely be trying and pushing and going here. Williams Sim Racing Academy, number 77 here. Nathan Moore in second place, still holding off that third place Apex Racing Team. Hubert in the number 99, still trying to use that GTP traffic or GT3 traffic to his advantage, and it's working for now. It's working for now, but at what point does the traffic advantage swing to a traffic problem, and how do you kind of handle that? That's going to be the big question for me for Nathan Moore, is when will that little bit of luck kind of run out for him? And yeah, Ewan, you mentioned it being dark. I do think that like the last 30 minutes of this race, it might be really on the headlights.
What is going on? Sunset time for today is supposed to be 13 minutes past 6. We're nowhere near that at the minute. It's really dark already, so we'll keep an eye on it. The sun almost seems to be behind the mountains already, really. So I'm not sure how actually mountainous this region is. I just said that. It's a quite hilly circuit, I suppose, which maybe does show you a little bit about it. But even so, we will see. Let's look at Alex Noak here, by the way. A long way out in front now for Fiercely Forward. Purple, even though they're not purple in any way. Moradus M squad, it's about 7 seconds further behind as things stand. And it's, well, comfortable, you'd have to say. For BS competition, this is strategy working itself out. Felix Kernbach is driving this one for now, over 3 seconds in the lead, but his pit stop was a lot shorter than the pit stop we saw last time from the likes of Fiercely Forward, WSR, especially as well, even SimRC. So that's all to work itself out later as BS competition take a slightly longer final stop compared to them.
Yeah, and that slightly longer stop really, again, it could make a difference. I'm just trying to figure out really with Suzuka. I mean, we are in a sort of hilly region, but I kind of think some of that darkness is just the overcast coming into play here, because the weather is, of course, mostly cloudy currently, is how it is showing up on my side. So I think that really just the clouds are making it darker than it truly is. So I think that's sort of playing that trick on our eyes. The GT3 Pro here, as you mentioned, that slightly shorter pit stop, kind of proving to make a difference here for BS competition and Grid and Go, who both had shorter pit stops compared to all of their counterparts around. But, you know, Ewan, my question is, what did they compromise to make that shorter pit stop, and where does that change things for them in the long run? Really, what difference does that make for them? Are they compromising time with tires? Did they take a little bit less fuel? What is it that really made the difference there to set things up? Because it's going to be very, very close in the end, I think, because we are expecting the GT3 Pros to only make one more pit stop. And when they make that one last pit stop, you've got to make sure you have enough fuel to the end. You've got to make sure you have tires to get to the end. And you got to make sure you have the car under you to get to the end. And the confidence there to be found is there's still plenty of battles up and down this GT3 Pro field.
There certainly are. This is for fourth place. Antoine Lasserite ahead of Marvin Strel now. And that is just, well, on its own, really. A few seconds ahead of Luca Vunks. I thought that Mr. McLaren in behind was the Dory Sports McLaren. It isn't. Looks like Scherer Esports to me. Luca Alpert, who's currently 2 laps down. They had a lot of trouble earlier on, and they've had quite a lot of trouble throughout the day, really. The fact they're only down is a bit of an achievement from them. They are still going and running decently well for the moment in this race. They've moved up to 19th in the field, which is a positive for them. Anybody who is going to finish in this race is going to get points as well, I should note, as into the pit lane comes Daniel Antunes. Slightly out of sync with everybody else, and that will mean he's got 2 more stops remaining. He can't make this his final stop. Makes it a slightly awkward splash and dash at the end for him.
That's going to be heartbreaking, really, for that number 212 McLaren for Fiercely Forward Pink, because that splash and dash at the end, while you don't think it's going to, you know, make a huge difference, if you're in any sort of a battle and you get to that point, you've got to come in and take that extra bit of fuel. It's heartbreaking. So if any team wants a caution to fly in that final hour, it'll be Fiercely Forward Pink. But the way the drivers are running here, everyone has settled in and has really gotten comfortable on this long run. So I wouldn't really be banking my hat on that. You're committed into the splash and dash towards the end, and it's unfortunate to see, but you know, sometimes that's just how the strategy card plays. If you didn't time it right, well, you live and learn, and you just have to hope that somebody else makes a bigger strategy blunder going forward, because it's not it's not ideal to be at an hour 20 and have to pit, to know you have to pit again when everyone else, by the numbers, by where they're at on their pit stop cycles, will be able to make it to the end on just one more stop.
Yeah, our poll just finished, by the way, for whether it's going to rain or not. Just about the majority said yes. Sorry, said no. How could I get something so simple so wrong? Just about the majority said no. And, well, it looks like that is going to be the consensus as well if you follow the weather. Oh, have a look at this. Alex Gal, the latest to hit the wall at 130R. My goodness, that corner has claimed some casualties this afternoon. Alex Gal is the latest of them in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes. And that car has had to come down pit lane, surely. Has it? Oh, my word, he's carrying on. Well, how he's able to get that car around at any sort of speed, I've got no idea. He is losing time. But that car is absolutely wrecked. And considering they're really close to a pit stop anyway, I don't know why he didn't just come in there.
Is he still on track? I'm still seeing that he's on track currently. Surely the team have to be on the radio just yelling right now, saying, hey, you don't have a rear wing, get in. And there we go. Into the pits comes Alex Gal. Guessing just did not take in because didn't want to cut across the track and possibly risk causing something more substantial through. But for Apex Racing Team, Alex Gall there, the 298, that is heartbreak and a half.
It was close for Hyperion, getting slowed down in time. It's number 144, Jeffrey Lund, who was bringing that one in. There's another bit of action in LMP2 pit stop. Strategy land goes. Ryan Long will finish that car. Final 80 minutes. He qualified that one, don't forget. And now he will bring it to the checkered flag as well. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead is down to a second. Harrison Lillas has been caught again by the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. And Harrison Lillas is in, well, in a little bit of a pressure cooker right now. I don't want to say that the pressure's fully on him just for the moment, but he is certainly under a certain degree of pressure here. And if this Mustang gets in his way as well, then it could be even more trouble. There's such high-stakes stuff going on at the moment at the front of this field. Top 4 covered by less than 5 seconds, by the way. That's how close it is at the front end of this field.
Well, remember, we've been almost 4 hours and 45 minutes into this race, and the fact that it's still this close is just astounding, even with cautions. I mean, sometimes you see these races really kind of accordion out and then right at the end smash back together and make just the absolute sonic boom at the end. But right now, these drivers are keeping each other honest and consistent as they go through, because if any one thing happens, you know, for Orbit Drop Bear, just a slight wiggle on the curb, a slight wiggle under braking, miss an apex, it could spell pure disaster for him as he goes through. So you've just got to be on your P's and Q's here. But, you know, Ewan, I would say that for that number 68, I'd be under less pressure just because you are the race leader. You know you're in the lead, and all you have to do to kind of maintain your lead at this point is hit your marks and stay nice and smooth. And I think if you think about it too much, that's where things will get more difficult. So for Harrison Lillas, I would just be very much just treating this like hot laps. I would just hit my marks every single time, drive to my delta that I know I need to do for fuel, and just not even think about the car behind, because that is just the easiest way. Let the pressure, that pressure cooker, fall back to Williams Sim Racing Academy, and let the pressure be on them to get the pass done and really challenge. Because right now, the gap 1.6 seconds in opening, just smooth sailing to the end if you're Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter.
It's worth, I think, reminding everybody as well that the Orbit Drop Bear team are Australian, which means that the time is just coming up to 6 in the morning there. The race will have started, the race started, or at least the qualifying sessions, and so what they would need to be up for started at midnight. It's a terrible time to race, but they come out here every time and get on with it. And they're very good considering they're in the middle of the night as well, in the middle of the Saturday night. So hats off to them for that, at the very least. I was hearing someone earlier on talking about whether one or more of them are in Perth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that makes it any better either. It's only a couple of 2 or 3 hours earlier, so I'm not sure that really makes much of a difference. But yes, it's the middle of the night for these guys. The pressure's on them. They're leading a high-stakes endurance race with just over an hour to go, and they're doing very well indeed with it. This is Nathan Moore, who just got held up a little bit there through that bit of traffic, and now here comes the apex car again of Marcel Hubert. Just half a second behind him all over again. The traffic this time has not fallen quite as well as Nathan Moore would have liked, and again through the foreign chicane. Hubert's going to be right on the back of him now.
Yeah, this is really where I think the pressure's at. I think for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, this is just a case of being comfortable and continuing to hit your marks. For Williams Sim Racing, you have double pressure. You've got Marshall Hubert behind an Apex Racing team who is very fast and really going to be putting the pressure, but then you also are trying to catch Harrison Lillis ahead, and that is just a whole nother problem, a whole nother sort of set of circumstances you're going to find yourself in. Hubert here with Apex Racing team looking nice and confident very much through the snake section, riding the curves, doing everything right. That GT3 traffic coming into contention here. How do you pick your way through if you're him? Well, he wants the inside, and the Mustang pulls all the way to the right there and sets that up. So Hubert not able to kind of use the Mustang in the middle to get around, cause a 3-wide section, which is very good. Now you head down towards the Degner curves, and you're still right on the rear bumper for Williams. Another GT3 ahead, but a little bit of lost traction through that second Degner curve, and that is going to kind of set things up for you. Now, as you head towards Hairpin, you're stuck behind the 214 Lamborghini. What do? You've got to just settle in and stay calm, and well, that's going to open things up for a second. It's going to give Williams Sim Racing Academy's Nathan Moore a little bit more breathing room here, try to get around the traffic. And now, how does this traffic affect for you as you head in towards Spoon Curve? Well, again, it's the 213 Lamborghini that you're going to have to settle in behind. Settle in, stay calm, and now flat to the floor, launch around them, and now send it all the way down towards 130R and try to catch and reclaim some of that track position you just lost.
It was all stemming from Degner 2, really. Just missed the apex slightly on where he would have liked to have been, and that's just cost him some time. As some of the leaders are in now in LMP2. Now then, we've already seen some pit stops from the others in the LMP2 field. In fact, these are the last 3 in now. So whoever's going to be out here first is going to be leading the race, I would suggest. Unless we're going to see Magnus Nielsen get through, which I suppose is possible. Now then, off the jacks, Nathan Olsen. And, well, he is going to be second, isn't he? If the previous standings are to be believed. Fiercely Forward Gold chugging out ahead. Alex Nogue will be ahead in that Fiercely Forward car. And only 33 seconds in the box from Olsen, by the way. We'll keep a note of that, as Magnus Nielsen is close, but he's... oh, he's actually not that close, sorry. It's the other Fiercely Forward car he's got to worry about. And Alex Nogue is indeed in the lead, but there won't be any difference between them on this opening lap. They are both on cold tyres.
I think 2 more pit stops for LMP2, if I'm doing my math correct.
Well, one more after the one that just done, I suppose.
Yeah, so 1 more pit stop for LMP2. That's right. I was thinking 2, including this one. So 1 more for LMP2 will get them to the end of the race here as they stand. Currently Fiercely Forward Purple in the lead of Muradness M Squad by 0.6 of a second, and they've got 16 seconds back to Fiercely Forward Gold. So Muradness opting, as you mentioned, a 8-second shorter pit stop there compared to Fiercely Forward Purple. I'm wondering if that's just a case... Wondering what the decision was for them to do that, if that's saving a tire set or opting to look at a little bit different strategy towards the end, or maybe they just want to be in the mix where they can challenge with Fiercely Forward Purple up front and try to get the run through. Not sure what the decision would have been there for Muradness M Squad, what they're thinking going towards the end, but for Fiercely Forward Purple, that just means that this is not as calm of a run as you would really want.
It's going to be a very difficult part of the race by the looks of that. Here is Delatraz versus Geodesic. Now this is important for Delatraz to try and keep their championship lead if at all possible. Thomas Imburg just in behind Maximilian Fritz in the 162. Out of Spoon Curve they go, absolutely nose to tail here. Into the slipstream here for Imburg. He might even be able to pull alongside in time for 130R here. Or is he just going to decide not to for the moment? It looks like he's going to just stay behind out of choice. Now, is it going to be on the brakes in the chicane? Instead it is. Oh, he switches from one side to the other. And Thomas Imburg there, for all of the dramatics, the flamboyancy, well, it has actually worked. Well, he went too late on the brakes in the first place anyway, to be honest. He brought it back, and he's actually got the place. a very extravagant move. Probably didn't require such a movement, but anyway, he is through. Slightly ungainly, but he's up into 4th place.
Not the cleanest pass he would have wanted. I got to wonder if maybe they're thinking about the problem with that for me is that he went way off the track, came back on, and then there was a bit of contact as he rejoined the track there coming through the Casio Triangle. So he got the pass, yes, but I mean, completely overcooked the brakes to do so. I'm sure that someone is going to be throwing their hands up in arms for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold. They're going to be throwing their arms out and kind of just saying, like, he went off track. What was that? And all in all, I mean, not the cleanest pass we've seen, but a great pass nonetheless. Now look at that, trying to get past the Mustang.
Oh, and again, both cars having an altercation with the Hoisingvale Mustang, which is flashing its lights like a Christmas tree decoration now. That was aggressive, firstly from Fiercely Forward into Spoon Curve, and then through the middle of it for Madness to try and come through as well. Fiercely Forward, as you can see here on the left-hand side, doing a great job in terms of getting up to that top position. They started second last. Their teammates started dead last. And so the fact they've gained 9 and 8 positions respectively is a great show on their day. The fact they're both on the podium as things stand.
Yeah, it's an amazing run here. And Fiercely Forward, they clearly want to keep those cars where they're at. Fiercely Forward Purple wants the lead. Fiercely Forward Gold would love a second place, but 15 seconds back is really trying to hold on to P3. And I tell you what, Nathan Olson overcooking it there through first corner, and very well to save it there heading towards Snake, but you can tell just how much both these cars are pushing. Very clearly the Madness car thinks it's the faster LMP2 and just locking up the brakes a little bit there through first corner.
It was quite a moment. This is Jan Sinkowski, by the way. Probably wasn't expecting that LMP2 down the inside, or that one. Dear, oh dear. He was furious about it as well.
Can you blame him, though? I probably wouldn't be exactly happy about that.
I don't know. It's I don't know. I'd be expecting them to make that move, I suppose. You know, you don't want them to do it, I suppose, but even so, I would be expecting it in some ways. Doesn't make it okay, I suppose, but yeah, Sinkowski certainly not very pleased. BS Competition have dropped way down. They've pitted, that's why. They're from 4th place. BS Competition have only spent 30 seconds in the box, and so that's their penultimate stop of the day completed. 12 places gained so far for Orbit Drop Bear. What a performance! We know that the BMW is strong round here, but even so, for them to be leading right now is a wonderful job from them. They've got an hour and 8 minutes to hold on to this lead.
I definitely think they're going to hold on to it. An hour and 8 minutes, and you know, as I've continued to say, they have the control, they have the pace, and they're settling it in. I think this is really a point where just the confidence for them is there. It's very clear that things are just gelling well for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, and they're just feeling comfortable. Daniel Ferguson in the Cadillac is in for the number 16 team, WSR Esports butt kicker, in getting that service done. 29.8 seconds, call it 30 seconds in the box, getting out here through in 11th place. Down a lap on the field, but still is going to be feeling very competitive now. Watch that outlap, those cold tires, and you just got to be comfortable here and baby that car around here for about half a lap, get things through. Things are really, really heating up in GTP here. I wouldn't count Williams Sim Racing Academy out. I have a lot of faith in Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, and if a commentator cursed them, well, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, I apologize in advance. But Movano and Solpec, those two have still not given things up, and I can't tell which car I would be really leaning into if I was them, because they have went back and forth this entire green flag run, and they still haven't really sorted it out. They're so dead even on pace. They keep going back and forth. I don't know which one of them is going to be ahead when the checkered flag falls in an hour and 6 minutes.
Speaking of Solpec, by the way, they did get a 5-second penalty for that contact with number 1, Movano. So number 33, Movano, is going to be pretty wary as what Jesse Lyon's going to do here, because they won't actually be fighting on the exit of the pit stops, I wouldn't have said, in a moment. As this green flag run continues. It's a wonderfully long green flag run, and we're starting to see a sort of a race mature here, if you like. 4 cautions in basically the first half of the race here, if you were to be harsh. well, not quite accurate, but nearly is. And the second half of the race so far, it's been very, very clean indeed. I think this green flag run is over an hour and a half old now, which is fantastic. You're starting to see why we enjoy these long green flag runs just as much as the short ones as well, because you get a matured race, you get a more well-rounded race, a strategic race, and one in which they can take their time a little bit more. Nobody's taking their time here, though. This is the LMP2 lead. Alex Nogue versus Nathan Olsen. They both go around the outside of the Williams Academy GT3 as they go into the S's behind one of the fiercely forward GTPs, the only one, of course, that is 4 laps down in the field right now. And the leading battle in LMP2 will continue on. That short pit stop from Nathan Olsen looks like an inspired decision to try and keep him close to the race lead.
Yeah, I think that they very much decided the shorter stop, get closer, and keep applying the pressure was worth it. The big thing for Nathan Olsen is just be on your P's and Q's and mind things forward. What you can't afford right now, especially carving through traffic, is any sort of penalties. You don't want any sort of race control intervention to affect your race, because if that does happen, I mean, it negates any strategy you've set up. So just keep it together, keep it going. This battle is going to get really, really competitive, and as it goes, I worry that this battle is the pressure cooker. You know, you talked about Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter up front you and having the pressure cooker there, the battle through. I think this battle is really where the pressure cooker's at, because both of these cars genuinely believe they're the fastest car in the category and genuinely think that they should be ahead of the other and are not giving an ounce of room. These LMP2s get really feisty in battle, even if it's around, you know, going around those GT3 Pro traffic. They really give it the beans, give it the sauce, get the elbows out, however you want to say it. They battle through. So as soon as these two get side by side, they're not going to play kind with each other, and I worry that that is where the fireworks will happen.
Here he comes. Oh, Olsen forces Nogue to defend it towards turn 1, and Alex Nogue hangs on to the lead, but how long for? Look at the peak to the inside from Nathan Olsen, who doesn't quite find his way through here, but he's putting some big pressure on right now. Don't forget, he's on lower fuel right now as well, so he should be a bit quicker. And to maximize that, he needs to get through as quickly as he possibly can. You may be thinking there's over an hour left and they're running together. There's no urgency here really with an hour left, but there certainly is, because Olsen's quicker at this stage in the race. He needs to take advantage by getting in front.
Yeah, this is the point that is really race making for Olsen. If Olsen does not get this pass done, I would say within the next 10 minutes, 5 minutes really. 10 minutes is probably stretching it, but within the next 5 minutes, if Olsen can't get this pass done, I think that will cement the second place for Muradness, and that's not what they want. Muradness does not show up for second places. Muradness shows up for a win or nothing. That is kind of their motto. That's how they look at things. That is the competitiveness that they go, and it is very much going to be a case here through Spoon Curve. Set the outside, now peek to the inside. Can you get the run here through Spoon Curve? Not at the moment, but the backstretch is really going to settle things in. Get the run, try to hold on, but that gap is opening. Down the backstretch, flat through 130R here, the quick left-hander, and can you do anything to close this up? Gap under a quarter of a second, gap now 0.2 of a second. Will you have the bravery for the braking zone here? No. Olsen will stick behind there in second place. You've got GT3 Pro heating up there down in the bottom side of your screen.
Keep an eye on that, but this lead battle for the LMP2s is the urgent one on our screens. Over the line to complete another lap. This is the start of 142, by the way, of this 6,000 Suzuka. In towards turn 1 and 2. Nothing doing that time round for Fiercely Forward and Muradness. Muradness gets a lot closer to Fiercely Forward through that opening corner. Now through the S's. Here we go. This is going to get very close, because look at the traffic. 2 Mustangs up in front, and that battle we just caught a glimpse of earlier in GT3 is the one that's ahead. It's for 4th place between Dory Sport Simos C and the PGZ Mustang as well. Through they slip, inside and out, and there's the gap. Alex Nogue has been waiting for a gap like that for some time, and now he's finally got one.
That was a bit of relief handed out on a silver platter for Nogue. That was just, you couldn't have asked for anything better there for Maradness. That is going to be the most frustrating moment that could have happened, because that is a battle for position in GT3 Pro. They're not going to give anything. And in LMP2, of course, this is the battle for first overall, but hey, they don't really care in GT3. Again, it's always up to that faster car to get that pass done as clean as possible. And, well, for Fiercely Forward, the 115, if you were sweating, if you were feeling any pressure, you now have a bit of a sigh of relief. Another light flash there from the WSR Esport butt kicker Mustang. Not sure why he's flashing the lights there. That one looked pretty tidy compared to what we've seen in other moments. And GTP now through, I think Maradness have really lost their best chance so far. We'll see if they can build things up in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but I think Maradness, the traffic and the lap traffic and being passed is just going to be, it's going to be heartbreaking at this point.
I think they haven't had a real clear-cut chance yet, to be honest. They've had a number of half chances, but in terms of a real big glaring chance, excuse me, they've not quite been able to fashion one just yet. There's a pretty big margin in front of them as well before they reach traffic again. It'll be number 247, then 289, and as you can see on the tower on the left, that is first and second, who they're now trying to catch up to and will be lapping fairly shortly in the LMP2s. 1 hour to go officially here from Suzuka, the 5th round of the IVRA Endurance Series in 2024-25. And we've got quite an hour in front of us. Orbit Drop Bear lead by just over a second in GTP. Harrison Lillos has done a good job at holding off Nathan Moore so far, but how does that work when they come to the pit lane, I wonder? Well, they're going to lose it for now, and they're going to have to win their lead back again, just as they did not that long ago in the opening run of the race.
I definitely think that for Orbit Drop Bear, getting that pit stop in a couple laps earlier than your competitors is just, I think it's great strategy, really. I think it sort of offset them. I think my big concern will be not this pit stop, but the next pit stop and how it sort of settles things in for them, where they find themselves after the next round of pit stop cycles. Look at this, though. I said that Maradness lost their chance. Well, they want to prove me wrong. They are now a 10th and a quarter off. They keep this battle going through Spoon Curve. Now we run down backstretch, head towards 130R. I mean, I said that they had lost their best shot, but perhaps I spoke way too soon. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter and GTP have had a driver change, but up here, I think we're about to have a lead change as Maradness goes to the outside, a little bit of elbows out, outside to the inside to the outside. It'll be, they hold on side by side. Fiercely Forward's not done. Little bit of a bump, make it another bump, make it a third bump, and down the front stretch, side by side they go. Where they stop, well, nobody knows because it's side by side, and it will be Maradness scored across the line in the lead. How long will that stay, though?
Side by side again. This time in towards turn 1. Very wide round the outside from Olsen, but it's here on the inside for the spot. He gives it to Nog, who's going to go around the outside as well. They continue on off. Olsen off the road, not as a result of contact, but generally just ran a little bit wide there through the right-hander. And again, Alex Nog hangs on to the lead. Will Olsen look back at that and wonder if that was a moment where he should have got through? Because look at the traffic now. He's down the inside. Nogon, Grid and Go, who didn't exactly want that to happen, but Olsen loses now a lot of time as a result of that.
Olsen losing 0.8 of a second there, that section alone, just to try to get past the Grid and Go car. But Fiercely Forward I don't know what it is, but Fiercely Forward just don't seem to have the same amount of pace that Maradness car has been able to find. Fiercely Forward, that 115 is just not able to hold them off on pace alone. They're having to really get the elbows out. They're having to really drive defensively. They can't get the pace to run away, and I don't know why. And it's proving extremely problematic here in the closing stages of the race.
Olsen gonna have to redo that work all over again, just for the chance to come back through and past. Well, he's going to gain a little bit there with BS Competition just in the way of Nogan towards the 130R, but then Olsen into the chicane, not able to get anywhere. And he loses even more time there. Here's the contact. As I've been hearing, it's contact. I didn't think it was, but we're about to find out. There's a little bit of it there. And now in towards this part here.
I don't know
if the contact there myself.
I was about to say, from that angle, it doesn't look like the contact is really what caused that Madness car to run wide. I think that was a case of just over driving, trying to keep it side by side and force the competition through the S's section. And we have the boss man confirming that it's the fuel difference that is really causing the pace difference. So big shout out to Daniel Morad for confirming the suspicions of the difference in fuel causing a difference in pace.
I guess it had to be, because well, that's my only assumption, because it's the only thing that limits pit stops these days, sadly. Into the pit lane for Marcio Hubert from second, so we're about to have that situation again where the Orbit Drop Bear team have to re-overtake everybody, but they are now behind BS Competition, interestingly, by 10 seconds because of a shorter stop from number 89. So the second last stop for Daniel Alves Lorenzo has given him a bit of a lead, but the final stop for Sam Sutton will be a little bit shorter. Let's see if Dana Moore takes on a bit of a shorter pit stop. It's not going to be any less than 30 seconds because they're taking on a driver change here, the Apex Racing team. We will wait and see whether they come out ahead of the Orbit Drop Bear team or indeed BS Competition. I would be surprised if they're ahead of number 89. But let's see. This is Ilka Happler as well in number 46. They are looking to finish ahead of 33 today and gain some of those championship points back again. But there's Dana Moore, who's going right up to the 40 seconds. So BS Competition will go sailing through. Now keep an eye out for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. They will not come through just yet, but there they are, just in the distance. Can they get through on this Porsche, get their lead back again?
They've got to at this point. They've got to push it and go through. I have a feeling they're going to be feeling pretty good there. They've had 2 laps to really get the tires settled in, get things together, but they do have that lap traffic in the mix as well as they come through, and they're continuing to push here. We've got more GT3 Pro pit stops. That's BS Competition number 289 that is into the pits here. Pretty off cycle, all things considered, to the rest of the GT3 Pros. Actually, I lied, not off cycle. They're right on the mix. Well, so we've got GTP and GT3 Pro pit stops happening at pretty much the same time right now.
I suppose it's on cycle in that they can actually go to the M from here, but it's don't forget, a reaction to their shorter pit stop that got them the lead before. So they have had to come in a lot sooner than everybody else because they've already taken their short stop. So it'll be almost a full fill for that BMW before the Grid and Go team have to come in themselves as well. We'll keep an eye on GT3 when it all pans out. There's quite a lot to keep an eye on, though, as you can appreciate, I'm sure. Orbit Drop Bear are not yet past the Apex Racing team. As Movano Azuro come in, they'll be easily behind these guys. But what about Orbit Drop Bear and the Apex Racing team? They're heading into the final section at the moment, and they have still not got through. It's very close, just a 10th of a second. They're not that far ahead of these guys, actually, in the race. They got out just in front of them, so they don't have to lap them all over again. But here it is. The battle remains. Dana Moore holding off Sam Sutton in a very important battle. Now, Sutton needs to get a good run here onto the front straight and in towards turn 1 to take the lead again. Are they both staring each other into the abyss right now and letting the Williams Sim Racing car get ahead of both of them? Let's see. As Sutton gets close again, he knows the chance is near, and he's got to do this somewhere soon because the tyres are going to be up to temperature. It looks like the Apex Racing team have weathered the storm necessary here, and it looks like they're going to hold on to this position.
Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, Sam Sutton really needs to make this pass count, needs to make it quick. You're going to be running out of time. Really, the next best place I can think of for him to go for it is, well, if he's right on the rear bumper, any place is a good place to try to make the lunge. But if he really wants to make it stick, I would think braking into second Degner might be an option here as we head through and around. But Apex Racing team, the tires are going to be up to temp. They're going to be feeling good here as they go through into second Degner and runs very wide.
Sutton there just broke too late for Degner too, just trying too hard now. And the Apex Racing team are going to get the place. A hugely important pass as we get towards the very end of this race. Pit stop time, by the way, difference was negligible, really, between the two teams. There's absolutely nothing in it, so it is all on the circuit. And the same could be said for Jaden Munoz as well, who gets into number 77, the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, making its what could be final stop of the day. 52 minutes to go is going to be quite close. As far as a stint goes, we'll find out as to whether they can stay out to the end or not fairly soon. But at the moment, Munoz is waiting for those final seconds to be completed. 30 seconds in the box currently complete. The BS competition car is going to go sailing through unless there's a really short stop from Williams, and it won't be. So BS competition will take the lead fairly easily there, and they will wait for their final stop. Jaden Munoz will head out into second place. Where's Dana Moore? And where is Sam Sutton? How close are they going to be? It's just under 9 seconds, 8 seconds. This gap looks like it could hold for Williams. They might well keep this position.
I think Williams is in a really good position here, but if I'm Jaden Munoz, I do not want to be in the car right now. Getting handed the car with 52 minutes to go, knowing that you are racing for the race win, I don't know if I want to be in his shoes, because that is a lot of pressure to feel here very early on in your stint. You know, no pressure. Just know that you're racing for the win for Williams Sim Racing Academy against two cars that have been extremely quick the whole time through. So you need to nail this next 50 minutes. Again, no pressure. Just knock it out of the park here and, you know, mind the cold tires and, again, knock it out of the park. Good luck, no problem. And we'll keep this going here. Gap down to 4.5 seconds between Williams Sim Racing Academy and Apex Racing Team. That gap is going to keep coming down, I feel. But is it going to come down enough for Apex Racing Team or Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter to really start putting in pressure? I don't think it will, but the battle that is going to continue to put pressure is right there. Look at this side by side. Goes fiercely forward to Moradness. Moradness now in the lead. This is second, first, same as the first. We saw this happen earlier. Moradness will have the run there through Olsen, trying to get past fiercely forward. Purple goes around the inside now as they go, and the pass is through with a little bit of contact, but that is the new leader of Moradness M Squad.
It looked like there was a little bit of contact, whether it was just a wiggle from Fiercely Forward and our camera. Entirely sure, but that looked pretty close to me. Through the spoon curve they go, and Moradness, don't forget, have got to get away now. Their pit stop was a lot shorter in that most recent round of stops, 8 seconds shorter, so they've got to pull that kind of a margin if they're hoping to stay in front, and so it could be very difficult for Nathan Olsen to actually keep this lead over an extended period of time. But let's see, he's even having to defend into the chicane. At the very least, he's now got the pass completed, and he can push on, trying to extend that margin, but that's taken him quite a lot longer than really was ideal for that team.
Yeah, this is the most secure that we've seen that Moradness car have that pass done, dusted, and in the lead. He's been trying for every bit of 20 minutes to get that pass done. And now that it is through, Fiercely Forward are the ones on the back foot. But as you said, it's that 10-second pit stop difference, 8-second pit stop difference that has to come out now and has to go. And, well, unfortunately, I just don't see that gap coming through in time for that final pit stop. And the question is, you know, if it was a case of take less fuel to get that pass done, I think Fiercely Forward have really done all the defense they needed to do to settle things in. We'll see if the strategy plays out towards the end, but it's going to be very, very close towards the end for Nathan Olsen and for Fiercely Forward Purple and the Moradness M Squad cars. It's just, I don't know, Ewan. I don't know, and I don't know. I'm trying to do the mental math, and granted, I'm not running on near enough sleep, but it's not, you know, it's only 4:30 my time. The mental math just isn't telling me what's going to happen here, because it still could come down to just a little bit of luck.
It could come down to anything. Meanwhile, but Grid and Go have just come out right in front of BS competition in GT3, so we're looking at sort of the last pit stop battles that are going on, especially in GTP, but actually in GT3 it started to unwind. Simify are going to now drop behind them because they have come in. Lucas Perez looks like it is going to lose some points, unfortunately, in the GT3 Championship compared to those that matter down there. Simos C are currently chasing Antoine Lasarite for the lead there. There is Lucas Perez, who's going to drop behind Grid and Go BS competition. Alessandro Quintay has got ahead of Felix Kronbach, and that's the shorter final pit stop from them, as expected, because BS's penultimate stop was quite short. Same has gone in GTP, as we're seeing. So at the moment, Grid and Go are the leaders of those who have stopped and can go to the end. But what about the others? Meanwhile, Thomas Imburg is on your screen here with another series leader. Oh, two series leaders making contact. And that is number 188 spinning around and dropping behind Hydrace Genetic Racing.
Thankfully, that 188 staying out of the wall there and not having too much of a problem there. So Delatraz Automotive, I think, getting away with that one big time, even though they did lose the position to Magnus Nielsen, the 113 Fiercely Forward Gold. Or sorry, no, they lost it to Hydrace Geodesic, Maximilian Fritz. Down into 5th they go, but for Delatraz, that could have been much worse, and they're now right back on the rear bumper. They're now past Hydro Race Geodesic.
So, that was quick. Wow. They're through immediately, and there's Perez getting out in the... Goodness, where's he dropped to? 13th, dear me. He's got to hope that some pit stops are quite long in front of him. Otherwise, it could be a disappointing finish for them. I think there are at least 4 teams who have got to stop yet, and they'll jump in front of, but even so, I wasn't expecting them to be behind some of the teams they're behind, let's put it that way. Meanwhile, Marvin Stroll versus Mathieu Vitorino continues for 2nd place in GT3. You'd imagine Vitorino is going to try and help Stroll catch the leader as much as possible, because it does serve both their interests here to help one another. We'll see if they do that with 46 minutes to go as they bear down on their final pit stops.
I think if we were in about 20 minutes to go, they would not help each other. But again, 45 minutes to go, it does nothing but help both of their causes for trying to get a race win. I think right now, if you are Victorino, I wouldn't really be pushing the envelope yet. I'd stick behind unless Stroll is just that much slower than you that it's really hurting your chances at a win to get past, because the gap 1.8 seconds between the leader and 2nd place. If I'm Victorino and you're looking for victory, then I would just stick behind and try to follow Stroll up and follow Stroll forward. Stroll does not seem slow by any stretch of the imagination here. So I think Stroll should be able to close that 1.8 seconds up in the next little bit.
Well, let's see if they do work together, as we suspect they will, and indeed I think they need to as well. In the Mustangs, on board with Vitorino, this will be a good indication. And towards the chicane, there's a little bit of waving around. That could be someone behind though to say, please don't dive down the inside at 130 up. We'll see if someone pops through here on the right or the left. No. So maybe he's trying to get into the head of Stroll a little bit and take that 2nd place away. We'll see, as he's got a much better run. Well, not much point in that. Vitorino is going to get 2nd place now, but that's because Stroll is coming in, and we'll see whether SimRC can now get ahead of the likes of Grid and Go. Given they only had 40 seconds advantage to begin with, it's going to be pretty difficult.
It is going to be very difficult, but not impossible. Nothing's impossible till it's impossible. So again, fingers crossed. We'll just see how this one plays out. BS Competition into the lead there. Number 89 will be relegated back a bit. And then also I noticed LMP2 was in the pits there. Fiercely Forward Gold, Magnus Nielsen was into the pits at the time that we saw the Mustang pull in. So for the number 89 GTP, this looks like a 22-second stop. So that is just enough time to get... Oh, should get them to the end, I believe.
Oh, it will get to them to the end. It didn't get them ahead of Orion, though. And slide and a spin from Lorenzo. That is a spin in towards turn 1 that is going to lose them a top 5. Maniti are going to come through here because, well, the tyres will be a bit warmer now, I suppose, but they're not going to be warmed up just yet. And Lorenzo is going to have a very difficult opening sector now. So is the fiercely forward McLaren that's going to be really dead frustrated with this. But the Maniti car surely is going to pass them now.
Maniti there just right off the bat. Gap 8 tenths, gap 6 tenths, gap half a second and still closing. Just coming around through Maniti Racing, going through. Here is the replay of how that happened, and that's just locked the rear axle, overcooked at turn 1. That is quite simply all that was. I hate to see it, but that is the scary moment of the GTP. Any sort of loss of tire temp causes that here, and Maniti not able to get past yet. They are going to go for a dive into the hairpin though, and there's the pass clean, done and dusted.
Bit of a squeeze, but he's got it done. That was Bowser's Turgi getting through into the top 5 for number 78. Pretty quiet day for them, I'd say, all in all. But a top 5, and it would be their first of the season if they can stay there in number 78. Their teammates have had top 5s. So far this season, or just the one of them back at Motegi. But even so, this team to join them would be a positive result for them. So, 42 minutes to go. There's the pass. It's a pretty good pass as well, may I say. And towards the hairpin. So Bowser's Turgi goes through. 42 minutes to go. Say that pit stop from BS Competition was quite short, so I wonder maybe a lot of these teams can make it to the end, including Williams, Apex and Orbit Drop Bear, etc. Orbit Drop Bear will be the most nervy, along with that number 78 we just saw, because they pitted longest to go, but even they might be able to make it to the end. We'll just wait and see how far they can go on field, or whether we will see some splashes and some dashes later on.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that this race could get... One of two things is about to happen, Ewan, and I, again, don't know which one is coming up, because the strategies are not lining up to where I thought they would be right now. One of two things is going to happen. One, these GTPs make it to the end and the battle is truly on track for where they're at. Two, there's splash and dashes in our future, and this entire race is just going to go upside down and get very interesting, and somehow BS Competition find their way all the way back up to the front because they've pit so late towards the end. The short pit stop from BS Competition, you know, I'm with you on this. It tells me they're going to make it to the end, no questions asked. Solpec Precision Racing number 60, their last pit stop was only 10 seconds 2 laps ago, which is a very weird one. So I'm curious to see what happens there, if that was serving a penalty or what that might have been.
That is weird,
so,
isn't it? 10 seconds.
Yeah, a 10-second stop for car number 60. Looks like that was actually them serving a penalty for an incident they had earlier with the number 1. The 60 misjudged space to 1 and caused a collision. That was a while ago.
2 problems with that. 1, that was a 5-second penalty. They were there for 10. 2, you don't serve penalties in the pit box anyway. So, goodness knows what that's going. We'll try and get to the bottom of that later. Antoine Lasserie is meanwhile making his pit stop. Let's keep our eyes on GT3 for now, because Grid and Go are looking to get out ahead of all of these contenders, including WSR, who were leading. Now, watch this stop. It won't be much longer than this now. There you go, 30 seconds. That's a bit generous, if anything. So, will they get out ahead of Grid and Go? The answer to that is pretty quick, no. Alessandro Quintai gets through. BS Competition get through as well. Grid and Go looking very good in the lead of this race in GT3, as Moore and SM Squad now are forced into the pit lane. They are making their final stop of the day. This will take the LMP2s to the end.
Yeah, they're having to make this stop earlier than the rest of the LMP2s, again, because they took that gamble trying to get into the lead. We'll see how long they have to stay into the box here. Should be as much fuel as they can pack into this car, get to the end, and they should be pretty comfortable to the end at this point. 39.7, call it 40 seconds in the box here, and they will get out and about. And then there is that 104 of Hyperion Racing 2 into the pits. How long will the 104 be in? This will be the big comparison for me of that. And I think really the question here for me is for Nathan Olson, frustrated for so long behind Fiercely Forward Purple. What will come out there in the end, and how close will they be towards the end as they go?
We'll focus in on them. We'll keep an eye on this battle for 5th place as well. Blake Reynolds just clarifying they had to feel for a splash, which 10 seconds seems like not long enough. That's why we're confused, Blake, if you're wondering. We're not complete idiots. And they served that penalty for a long time ago, as I suspected they had done. So, yeah, they've got rid of that penalty. And meanwhile, Paujas Turgi has been gotten rid of by Daniel Alves Lorenzo. That was a pretty good pass, actually. So BS Competition back into the top 5 all over again. And for some reason, Turgi just didn't look like he really had the car underneath him there for whatever reason through the chicane. You better get onto it pretty quickly, though, because Marcus Hamilton is not that far behind him either.
Yeah, but I think for Turgi and Manizzi Racing Black, I think is going to be feeling pretty confident. We saw a very, very strong move through the hairpin just a few laps ago to get up into that 5th place, and I would say that Turgi can make that move once, can make that move happen again here as we ride on board with that number 78, looking off on that driver's side front tire. Look how close to the curbs, just the precision in these GTPs that these drivers have is impressive to me. Lap after lap, dive through, make that right through the first Degner curve, now go through the second Degner curve, you'll go under 130R, and now push towards the hairpin. Just a little too far back, I think, for a late break lunge up the inside, but I think we'll just kind of stay there. And I think really if you're Turgi here and the number 78, you're staying there, you're holding on, you're staying smooth and consistent. I don't think a top 5 is out of the realm of possibilities for that car.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but not out the realm of possibility. Blake Reynolds says they only needed 5 laps of fuel, which is why it's such a short fill. Thanks very much for the clarification. In that case, quite a lot of these teams then are going to be able to make it to the end in GTP. And the question is going to be about whether this car can hang on to the win. Williams Sim Racing Academy leading the way in this race. The 6 hours of Suzuka by about 2.5 seconds at Tanamur. Orbit drop here look like they're just slipping away, unfortunately, right at the very end. Just over 5 seconds off the win. I would have liked to have seen them at least contending for the win and battling for the win later on, but looks like it's going to be between Williams and Apex here as they're running 1 and 2, about 2.5 seconds apart.
Yeah, I have a feeling that all of these GTPs are going to make it to the end without issue here, which is unfortunate for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Again, they needed to make that pass on Apex coming out of the pits, and they weren't able to make that stick. Apex held on to second, and now they've just sort of lost touch there. I think a 3rd place, though, for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Still a very good result, all things considered, for that car this season. Again, I'm with you. I would have loved to have seen the contention for the win. It's not impossible at this point, but with the gap 6.3 seconds out to Williams Sim Racing Academy, just kind of slipping through the cracks as they go. This battle in LMP2, this is where things are really going to get spicy. Fiercely Forward Purple still out in the lead here and running through as we have more LMP2 pit stops happening. I think for Nathan Olsen, it's Maradnes might be relegated to second.
But if you remember, they were actually battling for second pretty hard earlier, so we'll see if that's going to happen again. Oh, teammates! Oh no! Cunningham was so focused on not hitting his teammate there, he spun himself into the chicane, and now he'll get back going again. Oh, he'll be frustrated with himself for that one. Very nearly spun onto the circuit again, but at least he rejoined properly. Moranis do indeed get ahead of most of the people who just stopped, by the way, so that's all fine. Delatraz Automotive will be next, then Geodesic, and then, well, that'll be that. So Delatraz only a position or so behind Moranis M Squad, and for now, they are ahead of Fiercely Forward Goal, which I don't think Fiercely Forward were expecting.
Don't think they were expecting that at all, and Delatraz just a second off of SRN-TFR Alliance as Steve McGarvey trying to battle through. Of course, Steve McGarvey on an off strategy pit stop cycle there, so Delatraz will get that 4th place up, and then we'll just continue to kind of battle along here. I was going to say that was such a good rejoin that we just saw there on that replay. I was very nervous because that was such a horrible place to have a spin there into the Casio Triangle. Just parked right on the apex. Good heads-up driving from everyone coming into that deep braking zone to just kind of slowly skid the marbles around the outside, get that pass done, or get past the stopped car, and then such a good rejoin through. Great heads-up driving from everyone involved there. Grid and Go VC Esports in the lead here, 1.6 seconds up on BS Competition and GT3 Pro. Ewan, I don't think that battle's done or dusted at all.
No. There's a couple of cars in the way right now, but it's one to watch in this last half an hour. Although if we put all the ones into the ones to watch bar, then we're going to be, well, our eyes are going to be in very strained at the end of this race, that's for sure. There's a lot going on right now. In GT3, the pit stops have effectively sorted themselves out, so everybody should be good to the end now, without exception, I think. In LMP2, that's not quite true, but it will be very shortly. In GTP, we're hearing that there is quite a lot of saving going on. Having said that, Jaden Munoz just set the fastest lap of the race last time round. Clearly he can't be saving very much fuel, or if he is, then he's doing it with some sort of magic dust, because that was the fastest lap of the race so far, with just 33 minutes to go. You can tell the track temperature's coming down, by the way. It's 21 degrees now on the circuit, as we're enduring the longest sunset I've ever seen in the final hour and a half of this race.
Yeah, this sunset has just not stopped. It's been kind of interesting because when we jumped in, I was thinking, okay, we're going to get a little bit of nighttime running here at the very end of the 6 hours of Suzuka. This is going to be great. And then we had that weird period where the overcast hit and it got just absolutely ridiculously dark. And I was like, okay, we're going to have darkness for the last hour of this race. And now we're at this point and I'm like, okay, we're not going to have darkness at all. It's been interesting to kind of see. And one of the things, you know, if you were to ride on board with these drivers, is that sunset is bright too. It can really kind of mess up your spotting, your decision, your braking points. It can really mess things up as we go here. But with 32 minutes to go, I don't think we're going to get as much dark running. You said that things were just after 6 virtual time with sunset, and so I don't think we're going to get any sort of nighttime running where we're headlight dependent and things get real wild here around Suzuka. 32 minutes left to go. I kind of think Williams Sim Racing Academy and GTP might be under a little bit of pressure, but Apex has lost a lot of time to them this lap, probably to do with traffic. So I'm wondering if the 77 and 99 might come to blows here near the end of this race.
There's a stop from the Absolute Motorsport car. That is expected. They're going to drop a lap down as a result, actually. Only 9 left on the lead lap now in GTP, and therefore overall. So they leave the pit lane to Absolute Motorsport, and they will be 10th pretty comfortably. And they'll get right in the way. Oh no, and they'll spin. They will spin through turn 1 and 2, and they'll avoid the wall. Much to everybody's relief, they avoid the wall, and we do not require a caution late on.
Very lucky to keep that one out of the wall, but it's the same thing that we've seen. You're in the rhythm of green flag runs in these GTPs, and when you stop, you come out, you're so invested in the rhythm of the car. You just try to do the same thing you've been doing lap after lap, and the car doesn't like it on that exit of pits, and the rear axle just locks up and you're around. Nothing you can do about it. And thankfully, again, avoiding that wall, no safety car intervention required yet. And we get back going, but if you're not careful, that can be very treacherous there into turn 1 for GTPs.
I think your theory, by the way, about the overcast thing earlier on was probably why it was so dark. That's, I think that's probably correct now, because the sun does seem to be back out again, and all of a sudden it doesn't seem quite so bad. Meanwhile, the 115 is in. Now, Nick's Esports are second, but don't worry about them. They are still yet to pit themselves. Fiercely forward purple. In for more than 30 seconds. A bit longer than I was expecting, actually, but they're out now. And what's their advantage going to be? You can just say, oh, yellow. We do have a late safety car. And Nick's Esports will be very pleased they got in just in time there. It's not really going to help them. They'll be at the back end of the LMP2s anyway, or they'll be at least where they would have been. But we've got a safety car in the last half an hour. This is going to be a rip-roaring finish.
Don't count out anyone yet. Maradness might have been just given a lifeline. Orbit, Drop Bear, and Apex might have just been given a lifeline in the GT3's BS competition. Definitely might have been given a lifeline. Team PGZ, WSR Esports butt kicker. I mean, wow. I don't think this could have been a better or worse timed safety car for any of these teams. I can hear the heartbreak for some. I can hear the victory for others. And it's turn 1. It's turn 1, and that's a hard hit.
And that car had a long way to go, and it was never going to make it. Ryan Long. Well, he tries to, but I think he's quickly going to realise that this is not going to be possible. And there you go. Well, all 3 classes are going to be right close at the end of the safety car period. There is Jed Munoz just in front, by the way. He's just actually passed Alex No, so there won't be any wave required from anybody by the looks of it. The pit lane, will open. Is there anybody who needs to stop now? I don't think so, actually, in any of the categories, unless you're right off the lead lap in any of the classes. So the ones who matter, I don't think we'll have to stop at any point. We'll just have to wait for them to get back racing again and get back to green. It is going to be one fiery restart, I would say, with the GTPs leading the way, then the LMP2s, and then the GT3s as well. Goodness knows we are not going to know where to look at the end of all this. It is going to be super, super close as we get this race back underway. Well, just under half an hour to go. 5th safety car of the day. And, well, what a restart we've got ahead in about 5 minutes' time or so.
I just want to point out that we did not speak this one into existence, Ewan. I'm not going to call out who did speak this into existence, but I will just say it was not the commentators that actually caused a commentator curse here, but there was somebody who made a comment about a potential safety car that then spoke that one into existence. So just make sure that you don't direct anything towards us for any sort of commentator's curse that we did not call for. yeah, I just want to make sure that's out there because I don't think either of us said anything about needing a late race safety car.
I was quite enjoying the race how it was, actually. To be honest, it was quite a nice run to the end. It's quite close in all three categories. Despite there comes the safety car. Jaden Munoz slowed down quite a lot actually on that first lap. You do generally see that, but now the safety car will pick them up, and you would expect that at the end of the next lap, the pit lane will be open for anybody who wants to take it, and the field will then be sorted the very next lap in this in the way that it is right now. There's the left-hand side for the GTPs, 9 on the lead lap, including the Delta Sport car, by the way, which had problems early on with its connection. I'm not sure whether it was on our end or theirs, but they weren't appearing on any timing screen. But they're on the lead lap still, along with 8 others. The 2 1 lap down not going to get a chance to get back onto the lead lap, unfortunately for them. And I reckon we're really down to 3. Williams, Apex and Orbit drop there, I would say, at the front. But, you know, I'm basing that mainly off what we saw earlier on in the race. Who knows when we all stack them, put them behind one another, that it's going to be any different.
Yeah, this is going to be such a mix-up in GTP to really see what happens. And LMP2, again, fiercely forward in Maradness. But now Delatraz will be right there in the mix as well. And another fiercely forward will be in 4th place. So I think LMP2 is going to be the spiciest of the packs, just because we saw how fierce Maradness was racing fiercely forward. So, and when you get 2 fiercely forward cars near each other, it's going to be interesting. GT3 Pro here, Ewan. I don't know who to put my money on.
Close your eyes and put a finger on the screen. That's the best guess you've got at the moment with GT3. It probably is going to be a little bit more considered than that. Grin and Go are at the moment going to get, and they'll be most disappointed, by the way, about this safety car, I think. At the very least, if they were overtaken by BS Competition, they still would have gained a load of points on Visceral, because 296 was too far behind anybody to actually overtake. However, now look at them, 10th place with 9 drivers stacked up in front of them. The chances for the championship leaders to regain some of the points they really desperately need to hold on to the championship lead has absolutely come back again for them. They were going to lose 63 points as they were running. They were going to lose the lead by some margin, the championship lead, but now they've got a big chance to go and win it back.
Again, a lot of teams got a lifeline through here, Ewan. This safety car giving such a lifeline for certain drivers, certain teams, and really going to be nice. I don't anticipate seeing a lot of people drop into the pits here, but people have proved me wrong before. A dash to the end, very much going to be a treat here, as is being said in YouTube chat. So this is literally a case of everyone's looked fast, everyone's looked consistent. I'm just trying to kind of do the math here on what's really going to be the best option here. I think really you just kind of gamble with what everyone in front of you does. If people in front of you pit and they take a fresh set of tires, and if you have a fresh set of tires left over, of course, you know, with the tire strategy and the tire setup, you have to kind of play it careful. I would not expect pretty much anyone in the top 5 of any category to pit. Maybe the top 10 in GT3. I'd expect none of them to pit and just see what they can get put together here.
I'm not expecting any pit stops, to be honest. But let's see. I think they are open this time round, as Williams Esports Academy drive past first, and surely don't pit in along with the rest of them here in this field. No wave by required last time round, by the way. There was going to be a wave by, but there was none needed that time round, so we stay on the circuit. And everybody's staying on the circuit here, even after the pit lane has been opened anyway. So I'm scrolling, I literally cannot see anybody coming in here, unless I'm mistaken and it's not open yet. I'm not seeing anybody here. I just suppose there's no need to, is there really, at this stage? Nobody has any need to. They'd all made their last pit stop, and so I guess that's why nobody's in.
I mean, it's not like we're running into any sort of, NASCAR style situation where you could have overtime and green, white checkers and different things come into play that you need to have a little bit of extra fuel just in case. You've got to just make it the next 22 minutes. And in reality, this is going to be saving you so much fuel. pacing around here under safety car conditions. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you, wear on the tires. It's going to save you enough fuel that really, when we get back running, none of these teams, if they had pit and just had enough to the end, they had to save a little bit, shouldn't see anything. Now it looks like the wave buys have started here, so we will get these classes in their proper order. We'll get things going, and I'd say with about 15 minutes to go, we'll have a quick 15-minute dash to the end, and well, I will probably have to avert my eyes for about the first 3 minutes of it, because I have a feeling that things are going to get rough. Good luck to Ramiro in the production truck doing all of the camera work, because I don't know that he's going to know where to look.
Yeah, they're not officially wave buys, by the way. They're just sorting out the class order, but yeah, they are doing that right now. Nobody actually has to pass the pace car this time round. Can't remember the last time that happened in a non-short safety car procedure. So there you go. GTPs line up together. Now, it's worth noting that even though the classes are sorted out, the lap cars aren't put to the end of the classes or anything. They're just set off how they are. So let's just have a look down the field here and see who's where. So the top three are as they should be, but there's a car in front of Orion. So that's why I even more so think that it's the top three really in GTP who have a chance, because only the top three in GTP are nose to tail with one another. Ilkka Happala has to lap a car before actually getting onto the other three.
Yeah, which is, surely the lap car will not cause too much issue knowing the position they're in, but I still think at the same time for Orion, for Happala, it's going to be a car in the mix. I think Orbit Drop Bear, I think that's really where I'm putting my money on. I think Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, they just looked so strong before this final pit stop in the lead, holding on and being confident. I think if they can get around Apex here on the restart, they're going to just throw it at Williams Sim Racing Academy. Not saying that Munoz is not a good driver. I'm just saying that Munoz might crack under pressure.
We've got the lights off on top of the pace car already, by the way. We're going to get more laps than I was expecting to the end of this race. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. 9 GTPs on the lead lap. First 3 of them in line with one another at the end of the safety car train. 10 LMP2s on the lead lap, all directly behind one another, because the only other one in the race is down on pit lane and out the way. And a massive 15 on the lead lap in GT3, most of whom are absolutely nose to tail as well. There aren't too many lap cars in GT3 actually still running in this race, unfortunately. And that's going to keep things nice and clean early on here as we get to the conclusion of the 6 hours of Suzuka. It's the IVRA Endurance Series. It's round 5 and 7, of 7 rather. And it is going to be a fantastic finish. Jaden Munoz now in control of the field. He's stopped the weaving, and surely he's going to go soon. Danamora has got to be absolutely on it here. Munoz has restarted this race multiple times, by the way, from the front end of this field. He's just got to do it one more time before this race is complete. A bit more on it than some others have been, as Munoz goes for the classic out the final corner, hit the throttle, and we are underway. Firstly, does everybody get underway cleanly here? We haven't seen that too often in the past for GTP. This time round, they have gotten underway quite nicely. Same goes in LMP2 as well, as the front 3 going towards turn number 1. Absolutely nose to tail overall. Look at the weaving round in LMP2 as well. It's a start and a good lead so far. Fizzy forward, but look at Magnus. Already Nathan Olsen down the inside in towards turn 1 and 2. He's stolen the march immediately. 19 minutes to go. The Magnus M squad are leading this race. Nathan Olsen with a great move into turn 1.
Fiercely Forward Purple don't seem like the restart was kind to them. Seems like they lost tire temps. Something's not in the way they like it, because now they've got Teletraz Automotive by Major's Garage. Thomas Imborg in the 188 that is just absolutely right up the rear wing, as Maradness is going to take off up in the GT3 Pro. Oh, I saw some sort of bodywork going. Surely that's not going to require another safety car intervention.
What has gone on and who does it belong to is the more important question, because look at this, the battle for second in LMP2. Is this giving Magnus the win here in LMP2 immediately? They're leading by 2 seconds already, and they're catching up to the GTPs. Look at this, championship leaders, Teletraz Automotive down the inside and off wide. Nog goes wide. His restart has not been up to scratch, I'm afraid, here. And Magnus Nielsen, his teammate, suddenly pulls alongside. This is turning into a disaster now. For Fiercely Forward, Imborg has to defend. He has to defend from Nog. But look at the gap. Nathan Olsen leads by nearly 3 seconds after 1 lap.
Imborg with a great defense there for Teletraz into second. Look at that. The two Fiercely Forwards and Hydro Race Geodesic cars now are going to scrap it out here in LMP2. This is for third place. This is for third place when it was a battle for the lead before. And now that is just absolute heartbreak for Fiercely Forward. But for Muradness, you can celebrate. You can be happy. You've got a 2.7-second lead here as that's a GTP going extremely slow through final corner.
WSR in the Cadillac, who have dropped to the back end of the LMP2s and are just trying to get back going. This is what happened. Oh, it's Absolute Motorsport. Wow, that's a big hit.
That was the bodywork we saw, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Bot Huston, meanwhile, has gone off through 130R, has he? No. It might have been... it was Delta Sport, excuse me, not WSR. And Bart Huston, who was spun around, that was pretty rude, actually, in towards the chicane. And the stewards are going to have a very busy last 20 minutes, I would suggest, in this race. Dion Fialo making a great point in YouTube chat, by the way, that Fiercely Forward Purple and Alex Noak had no internal tyre pressure because they put new tyres on as the caution was coming out. They've not done a single lap of green flag running on those tyres prior to that restart, and that's why they're struggling so much, and they're still struggling wide. Oh, this is a disaster for 115. Maximilian Fritz is going to be next, and he's through. Maximilian Fritz now up to 4th place. Alex Noak is having a disaster here.
Hyperion Racing 2 just behind may be able to also get another pass. I mean, that is heartbreak and a half for Fiercely Forward Purple. This race went from one that they were just in command, in control of with not a care in the world to just a heartbreak. This is going to be one that they're going to just have to... I don't even know how you kind of get rid of this one. It's absolute heartbreak through and just game over. GTP's top 3 stay as they were here. Orbit Dry Bear Jupiter 3rd, Apex Racing 2nd, Williams Sim Racing Academy in the lead in the number 77. The gap about 2 seconds between each car. And GT3 Pro, Ewan, Grid and Go Esports is still in the lead, but they've got a lot of hungry cars just behind.
I would say that of the leaders, well, all of them are fairly secure, actually. Grid and Go probably the least, given the gap's less than a second. Now, Noak's fight back might well begin here, as Fritz is forced on the defensive down in towards turn number 1. And Noak's just going to go around the outside, is he? Is he going to start the redemption from here? No. He goes wide, and actually into the corner goes Fritz very wide as well, flashing the lights. Oh, Noak's going to lose another place here. Are they going to drop off the podium, maybe, to Hyperion? That was close, and that's contact. Noak's off the road. So is Derek Heiberger for Hyperion Racing, and so is the Nürburgring Esports car. They're scattering to avoid all over the place here. Oh my word! A big spin from Marius Holly-Tykes in the Nürburgring Esports car. So Hyperion do get up to the top 5 somehow after all of that.
That was a wild moment to see there. Fiercely Forward Purple now down into 9th place in class and losing time there. That was just, I mean, you have to go for the move 15 minutes ago. You have to send it. You have to go for the pass there. And I think just the heads up driving that had to come into play there, because there's the spin, there's through, and then you get the pass to the inside. And I think, unfortunately, that catches out Nürburgring Esports just a little too much curb on the next corner, slides through on the racing line. Look at the avoidance from everyone.
I mean, Holly Tykes is going to be particularly annoyed with himself because that was completely on his own from a top 5 place, and it's cost them 5 places. And would you believe it, after all of that, they're still all together, but only for 5th place this time round. LMP2 is by far the liveliest category, I've got to tell you. The reason we're not looking at any of the others is because it's not quite been like this so far on the restart. Composite performance we're focusing in on here, right in the middle. Carter Cunningham had a spin not that long ago, but he's put that to the back of his mind right now. Oscar Soltero and Alex Noak may well go side by side. Noak that made contact with Soltero. Alex Noak trying too hard there maybe to gain those places back again. Oscar Soltero dumped to the outside, and he's down to 10th now.
The stewards are going to really be busy with LMP2 because that was, we'll see how they call that one, but that was just trying to send it through. I think Alex Noak is just feeling the pressure, the desperation at this point of what could have been for this run. And I think, unfortunately, the stewards are really going to be what come into mix here. Back up front here with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, Ewan. This is Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter's 3rd place to lose. This is their podium to lose. And I mean, they're holding off Orion Race Team 46, Hapala behind. They've got to do it for 12.5 minutes, though.
It's a long way. It doesn't seem like a long time, but it is a long way. in this in one of these races. Unfortunately, Sam Sutton just doesn't look quite taken off as well as he to hit to begin with in this run. The Orion race team, meanwhile, are going to need these places because of their championship situation. If they can get into third place, that'd be an 81-point score. With Movano currently down in 7th place, they could gain 28 points on the day, and that would be a considerable amount of it, about a third of their deficit that they could knock off in this one race with another pass. Meanwhile, in GT3, Grid & Go are going to knock off a considerable part of their disadvantage as well to Visceral, who are currently down in 10th place. That's as long as they can hold on for BS competition. At the moment, they're doing so comfortably. 9/10 of a second is their advantage.
Yeah, 9/10 of a second. It's not a lot of time, though. It's comfortable with 11 minutes to go, but it's not secure. Any sort of a wiggle on exit, any sort of a big moment, and, well, that 9/10 of a second could swing the complete other way around. And if you look at how close this GT3 Pro category is right now on track, that little bit of a swing could prove to be absolutely problematic. Just kind of looking here at where the drivers are, I'm trying to tell. The 77 there, Williams Sim Racing Academy, I think will just be catching the rear end of the GT3 Pro field as the checkered flag flies maybe a few minutes before. So I don't know that any sort of lap traffic moments are going to come into play. I think genuinely this is just a run of pace for everyone involved.
We'll try and keep across all the battles possible. The battle for third in GTP, now in the main part of your screen. In LMP2, it's actually calmed down quite a lot since the battles we were seeing earlier. So we'll leave them to it for now and focus in on the faster of the prototypes. Can Orion race team get these extra points? An extra 8 on the line if they can make this overtake. They could pull further away from Fiercely Forward, which they're already going to do, and they could pull closer to Movano as well, who are currently leading the championship by 78 points. They could take 28 away if they finish third in the current situation. That would give it at 50 with 2 rounds to go. That is manageable for them to try and take it away from Movano, especially on a day where the BMW has been stronger. They really do need to gain something from the day, especially considering they lost 15 at halfway in the 3-hour mark. Over the line they go. Still no traffic yet. It will come before the end for these GTPs. The LMP2s won't need to pass anybody again, but in GTP they will have to, and that's where this race is going to be won and lost.
Yeah, I think that's really going to be where the big moment comes in right now. Gap 3.7 seconds, but if you catch a GT3 the wrong way, as we saw time and time again during that long green flag run, that is really where things came into the mix, and that's what kind of helped those gaps ebb and flow, giveth and taketh away here. Carter Kundinger in LMP2 down in the 142, battling for 7th. And mind the gap there, guys. Watch out. A little bit of headlight flashing. You can always tell when the drivers aren't happy with how something just happened because they just flashed the headlights there very quickly. Alex now up into 7th, chops the nose off, and we'll get that Fiercely Forward purple car into P7 and LMP2.
There's the beginning of a recovery. But to get back to where he started this run, well, it's going to be almost impossible for him to manage that. Nathan Olsen leads by 2 seconds there, with Delatraz looking to gain and extend their championship margin by another 9 points as it stands. That'll put him up to 20 by the end of the day, on a day where they looked like they were going to lose some at the end of the day. As far as at least an hour ago or so, it was looking. Into the turn 1 for the GT3s. That looks like the first defence from BS Competition to me. And watch the gap now to the lead start to balloon because of that.
That is going to be really where things start mixing up and get interesting here, because the more you battle, the more you just let the car ahead go. So when you're battling for second, the leader just takes off here. 8 minutes to go. It just kind of, it cements the leader in the position they're in, and we're seeing that through all 3 classes at this point, really, as they go. I see headlights flashing by the 5th place car in GTP there on the top of the screen. That's going to be BS Competition. They very clearly think they're faster than Orion. They're flashing the headlights saying, let me through, I want P3. And, well, if you're Orion Race, you don't care. You're going to keep the elbows out. You're going to keep racing, and you're going to keep that car behind as long as humanly possible and make them pass it on the road. Battle for second at GT3 Pro below, and, I mean, look at this. They're nose to tail at this point, and if anyone just sort of twitches their big toe the wrong way, it's going to just open things up.
It's going to be fantastic to watch this final run through traffic. The leaders are very nearly there. Jaden Munoz holds about 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds over Danny Moore, but he has got to run through this traffic for the final time in a efficient manner, let's say. Otherwise, he is going to be in trouble for that race lead. This, meanwhile, is back in the pack. Antonio Roger, oh, contact, and into the outside wall there, into the S's. That's the Hydro Race GT3 racing car falling to the back end of the lead lap in 15th place.
Yeah, it's going to be heartbreak for a Hydro Race GT3 Racing Black there, but that is what happens every once in a while. And now, Williams Sim Racing Academy, Jaden there in the number 77, has officially started getting through the traffic, and starting that process is now getting GT3 cars between him and the GTP competition. And that, I believe, for Jaden will be just what he needs really to sort of secure this in. But you got to get through the traffic cleanly. You've got to do it efficiently. If you have any sort of a big moment, even with 6 minutes to go, this race is yours to lose.
Just watch the gap come down initially while he's stuck in traffic here through the first part of the S's. That will normalise as Danny Moore has to do the same, by the way. But this is where the race is won and lost for Jaden Munoz. And how much of a sigh of relief is it going to be from Nathan Olsen that he won't have to do this, at least not in its entirety. I don't actually think he's going to catch any of these GT3s. Thomas Limburg is trying his very best to close in. Just 2.2 seconds. Let's focus in on this battle for third again in GTP, because this is where the final podium place is going to be decided. It was a pretty good battle before the traffic, but now what's it going to be like afterwards as the Orion race team look to get this bottom step of the podium? In fact, it's going to be best competition. Oh my word, what a dive from Daniel Alves Lorenzo through on Ilka Happler into the hairpin.
Lorenzo just absolutely went for the late break lunge, made that stick. Beautiful car control being shown there, and got that through. And I will say, for Sam Sutton and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, you're pretty okay with them doing that, because that might give you a little bit of breathing room. Now, this is where the traffic being so thick here, no time to spread out. So if you catch a GT3 in the wrong position, it really opens things up. Orion Racing Team losing a bit of time. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, you need to have a clean run through 130R here. You need to get the space, you need the gap, and you need to now find a way to really demand control. Look at this BS competition of save the best for last 5 minutes to go. They want to go outside of the Casio triangle, outside to the inside to the outside. Side by side they go with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. They're gonna not have the pass done, but they're gonna stay alongside down the main straight. What will they do in the first corner, Ewan? How does the traffic play? If I'm Orbit, I'm pushing them right up into that Mustang.
And he tried to, Sutton tried to, but Lorenzo didn't let it happen. Now he's on the outside through turn 1 and 2. He can't go too deep in here. Sutton's going to hold the inside line firm, and he's going to hold third place as well. Orbit Drop Bear survived the first real attack. 3 laps to go. He might have to do that another 3 times in this race, because this is big pressure now being put on to Sam Sutton by Daniel Alves Lorenzo. What a fight we're going to have to the finish here. Through the GT3 traffic, it continues.
In this fight, as you said, at least 3 more times, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter and Sam Sutton have to defend this at least 3 more times, if not 10 more times across 3 laps. And this is where things are going to get interesting. The traffic in the worst possible place through the second Dagner curve. Now we're going to go towards hairpin. Will it be another late dive in hairpin? Of course, Sam Sutton has to be aware of that. To the outside, he defends the inside beautifully, but BS Competition will have the outside. They'll have the run. Can he get the pass done? Well, he's got it by milliseconds right now. Look at this as they go through. They'll run around out of hairpin. Now it's just the run through 200R towards Spoon Curve, the inside for Spoon Curve. Watch the GT3 and Orbit back out, and the GT3 loses it.
And that's the GT3 championship leader. That's the championship leader in GT3 who've just been sent off at Spoon Curve straight into the wall. That is disastrous, absolutely disastrous for David Sobrero, who's gotten back out the wall pretty quickly here. And he might have only lost 1 place, unbelievably. If he's made that work, I can scarcely believe it. In towards the triangle again. It looks like BS Competition have got a podium from this one. Sam Sutton just couldn't hold him off for enough laps here. And, he might have to look over his shoulder again as Ilka Happler tries to close in. What a great late drive from Daniel Alves Lorenzo there. He just took the pass at the right moment in towards Spoon Curve. There was contact with the GT3, which is walking wounded. David Sobrero really wounded in 296. He's had to tow back to pit lane, and that car is going to lose even more points in the championship now.
That is heartbreak. That is the championship on its head in GT3. And well, here's the replay. No contact from the GTPs. That was just genuinely the 296 around into the wall. I believe he was driving in the mirrors at that point.
It was a bit of netcode, unfortunately. Yeah, have a look at that gap there. I don't believe Ferraro would have lost the car like that on his own. That looks like netcode to me. So pretty big damage for Visceral Esports. And, well, where's it going to drop them to? It might drop them to 19th in the field. That is going to be just 9 points at the end of the race. That could be disastrous when their rivals are scoring 100. Meanwhile, that's his... I think that's number 1 going wide rather than the other Movano car. But number 33 is trying to take this 6th place away. And so their teammates getting involved here. Oh my word, Bowser's Turret is going to get away with that on the way towards Spoon. There in the blue and black is the other car coming through. Their teammates stay well out the way into Spoon Curve. Maniti are going to try and hang on to 5th place here, but no! Oh, there's a spin right in front of the background there. It is one of the Ford Mustangs that goes off into a big spin. Yeah, it was. Antoine Lasserite this time round.
What happened there? This race has just completely went on its head here. 1:15 to go, and I don't know where to look. I don't know what to look at this point. This is just upside down to anything I expected. Last lap in.
Here is Jen Munoz. He's taken the white flag. He's passed all the GT3s he needs to pass. He is going to be strolling home, it looks like, for victory here for Williams Sim Racing Academy.
Glorious run from him too, you have to say, to get in that position. I really thought it was Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter's day, especially when that late race safety car came out. Here's what happened with the 261, and that's another bit of netcode, I believe.
It might be actual contact. I mean, Sim RC, in any case, looked quite alongside to me. I mean, I'm sure WSR Esports will argue the toss on that one, but they look pretty well alongside to me. Meanwhile, Williams Sim Racing Academy are going to take this race victory home, you'd think. The Marcus Hamilton Bowser's Touristy battle's not quite over yet, and there's traffic on the last lap for Nathan Olsen. The LMP2 leading battle might not be over just yet. There's only a second and a half, and there's traffic through the first part of the lap here for Nathan Olsen.
This is going to possibly spell disaster, but if you're Delatraz Automotive, this might be the most beautiful thing you've seen all day other than this sunset around Suzuka. Nathan Olsen gets through the traffic pretty quick there. This will let the gap open back up. Williams Sim Racing Academy, though, total domination up front.
What a great drive from Dane Munoz. Loads of laps led this afternoon, and most importantly, the final lap is led. Checkered flag waves at Suzuka, and the 5th round of the IVRA Endurance Series goes to Williams Sim Racing Academy. The 6 hours of Suzuka is won by them. 5.9 seconds, the margin at the line. And as Movano Azuro takes some damage in the championship, it's not going to be as bad as it could have been, because Ilka Happler couldn't quite get past Sam Sutton at the very end of the race. In GT3, it looks like Grid and Go are going to take the victory here. Not too long before they cross the line. What an important day for the championship for them. They are going to gain over 90 points on their championship rivals. It will decimate the lead that Visceral had at the start of the day. Grid and Go will be the new series leaders coming out of Suzuka. And into the final corners, Nathan Olsen has had to survive a late charge. He's had to come through the traffic late on as well, unexpectedly. But Borad's M Squad are going to win the 6 hours of Suzuka as well. A fantastic drive from them in number 170. As behind, Delatraz Automotive finish second and extend their LMP2 championship lead as well.
One thing I just caught here that I want to kind of bring to attention, the 276, the Sim RC entry in GT3 Pro has a 25-second time penalty that's been added on for track limits.
Oh, wow. For 50 off tracks, you don't see that very often. And that's before they've even looked into the incident between them and WSR Esports. We'll keep across all the post-race penalties for you, by the way, if there are going to be any for major contenders, but well spotted. That's going to be a big one for Sim RC, who will not finish 4th. In fact, they will finish, miles down. We'll check on that later. Jaden Munoz, though, has taken the race win. This is qualifying results. We'll get the race results up for you in a moment. But it just shows you the dominance, doesn't it, from Williams Sim Racing Academy. to not only take the pole position, but also the race as well, with lots of laps led. 176 laps, and they led the most important of them. Dana Moore was just 6 seconds behind, with Daniel Alves Lorenzo having a great run through the traffic right at the very end, passing Orbit Drop Bear and Orion Race Team to finish in third. Maniti Racing held off Movano there, who keep their championship lead with Marcus Hamilton, finished 7th. Jesse Line did get late penalties as well, but that won't matter. They'll finish 8th anyway. Daniel Ferguson brought WSR home 9th ahead of Delta Sport, who had a late pit stop, unfortunately, which dropped them a couple of laps down on that late restart. In 11th place, Fiercely Forward finished 4 down. They actually got past Movano on the last lap, and so they limit the damage in the championship, although they will still lose ground. Absolute Motorsport had that crash late on, and so dropped behind all of them. Maniti Racing did cross the line, although 11 laps down. P1Docs.com and Fast Repair Motorsport did not cross the line, unfortunately, for them. In LMP2, Morinus M Squad win by 2 seconds, with Telestars Automotive extending their championship lead from 2nd because their championship rivals finished behind them in 3rd. Geodesic rounded out the top 4 with Hyperion Racing next. Alex Snow dropped to 6th, unfortunately, on the run to the end there for him on cold tyres. Our SRN TFR Alliance finished in 7th place with a composite performance. Nürburgring Esports and Nix Esports, all of whom were in that right battle for the top positions. Hyperion Racing, unfortunately, caused the final caution of the day and finished 11th. In GT3, Alessandro Quintai holds on to the advantage and wins by 2.9 seconds at a PS competition, and PGZ who joined them on the podium. SimRC will drop back, as we've just heard from that 4th position. Dory Sports finished just in behind them. Impulse Racing just about held off Williams at Sim Racing Academy as well, with Simify Esports also taking a bit of a damage in the championship as well, with an 8th place finish. Fiercely Forward finished 9th ahead of the WSR Esports bookkeeper car that had that late spin at Spoon Curve. Delta Sport were next ahead of Absolute Motorsport, Asliv, Scuderia Volpe and the Hydro-Race Geodesic Racing car, all inside the lead lap. Instant Mechanic Racing were 1 lap down with Maniti Racing. 296 will get 70th place at least, but unfortunately for them, only 13 points from that race. Share Esport were 2 laps down with them alongside Volta Sim Racing Composite Performance, finished the race 5 laps down. Outside the top 20 was Tim Hoysinkveld in 26 laps down. They retired along with the Apex Racing Team. Maniti Racing, SPD Racing, German Sim Racing and WSR Sports booking a 216 won't score any points, so I don't think they're going to score any points in that race. Well, what a run to the flag that was, Brad. We're waiting for a couple of the drivers to come and have a chat with us, but I'm sure they're all catching their breath, to be honest. What a finale. What a fitting finale to the 6 hours of Suzuka.
I mean, for this being a 6-hour race, it all came down to that final 20-minute stint in the end. And that just goes to show you that endurance racing, even though it's always been about the endurance run through and surviving the 6 hours, anything can change a race and really put things up on its head. Again, if you had asked me when I first came in the booth, I would have told you Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter had that GTP category in lock and key, but Williams Sim Racing really showing just how to persevere and time things right and get things through. LMP2, I don't know what those LMP2 drivers drink for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but they are feisty and they do not give up. But Delatraz able to find a beautiful 2nd place in it all, with Muradness finding that overall win. And then, of course, GT3s, they are always so close. GT3 is one of those runs that, you know, you can pretty much put them in a bottle, shake it up, and whoever you pull out is going to possibly be the winner of the day and might possibly be in last place on the day. It's very hard to say. GT3 is such a hard category in so many ways, and it was amazing to kind of watch what happened there, but it's still, what an amazing race. We thought we were going to have rain come in the mix. There was the possibility of rain in the middle that kind of died away there towards that 2-hour stint when we came in the booth, Ewan. Some drivers, I think, would have wished for rain. Some drivers are very glad it held off. In the end, I mean, just an absolute amazing race, as come to expect.
Well, let's have a chat to some of the drivers now then, shall we? The Sim Racing Academy team have joined us, Nathan Moore and Jaden Munoz, who drove this afternoon at Suzuka. Congratulations to you both. I'll start with you, Jaden, since you crossed the line at the very end there. I mean, what a finale that was. You didn't see a lot of it, I must admit. Oh, Jaden deafened himself. Maybe he can't hear me. I'm not sure.
I can hear you. I'm sorry. I accidentally pressed something. I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
So I'll go. I hadn't finished, but I'll go on. You saw the caution come out, obviously, with half an hour to go. Had to restart with just less than 20 to go. How First of all, what was your emotion when you saw the safety car come out for the final time, and then how did you deal with that restart, that final restart?
Yeah, obviously I wasn't too happy about it, but I mean, we have to live with it. It's part of the series, of course. But I mean, we can't really give up after that. We just need to keep trying, and that's I tried my best after that, and yeah, really did a really good short stint at the end to confirm our dominance here today.
And Nathan, you were a part of that, of course, as well, in the middle portion of this race. What was it like, especially at your stage of the race, where previously it'd been quite caution-filled? I think we had 4 cautions in 3 hours 15 and then none for nearly 2 hours. How was that period of the race of a longer green flag run to settle into after what you'd both seen before, which was lots of cautions in a row?
Yeah, it was quite good to settle into a nice rhythm, get a good green flag stint going. Yeah, I was struggling a little bit on the 1 or 2 restarts that I had with the tire warm up and those opening laps. And I felt like the car really came alive, in the middle portion of the stint and towards the end. So I was quite grateful for the green flag running. And yeah, it was my job in the middle was just to make sure I kept it as clean as possible. Tried to obviously set a nice consistent pace, and then hand the car over to Jaden for the final stint.
Well, congratulations to you both on taking race victory in the 6 hours of Suzuka today. Your first win of the season, of course. Congratulations on that, and thanks for coming to chat to us after the race.
Thanks, see you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jen Munoz and Nathan Moore. Joining us after the 6 hours of Suzuka, the race winners here in GTP. In LMP2, it was Morinus M Squad who took the win, and Nathan Olsen is able to join us now as well. Congratulations, Nathan. What a restart that was. Tell us about that pass for the lead and the gap you managed to open on the opening lap that eventually had you winning that race.
Yeah, so the caution came out for pretty good time for us. We had pit, we got the tires warm. Firstly forward had pit literally as the caution came out, so they were on really cold tires. And knowing that the pace on cold tires in the P2 is pretty horrid, and driving behind him for that big stretch of time just before the caution, I knew that he was taking that outside line in turn 1. So when he did that and he was on cold tires, I just shot it in. My warm tires made it stick, and then after that his cold tires allowed again for me to build that gap and just kept it from there.
How much is this momentum built off the back of the last round where you finally managed to get onto the podium for the first time this season at Silverstone? Because previous to this, I think it's fair to say you guys have been having a season that was maybe below what you were expecting.
Yeah, the season before that was kind of unfortunate. We had a couple issues in a couple of the races that brought us down. I always knew that our pace was where we've been finishing these last couple of races. So the race last time, felt like I should have won. Just pit strategy didn't bring us there, but today the pit strategy did. So we're definitely looking forward to the last 2 rounds. We're going to try and get hopefully, I don't know how far ahead the leader is. I know we're trying to get into the top 3, but for sure going to take this momentum into the next round.
You came into today, I think 175 points off or something, so it's possible. Even if it would be an extraordinary result if you were to manage it. But this has certainly go a long way to helping that. Congratulations on the win tonight, Nathan, and thanks for coming to chat to us after the race as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Nathan Olsen, the winner in the LMP2 class today, along with teammates and friends. I'm sure many have been cheering him on in YouTube chat here this afternoon as well. One more update before we go, by the way, about the championship standing. Very provisional, of course, because the halfway and full-time results are yet to be verified. But Movano should hold on to the GTP championship lead by 65 points. That's not quite the gain that Orion were hoping for, I wouldn't expect. And actually on the day, they do lose a couple of points compared to where they started. Delatraz have extended their championship lead over Fiercely Forward, just in small increments, but it's up to 20 points now. It's going to be a very interesting one to watch at the next round of the championship. And the real big one is in GT3, where Grid and Go are now leading by 61 points after coming into today trailing. That's just how quickly things can change in the IVRA Endurance Series. Always full of twists and turns, and it will be at the next round as well. 7 races to enjoy this season, by the way, so the next round is not even the final one. It's the 1,000 kilometers of the Algarve on the 26th of April. Make sure you join us at 2 p.m. Universal time, whatever that stands for, UTC, from the 26th of April for more IVRA endurance action. It is going to be absolutely enthralling, as it always is, and as you have seen tonight. Between now and then, the Club Sport Series will be back for its finale in 2 weeks' time. Make sure you join us here at Portimao for that as well. Just 2 weeks before that, the 12th of April, with the same start time for a 4-hour race. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of the afternoon here today. It's been a pleasure to bring you this IVRA Endurance Series round here from Suzuka. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Brad Dalton at the end of this race. David Hens, Justin Prince were in just before us, and Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonda were in here earlier on as well. Romeo Augustin Cisneros has been pushing the buttons for us all afternoon as well. A big thanks once again to everyone who's been tuned in. Hopefully we'll see you in either 2 weeks for the Club Sport Series or 4 for another round of the Endurance Series. But until then, from all of us here at Suzuka, it's goodbye for now.